Testing, testing. Okay. Think it's working? Hope it's working. Just need to make sure because I was running into some issues with OBS before starting. And I also had problems with the stream quality yesterday because of the new computer, so hopefully everything's going as I want it to. But I guess we'll have to see. By the way, okay, looks like it's going. Once people trickle in here, I guess if you can see the stream, because I see a few people are now joining, let me know if 1080p is working, because for some reason it wasn't working yesterday. I messed with the settings, and I'm pretty sure it's working now. It's working? Fuck yeah. Okay, thank God. Because I tried a lot of different things, and I was like, okay, I think this should do it, but, you know, you can never be sure. I upped the bitrate a bit. I messed around with some of the other, like, weighting codes. I forget what my old settings were. Unfortunately, it didn't get saved when I did the file transfer. Awesome. Thank you so much, Nakasadu. Glad to hear it. Champion Azeroth cries out in pain. Yes. I love saying that. Alright, so we are going to be doing some 9.1.5 PTR stuff. And this should be fun, because I've actually never gotten to do that on stream before. But here we have the vendor. So, I mean, obviously, you know, if you've been in the Discord, right, you've been seeing that stuff. But I can 100% confirm that they took the dual blade off the vendor, which is really, really, really annoying. So you only have this shield, so there's these two shields, which I mean are cool, right? The longbow, alright. Arc Smasher, I guess this one's neat. I don't plan on using this in any actual mogs, so it's not a big deal. And then this sword. Oh yeah, and I guess there's the staff too. But the dual saber was what pretty much everybody was excited about, so... Yeah, I do agree that it is definitely possible that they, you know, accidentally removed it, that it was a mistake or something like that. I really hope so, because if they intentionally remove the dual saber, I'm gonna be kind of pissed. Because I was really looking forward to that thing. I was actually considering leveling a Nightborn Warrior just because I wanted to use that dual saber. So the fact that it's not working is a little bit frustrating. Oh, 1 second. Just make sure I got that posted correctly. Cool. Looks like it's good. Now, here's the thing about Legion time walking. I'm going to queue myself up for just regular dungeons at the moment, so it would be under this, then Time Walking Dungeon Legion. But if I check this, I don't know if it has the recommended time yet. It's probably going to say it'll take forever, because that's how it is. It's the PTR, and it's already like a difficult thing to get people to do. A lot of people aren't going to test the PTR, and very few among them are actually going to list themselves up in any group finder or something. Could check pre-made groups too, but no, there's nothing. So another thing I wanted to test, and I'll do this while I wait to see if any groups pop up. So I wanted to see how the old raid scaling was working. If things don't really work out, I may need to just change gears midstream. I would like to do 9.1.5 PTR testing, but admittedly, I didn't really consider the fact that it's going to be quite difficult to actually put together a group if like people aren't really playing it. So let's see here. I'm going to check on Wowhead to see which bosses actually got buffed with the new stuff. So... That was a while ago, huh? I'm having to scroll through a bunch of different things. Well, there's Mythic ENR. I know about that one. Wow, you get 2,000 Time Worth badges for every Paragon chest. That's actually quite a lot. Interesting. And... here we go. Legacy raid bosses nerfed in 9.1.5. So, it's... they nerfed Gul'dan and Helia, which, like, whatever. It's not a big deal. They did nerf TOS bosses and Taurus bosses primarily. So that's interesting. Yes. Slash who 60? That's a good point. There are 3 people currently online. Alright. It is cross-server, admittedly. So there are multiple PTR servers. That is one thing. So it is entirely possible that there are going to be enough people eventually. But while I wait on the queue, so right now it looks like there's a healer and a DPS. I'm gonna do TOS while I wait. I'll see how easy it is to solo, or Mythic TOS, right. So we're gonna try to solo Mythic TOS, see how that goes. I don't really know.
These tiny fiends must be eradicated.
It's oh. Yeah, that's bad wording on their part for Wowhead. You have to spend 2,000 to buy a Paragon chest. Yeah, I'm surprised there's such few people in the PTR servers. I expected there to be a few more, but oh well. Alright, let's test Mythic TOS. Should be fun. I remember most of this raid. It is one of my favorite raids of all time. In theory, I should still be able to be in queue while doing this. Okay, so gotta trigger the RP. I would imagine a lot of this still one-shots, so I'm curious to see how they nerfed Mythic KJ. Because Mythic KJ, I mean, he wasn't hard, to be honest, before. The problem with Mythic KJ is that a lot of his mechanics actually did just straight up one-shot you. And that's just how they were current content. And it was able to still be done, you just needed to actually do it. It's clickbait wording to get people to click it? Yeah. I mean, that's Wowhead for you, right? So what's wrong with my nameplates and stuff? It's all fucky. There we go. Okay, so Goroth here shouldn't be too hard. I'm not even going to bother explaining much. I'm just going to hop right in. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be able to soak multiple of these. I can do this one. But then we're still going to have this Infernal. And the Infernal is going to... Unless they've changed it... Okay. No, it still does Fellfire. Doesn't seem to be doing that much damage. Seems pretty easy. Shattering Star, obviously, I have nothing to hide behind. Okay, but the damage is tuned to be really low, so... At this point, it's just not even a problem. Also, of course, helps to be doing this as a tank. Warrior's recolored set from TOS looks amazing. I agree. I'm super excited for that. I've heard, like, mixed opinions on the, like, TOS recolor sets from the Mage Tower. I should mention, when the Mage Tower comes out, I will be doing testing on all of that. I didn't do a ton of Mage Tower, like, when it was first the thing. I did the tank challenges, right? But I never bothered with a lot of the other ones. So I don't have the most experience with anything outside of the tank challenge, but I'm still going to be testing it just to see. because I know a lot of people are excited for that. So I'll be doing all that testing for PTR. It's not up on the PTR, unfortunately, but we can still do some Legion testing. Damage was already tuned to be pretty low in retail. It's only like the last 2 bosses that had bad tuning. Yeah, I guess. Well, KJ, so here's the thing. I did Mythic KJ in BFA. I actually... I don't know if I've told this story before, but when I was raid leading back in Old Year, I basically kept telling my raiders that they needed to get better at dodging, like, you know, really easy to avoid mechanics and stuff, and doing positioning and whatnot. And I basically was like, alright, you know, I'm gonna force you guys to do well, I didn't force them, it was optional technically, but I'm like, you know, before we do our heroic clear, so it was like our heroic re-clear one week, I'm like, before we do that, we're going to be doing Mythic Tomb of Sargeras, and I had the skip, so we just went straight to Maiden, Avatar, and KJ. Maiden and Avatar, even back then, weren't too bad, but KJ, we wiped on a lot, but it was still killable. I think we had like 10 people, or something like that. The main issue was, it got to a point where like nobody actually knew how to do the bouncy orb mechanic, so that was the big, you know, limiting factor there. But honestly, I don't remember KJ ever being overtuned. I think it was just more a case of, if you didn't do the orb properly, you just got one shot. I suppose Armageddon Rain, like, if you don't have a way to heal through it, I could see that just destroying you. Yeah, I thought it was pretty fun too. High Lord Cruel was such a pain in the ass to do as a tank with 0 mobility. Yeah, I remember, it depends, because the thing with High Lord Cruel is, like, if you had a way to cancel knockbacks, then it wasn't too bad. Like, Blood DK technically had shit mobility, but because you had a lot of ways to negate the effects of, like, his knock off the platform stuff, it wasn't too bad. And a lot of the other things didn't matter because Blood DK had really good survivability. So I don't think I can go in the cage. I'm 99% sure that if you go into the cage and you're alone, it, whatchamacallit, the boss resets. Let's try. You know, I'll test it out, see how it goes. I remember, so when I did this current content, I'm not gonna lie, like, you had to have one tank in the cage and one tank go up, and I was an absolute fucking parse slut, so I would literally just sit inside the cage with, it was the Leather Legendary Synodaria the Symbiote, and I just had that thing on, and I would sit in the cage just padding on that little ad, and that's how I got a rank 1 on this boss. It was so stupid. Now, admittedly, when I actually did need to do the mechanics, you know, I did what I had to do, but... Okay, so it is good to know that you don't actually need to, you know, just sit there and kill with all those stacks. You actually can do the mechanic normally and the boss doesn't reset. I feel like it used to reset. I can't remember it. It's been a very long time. I've also never, never soloed it, so I wouldn't know. Ah, Swen's Helm. That one's pretty cool. Okay. When will I stream Guild Wars 2? Not for a while. I just have way too many other more important things, and like, let's be real here. Nothing's going on in Guild Wars 2. Like, there has been no new content for a while. The only thing they're doing now is the return to whatever old seasons, which is fine. Like, I'm not saying that's bad. I think it's nice to have new achievements to look forward to. But I have done basically everything in Guild Wars 2. The only thing I haven't done is every single raid. But if I wanted to do every raid, I would need my other friends to be playing. And one of the reasons I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 for now is pretty much my entire Guild Wars 2 guild is playing Final Fantasy. So, if anything, I'm going to start streaming Final Fantasy XIV before Guild Wars 2. But once FF14 kind of winds down a little bit, like when we're in the lull before the next patch, and we're nearing End of Dragons, then I absolutely will stream Guild Wars 2. But that won't be for another few months at the very least. There's just nothing to do right now. Like, outside of Raid, I have done every single bit of content. I've gotten map completion on every single zone. I've done every single world event multiple times. I've leveled multiple characters. I even did speedruns and stuff. I've done all the story. Yeah, I just have nothing else to do. Shadowlands tuning was off? I see, yeah. I definitely never tried it in Shadowlands. I just haven't had the time so far. So curious to see what it's like. You went into the cage when soloing it on your feral. You may have been dots. I see. Rank 1 parse by not doing boss damage? Yeah. No, there were... So, one thing that I never actually did, I think, I technically still had the 100 on my Demon Hunter's profile back in Tomb of Sargeras for Goroth, but for pretty much the entirety of Tomb of Sargeras, I only had the rank 2 parse on Mythic Goroth, and the reason for that is because there was a really, really stupid cheese strat, specifically as a Vengeance Demon Hunter running Synodaria, where if you got the tank mechanic on you, and you hit people in your raid with the tank mechanic, it would proc Synodaria if it hit them, and then that damage from Synodaria would actually count on logs. So the rank 1 parse basically let his, or almost his entire raid get hit by his tank mechanic, and then they just played really well and didn't take damage. The only people I think that didn't get hit were the ones that needed to actively do mechanics. But the rest of his raid literally let him hit the entire raid with a mechanic so that he could parse. And, well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't try to convince my guild to let me do that. But believe it or not, they weren't too keen on the idea. So as a result, I only ever managed to hold the rank 2 parse on that boss because of that cheese strat. But, you know, who am I kidding? If my guild had said I was allowed to do that, I absolutely fucking would have. I am a fucking parse whore. So... did still get the rank 1 before that cheese strat was discovered, so at least, you know, my Warcraft logs profile had the pretty little 100 on it. Okay, Vetro, look, I don't know what if you're trying to just get my attention or something, but please don't do that. So... like, yeah, I mean, if you want to message me on Discord about it, like, feel free to message me on Discord, like, you know, but I don't know why you're trying to post stuff in chat just to try and get my attention on that, or get other people's attention. I don't know, that's just kind of weird, dude. Don't do that. But yeah, okay, so far, doesn't seem too bad. I didn't expect these bosses to be bad. Mistress Sazine hasn't received any changes, but I know some people have struggled with her in the past. Curious. Yeah, I'm not gonna harp on it. I don't really understand it. Like I said, if you want to message me on Discord, let me know. But I'm just not sure what's going on. Don't think I should need to do anything special here. This boss, I don't recall being super hard. In fact, the hardest part about this boss on Mythic was if you had tons of people, having them all run across the line at the same time, but, you know, single player, this shouldn't be too bad. Just gonna hold on to my Ancient Aftershock. And wait. Lua error. What the fuck? Reload UI, I guess? That's odd. Alright. And I remember people getting hit by glaives all the time on that. That was always fun. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have add-ons than not have them, right? So I did get them installed before starting. Again? Okay, does it tell me it's DBM? Okay, so I think I just need to... I need to reload and then just disable DBM. So something with DBM Legion is breaking. Let's just turn this off. Or I guess I could probably just do... Oh, I think it said specifically DBM status bar timers. I could just disable deadly boss mods in general. And hopefully this will fix whatever stupid Lua error I'm getting. Alright, I keep getting silence. Wait, does this actually matter? I don't know if these count as silence effects. Either way, execute phase. And yeah, that's definitely a good point, Nakasadu. Oh, I remember Yathay's thumb ring. Aw. This was my bested slot for all of TOS. It's fun getting to run through this raid again and, you know, getting to see all the different items that I used to use. Let's see. Alright, well, whoever was healing dropped out of the queue. So we've been in queue here for almost 20 minutes now.
I need to get closer.
Oh, 1 second, let me just check something. Alright. Desolate Host. I wonder how this actually works on Mythic with only one player. I don't think I've ever tried it with just one person. Because usually you need to kill both phases, so... I'm sure they've done something, right? Otherwise, you know, it would have been changed. So it must still be possible. I'm just curious to see how it's going to go. Alright. God, these things take forever to die. Alright. Nah, just movement speed reduction. Okay, that's not too bad.
I need a target.
Now, I guess I can just burn the Engine of Souls. That'll probably do it.
I am out of range.
Okay, yeah, so I guess it just doesn't matter if you don't do the other phase. You only need to do one. Cool.
I need to get closer.
Oh! Right, yeah, because it kicks you out into the other phase. Ah, okay. That actually works out quite nicely. What is this? Damage taken from blah 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 increased. Alright. Oh yeah, then you have to go out, then in, then out, then in. Right, I remember this. Oh god, it's been so long since I've done this. Yeah, so this was split damage, I think. And then the big swirl was just run away.
These tears of perfect beauty embody the dream of what our world could be.
Alright. Have I gotten any good transmog? I haven't really been looking.
For the battle to come.
Swin's Cloak Warforged. Huh. You know, before they actually nerfed it, I could have sworn I've nerfed, or could have sworn I've said this before, but before the nerf, before the Legion tier sets were disabled in old raids, I actually used the Brewmaster Monk 2-piece, which you can't see here, but it was basically every time you consume a brew, you have a chance to generate a healing sphere, and it basically turned Brewmasters into Blood DKs. You just had so much self-healing as a Brewmaster with that set bonus, so even though it tanked your item level, it was actually quite good. I'm stupid. Oh well. Trying to see if any of this would actually be good. So far, it doesn't look like I've gotten any really good trinkets that are worth actually holding on to. That was a tank trinket. And that's about it. Yeah, I did pack my Khazgroth's Courage. So when I eventually do get into this queue, if I get into this queue, which will probably never happen, because nobody's actually queuing up, then we can test that. Unfortunately, I think that without any further changes, it's just going to be impossible to test any Legion time locking unless I actually set a group up beforehand. So I didn't expect there to be so few people on the PTR, which is just unfortunate. So I'll still test the old raids. I did want to do this at some point, testing TOS and Antorus. If this queue happens to pop at some point, then, you know, I'll do that as well. But for now, I'll do this. I'm not sure if I'll end up testing leveling. I'll think about it, but they haven't really changed anything with it. So what I might do, the only thing I've considered is you'd queue up, but you'll need to go eat soon. Yeah, no problem. You're good, man. I probably should have looked into that more. Like, if I do this again, I'll probably try to talk to some of my friends and convince them to, like, join up beforehand, or I'll, like, put a notice in the Discord, like, way ahead of time and say, oh, hey, on this day I'm going to be streaming this, or even if I'm just doing a recording session, you know, like, would anybody be interested in running it? So I can actually have a definitive number. Either way, though, what I might do is finish leveling my Druid on the PTR, which is kind of funny, because my Druid is actually 58 on retail, and I haven't finished leveling it, but what I could try to do is copy it over onto the PTR and see how quick it is for me to get those last 2 levels. I think that's something that could be moderately useful. But that is the only leveling I would test. And only because I think that the primary strategy for speedrunning, assuming they don't change anything, will, or even just regular speed leveling, it would actually involve at around 58, either 56 or 58, but definitely by 58, swapping to threads and just doing a bunch of bonus objectives. So regardless on whether or not they do further changes, I think that's already something I can test, like how efficient is it. But past that, there's just not enough that actually makes it worth it. Alright, Mistress. So I assume the shark here, I think it's a shark. I'm pretty sure it's still one-shots. And this stuns. Thank you. Can you close my door when you leave? I appreciate it. Yeah, so that shark, I believe, is still a one-shot even now. Because I think it just has the effect of kills whatever player it hits. It doesn't, like, do any damage. Then Slicing Tornado, they slow down when they hit the little patches of goo. I might have killed it too quickly. Oh, no, managed to create an opening. I'm not even going to bother with the pufferfish. So, I guess for people who never did this, if you're wondering what the hell these things are, basically, Mistress Sazine will summon those pufferfish. And this you just need to get to the side. Giant whale crashes through. Doesn't one-shot, but it does a lot of damage. Sarakel, you need to feed him this thing. I think you don't need to run all the way to the middle. I think it's like if you run to the middle... Yeah. So you basically run into the outer circle, and then if you run into that middle circle, then he just one-shots you. Oh, nope, get away from this. It's about to... Sharks. Yeah. So those pufferfish, the things that are spawning the red pools, they would give you a damage buff. So the way that this was tuned at the time is you needed to use those pufferfish to actually meet the damage check. And... after you hit a certain health percentage on Mistress Sazine, the pufferfish would spawn a pool of blood below them, and you would need to drop them off. Like, I think you can click it off, and you would do that on a corner where it wouldn't hit anybody, and then the shark would jump up, eat the pufferfish, and one-shot anybody still standing within that little red area. So I'm fairly certain it's still a one-shot on level 60 players, but for obvious reasons, I'm not going to test it. All I know is, just don't get hit by it. It's pretty easy to avoid, regardless. Ooh, Sea Star with a socket. I remember this was a really good healer trinket. Every single healer in my guild wanted this thing. And now it's a long walk back. So another thing you should do, I did it out of order, but if you're farming TOS for Transmog, do this boss before, what's it called? The Sisters of the Moon and Desolate Host, because if you jump off Desolate Host's platform, you can instantly kill yourself and respawn back at the entrance. So when we were doing farm runs of TOS, that's what we would do. We would kill it Mistress, then Sisters, then Desolate. But I just kind of felt like doing it in a different order for some reason. It would be pretty funny if I got a mount. Isn't the mount is, it's that one, right? I already have that. What's the other mount? Because I know KJ doesn't drop a mount, but Tomb of Sargeras... Yeah, it's just that one. Obviously, it would tilt people if I got the mount, because it would be on PTR, and I already have it. But, yeah, actually, current content, I got the Abyss Worm. It was, like, forget which kill it was. It wasn't an early kill, but I did TOS a lot. Like, basically every single week, even during Antorus, I actually ran a Tomb of Sargeras farm run. We cleared up to Maiden of Vigilance, and then we stopped at Maiden, because even Pugs back in Antorus could not handle Maiden of Vigilance. She just had... Like, the way her mechanics worked, it was just a Pug Buster boss. If you didn't have every single one of the 20 people knowing what was going on, it was really, really hard to do. The nice thing about Mistress is with Antorus gear, despite the fact that her mechanics were kind of complicated, you could actually ignore a lot of the really tricky mechanics if people just did a lot of damage. So that made her actually doable. And then everything else was easy. Goroth through Desolate Host was just a joke. You got the mount on your 110 Twink and then got kicked. God damn. Why would somebody kick for that? That's like such a petty reason to kick. Wait, where did I... Did I Oh! I forgot to... Fuck. Peace, Nakasadu. Thank you for stopping by, though. Oh, it was specifically for the mount? I mean, still, why would you kick for that? Just accept the fact that it's like, hey, this guy got lucky and I didn't. Like, seems dumb to just be like, I'm mad that this other person got them out. Like, whatever. But yeah, I guess salt is probably the correct answer there. Yeah, I got it. It must have been on like my 30-something kill. Probably more. Because I did Mistress Sazine every single week for like... I don't even know. It must have been like a year and a half or something. So I killed Mistress a lot throughout the course of Legion. And then on multiple difficulties too, because I did her on Heroic a lot because Titan Forging was still a thing. So even with Heroic or Mythic being doable, you still wanted to do Heroic so that you could get a chance at Titan Forge loot. So I still did that and Mythic TOS every week. I should say though, if you're wondering why I did Mythic TOS every week, because that's something even current content people ask me, like, why would you do an old raid tier? Mythic TOS was notorious for having a lot of really good items. And especially during Legion, when Titan Forging was a thing that existed, it was really common to run old raids to potentially get a really big Titan Forge. I mean, it technically existed in Nyalotha, right? Or at least up to Nyalotha. They removed it in Nyalotha, but before then. But BFA is what I meant to say. But TOS had tons of extremely good trinkets. You were there for the gear and could care less about the mount? Yeah, I feel that. Lots of good transmog in TOS too. What have I tested on PTR? Stream has only been live for 35 minutes, so this. That's it. First thing I'm doing is I'm testing the old raid boss tuning. So within Tomb of Sargeras, they've nerfed Desolate Host. Wait, oh, Desolate they did change. Oh, so Desolate was one of the 3 bosses they changed. I'm assuming the change was that it didn't freak out if you didn't have more than 1 player. Makes sense. They've also changed Fallen Avatar and Kill Jaden. They haven't specified how they've changed it, so that's what I'm trying to find out. But we'll see, I guess. Now, is there any way that I can commit Sudoku? I could try to die of fall damage. I'm probably going to heal it all back. I think at this point I just need to accept the fact that I'm going to be running. So yeah, don't be like me. Don't forget to click on the Tidestone. It's bad. Is the legacy buff better on Legion raids? Not on the what do you mean the legacy buff? Do you mean just like the passive buff you get while clearing legacy content? I mean, I think the main thing that they changed was boss mechanics. So presumably the thing that got changed with Desolate Host is they made it so it doesn't actually punish you for not being in both faces or something like that, so that you can solo it. And then they said they changed some of the mechanics on Avatar and Kill Jaden. How do I feel about Mage Tower coming back? I'm extremely happy about Mage Tower coming back. Honestly, I am 100% in the camp of I think the artifact appearances should come back. I think that the idea of having exclusive items and, you know, basically acting like you're better than other people because you have this exclusive appearance is fucking stupid. And I think that people should be able to get the old appearances so they can make cool outfits with it. Speaking as somebody who has the old appearances, I have every single Mage Tower appearance, including the Werebear, that I care about. If they added the artifact appearances back, I would not go and farm a single one because I already have every single one that I actually care about. I specifically want it brought back because there were a lot of people that didn't get to play Legion that are playing now, and they don't have those appearances. And obviously they're bringing Werebear back, but they aren't bringing like the feral forms back or any of the other really cool stuff like the Ashbringer and whatnot, which a lot of people really liked. So I just find it really stupid that some people are out here like, oh, but you know, having the werebear and other stuff signifies that you did the difficult content when it was current. Like, fuck off with that, because honestly, as somebody who did every single tank challenge, it was not that difficult. It was difficult at launch. Like, when it first launched, yes, it was very, very, very hard. But you could do them all on an undergeared alt in Antorus with, like, no problem at all. It might take you, like, 1 or 2 tries to get used to it. But once you actually got used to it, it was not hard. Most of them were not hard. The only one that I've heard was really, really difficult, later on, even with, like, Antorus gear and stuff, were the healer ones. A lot of my healer friends told me they really struggled with that one. I never did that because I don't really play healer, so I can't speak to that, but a lot of people did tell me it was really hard. But even then, right? Presumably, if they bring the Mage Tower back, well, I mean, when they bring the Mage Tower back specifically, they're going to tune it to be still very difficult. So if somebody completes the same challenge that you did years ago, now, why does it matter? They completed that challenge, they have a right to the same reward. I think it's stupid that, you know, it's this FOMO bullshit of, well, you completed the challenge when it was current, so therefore you deserve, like, this extra bonus. Like, I think that's stupid. And I think that the people who think that that's something important, that, you know, they should be able to flex and, you know, not have their rewards ruined, I think that's dumb. I'd rather there just be more, I guess what's the word? Inclusivity when it comes to rewards like that. Now, I'm fine with what Blizzard's doing. Like, I should say, I have no problem with the new Mage Tower rewards. I've spoken about how I think that a lot of them look really cool. So, that's fine. I'm glad that they provided a solid alternative, because definitely it is a pretty cool alternative. A lot of the sets do look very, very nice. Some of them more so than others, admittedly. There are a few sets that don't look very great. I'll admit that much. But overall, I would say the vast majority of the sets do look pretty cool. And especially like the classes that I play, I'm pretty happy with the recolors. And I think the biggest one that a lot of people were really expecting was the werebear. And the fact that they're at the very least giving a recolor of the werebear, so that people who wanted that model can use it, that's better than nothing. It could be worse. Let me just make sure I don't eat shit. Alright, that's not too bad.
Let not the Dark One awaken.
I am Hunter. Yeah, I would be lying if I said every single one of the recolors looks amazing. There were some where I looked at it and I was like, what were they thinking? Honestly, in my opinion, the absolute worst one of the new recolor sets is Druid, unfortunately. And I like that set in terms of the model, so the fact that the recolor is just so atrocious is kind of depressing. Especially because Druid, it's not one of the classes I'm currently playing a lot, but it is a class that I have played quite a bit over the years, so who knows, you know. I might play it again, and it's always nice to get more transmog options, so, yeah. Oh well. But, I mean, right now I'm playing a lot of Warrior, and the Warrior set looks amazing, so that's kind of cool. If they don't bring back Druid appearances, you'll be angry? Yeah. Remember back in WoD, they gave that buff so you could still do old raids, since the numbers are reduced, and I wasn't happy that Legion raids are still hard to solo? I mean, so far, everything seems pretty good. A lot of it was like 1 or 2 specific mechanics that were problematic. But, admittedly, I mean, I am a 248 prot warrior who does a lot of fucking damage, so, you know, your mileage may vary, I guess. Am I blind? Oh. So far, this doesn't seem too bad.
It is too far away.
What boss am I at? I am at Avatar of Sargeras. You have about 50% of artifact appearances available and you want them to come back? but the elitist mindset of WoW community will be the downfall of the game. Yeah. I never understood that. That's one of those things, like, I've played with a lot of those people before. Because I'm not, like, limit mentality. Like, I'm not at the limit level, right? But I still do mythic rating. I still care a lot about my performance. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy having unique cosmetics and stuff, or unique rewards. But it's not the kind of thing that I get to lord over other people. That's where I don't understand it. Like, I get these unique rewards and cosmetics to just, you know, be happy. I'm like, yeah, this looks pretty cool. I want to get this. And then I can be happy with myself and be happy with this, like, appearance or mount or whatever that I get. Because I'm like, yeah, I did this challenging piece of content and I got rewarded with this cool thing as a result. But I've never understood the mentality of, like, I want to get this, like, special appearance or mount or whatever so that I can look better than other people. And then I can tell other people that I'm better than them. That's just the thing that to me is just really weird. I don't get people who have that mindset. It's just a very strange way, at least in my opinion, to approach the game. So, Avatar of Sargeras. Way you want to do this, I don't know if they've changed him. They obviously have changed him, but I don't know what about him they've changed. He charges up his energy by getting these beams, so you want to drag the Maiden of Valor in front of these beams as they spawn. You can tell which one's coming by the little thing that lights up on the floor. You want to kill the Maiden and the Avatar at the same time. So, I'm going to pop Spell Reflection just to mitigate the damage I'm taking here. He's casting Rupture Realities. Should be fine. Can ignore pain. Okay, this isn't doing that much damage. Want to make sure I drag Maiden over here, block this beam. Okay. Now she's getting kind of low, so I want to DPS Avatar. Now, the reason you're blocking the beam is because it delays his energy building up. When Maiden hits full energy, that's kind of fine, because Maiden hitting full energy doesn't really do much. It just causes, like, this shield that you have to break through, and that we can just easily DPS through. Yeah, so Cleansing Protocol, we can do this. DPS the shields, then once I break through it... Okay, she died. Now, there's nothing to interrupt Avatar. I can use my body to interrupt the purple beams. And I'm going to take... Should be fine. I don't really need to do any healing. So I'm just going to soak this entire beam. And I'll let it here just to make sure. Rupture Realities. So he's very close to phasing. The important thing is that you don't go into the final phase with him at, like, full HP. As long as he's down low, we should be fine. Because I'm pretty sure the lava is still going to tick for full damage. Okay, yeah, Annihilation, he hit 100% energy. So now I spam charge. The moment I'm in range, charge back to him. Now, this is very important. This, I'm certain, for people reclearing, is going to be a very important mechanic. You want to drag him right here. Right on the crack between this. It's not going to be perfect because you can't block these little shots, which destroy the platform. But this is still roughly where you want him to be. So right here. I'm saving my cooldowns for after he does the big smash, which will happen any second now. Okay, Rupture Realities. So he's going to shatter up to this platform. Should still be intact. That'll break. But yeah, this platform and then the sides. So then what you do is basically... If I needed to do more damage, I would... Well, unfortunately, these swirls are going to destroy the remainder of the platform. This actually still seems really fucking hard. If you don't have the damage. Obviously, I killed it. Like, I'm fine in that regard. Bonus rolling, because why not? So I had the damage to nuke him. But I would have had one platform remaining there. So I guess if you don't min-max the Maiden... and you don't prioritize the platforms, then I could see that still being very difficult to solo. But overall, not too bad if you can just burn him. And honestly, min-maxing the Maiden in Phase 1 still seems to be important, because if I hadn't done that, I would not have been able to burn through 100% of his HP in just that period of time. I would have eventually ticked down to the lava. Cody, you removed your message, sorry. I was about to get around to that. But now I don't remember what it was, so... Hunter, yeah. Operator Thogar is by far my favorite boss ever. Blackrock Foundry was an amazing raid. Absolutely agree with that. Yeah. Operator Thogar wasn't my favorite boss ever, but I would put him in top 5. Absolutely in top 5. I don't know where he would be in top 5, but I would say within my top 5, Avatar of Sargeras is possibly my favorite boss ever. Current content, that was such a fun fight. I loved that boss. Kil'jaeden is either... I would say Kil'jaeden's like 2 or 3. Hard to say. I don't know if any particular boss from Antorus actually makes my top 5. Antorus had a lot of good bosses, but it didn't have a lot of amazing bosses. But yeah, Thogar absolutely makes top 5. I'm trying to think what else. I would honestly say Jaina probably makes top 5. Jaina is maybe the only boss in BFA that actually cracks my top 5, but Jaina was really good. Really, really good. What else? Thogar was good. I don't know. There's I would say, like, yeah, Thogar I would probably put at, like, number 4. So for me, I would say, like, Avatar is my favorite boss fight of all time. Kil'jaeden's probably 2nd favorite. I would say Jaina is probably my 3rd favorite boss of all time, and then Thogar would probably be 4th favorite boss. There's a lot of good contenders for 5th favorite. That one, it would be hard to rank. A lot of good fights come to mind. I would say if I really had to make a decision, maybe Gul'dan. I thought Gul'dan was a really, really good boss. But there's so many, I feel, could make that. I mean, you even go back to, like, Mop, right? You have Garrosh. Garrosh was a really good fight. Black Fuse was a really good fight. I don't know. Tough decision for that one. I might honestly say just Garrosh, yeah. Garrosh was a good boss. Some people would probably say Garrosh is their favorite fight of all time. Then even, like, Lei Shen. I didn't do Lei Shen current content, but I re-cleared TOT in Siege of Orgrimmar. So I did Lei Shen quite a bit. And I had a lot of fun with Lei Shen. Wait, excuse me? I think I need to kill myself. I don't know where that buff came from. But something gave me a 10-minute stacking dot. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna pop consumes for this, because, like, why not? It's PTR. This costs me no money. Literally no reason to not use this. Still nobody in queue. So, don't know if we'll be able to test Legion Mythic Plus today. Oh, that's dot is from the Warlocks? Well, unfortunately, I do not have any way to remove dispels, or curses, or anything like that, so I guess I'm just fucked. Not much I can do about that. Alright. So, this boss. This is gonna be fun. Hey, March, good to have you here. So 90% he phases. Armageddon. Not going to be able to soak all of them, but I can pop Spell Reflect. This is going to tick down to me. So Armageddon Blast still does quite a lot of damage. Erupting Dreadflame. Now where are the orbs? Here we go. Okay, where am I bouncing to? Just one? Okay. Oh, cross. Okay. Straight back. Okay, just 2. Focus Dreadflame. Okay, here we go. So... I need to bounce to the left. So I stand here. Bounces me over here. I bounce to the middle. And then I bounce back into the middle. Oh wait, no, it's on the left. Okay. That's fine. I can get back in time. I could have just used Heroic Leap to cancel it, but I want to show the mechanic. I forgot it's 4, it's not 3. Almost fucked that up. So they haven't nerfed the orbs, which I'm ecstatic about. Honestly, I don't really know what they have nerfed. Can I make it to this in time? Yes! Okay. Where are we bouncing to? Middle? Okay. So I stand right here, I get bounced in the middle. I'm gonna have to quickly adjust. Where is it? Okay, this one's just a double bounce. Gotcha. Bursting Dread Flame. Spell Reflect. Nice. Okay. So luckily with my my leech, I should be able to just full heal after every phase. So as long as the dot doesn't just destroy me through the transition phase, I should be fine. Armageddon, want to soak the big one. Rupturing Singularity. Okay, I can deal with this. I just need to wait. Nightfade Blink back on. Pretend it's Remnant of Ner'zhul. I don't have any way to heal this up. So that's going to do Pulsing AoE, I believe. Nothing I can really do to stop that. Okay, Armageddon. I want to burn down this ad, or it does a big Pulsing AoE. Oh, it expires after a while. Okay. I need to find Illidan. I can kind of see. Honestly, this isn't too bad. Okay, bounce across. I need to time this correctly. As soon as it knocks me back. Oh, I'm alive. Where the fuck is Illidan? Found him. I'm silenced in this circle. Oh shit. Okay. We're still alive. Kill Jaden creates a rupturing singularity. Okay, I have a plan. Okay, it actually reduced the knockback. So we're looking at, I believe, heroic levels of knockback on these orbs. Because that should have killed me. I actually fucked that up. Unnerfed, that actually would have killed me, I believe. Okay, I need to get back to Illidan and find these ads. I don't know where they are. God. Okay, wait for it. Got it. Okay, it's this corner, so we're safe. Gonna wait for it. Bounce. Okay, find Illidan. This should be it. Yes! Alright, Spell Reflect. Whew! Okay, they definitely... It looks like the nerf on this was they nerfed the knockback on the orbs. Because those orbs, in theory, one of those, I actually fucked it up, and it should have killed me. And the fact that it didn't leads me to believe that they made the knockback only heroic levels. Or what used to be heroic levels. Which is good. It's still going to be a difficult mechanic. You still need to do the knockback properly. But... Ah, it's gonna leave a patch. Oh well. Nice! Whew. That keyboard sounds amazing. Look, when I get panicked, alright, absolutely do start to hit my keyboard pretty hard. I start, you know, freaking out. I'm like, oh no. That's my coping mechanism. Scornful reflection. Whew! Alright. How am I soloing? This isn't a time walking raid. This is, it's just a regular raid. It's scaled down. So what I'm doing now is, this isn't a time walking raid. I'm testing the nerfs that they did to the old content. So I'm not really sure what they changed with Avatar. I couldn't really notice any standout changes from Avatar. Honestly, if anything, I expected them to make it so those circles that spawn in Phase 2 don't destroy the platforms, because that's kind of brutal, honestly. But that definitely wasn't changed. It's still exactly as it is, or as it was current content. So, yeah, I don't really know what they changed with Avatar, unless they just tuned down the damage, but I think people are still going to struggle to solo that. But I mean, at least you can see it's doable, right? Kill Jaden, the only thing I noticed is the orb knockback doesn't seem to be as strong as it normally is. The orbs are still spawning in the same exact pattern, same exact amount. You still need to do the dance. Every single Armageddon still applies a stack to you. They might have nerfed the Armageddon damage, maybe? What's the in-progress cinematic? It does that for every PTR. Every single cinematic on PTR, new or old, is going to have in-progress slapped on top of it. That's just how PTR works. So it's an old cinematic, it just has that overlaid on top of it. And now I'm going to test Antorus. So Antorus is the big one. They tweaked a lot of stuff. High Command got nerfed. They said Varimathras in this post. It's going to be in a later PTR build, but that was 9 days ago. I think it's live now. Coven of Shavara is easier now. Coven of Shavara, the only way I can see that they made it easier, or I could see them changing it to make it easier, is if the Shavara don't get a damage reduction debuff when they're close together. Because that made it kind of impossible. So presumably that's what will be changed. Agrimar, I'm guessing they've reduced the knockback on Flame Rend. That has to be what's changed. I don't see any other way around it. ENR, we already know what's changed. Wowhead did a detailed breakdown on the ENR changes. The other ones we'll have to see. What's my item level? 248. Mostly Mythic Sanctum gear. Some Mythic Plus. Some Heroic. Only normal Heroic item I have is this thing. I've gotten really bad RNG when it comes to Sanctum of Domination shoulders with the Dom sockets. So this is my lowest item level. Big Raider? Not even slightly. I'm only 5 out of 10 Mythic right now. I am by no means a big Raider. If I was, I'd probably be on Sylvanas already. And yeah, so Kristaps asked, what do the bounces do? If you don't position yourself correctly, as Bretman Bruss said, they knock you off the platform. So you basically need to bounce yourself correctly so you don't get shot off. If you get shot off the platform, you die immediately. And Bretman Bruss, don't worry about being late. You never need to apologize for not being able to make a stream or anything like that. You know, nobody's forcing you to be here. If you're watching the stream, I would hope it's because you want to be watching the stream, not because somebody forced you to. Keyboard ASMR, yes. Why does it show like he has loot? I don't know. 5 out of 10 is still pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying my prog is bad, but I'm definitely playing at a more casual pace this tier. The only thing I've considered... so I actually did... I mentioned last stream that I was considering swapping the DPS. right now I'm tanking. But I mentioned last stream that after I was done streaming, I was going to message my guild leader and ask him if I could swap the DPS, and he said he's going to bring it up to the other officers, but he said probably I should be able to. He did say he would prefer Arms Warrior compared to Windwalker, which, not going to lie, I was like, oh man. Because I do really enjoy Windwalker Monk. I was kind of hoping to play Windwalker, but... I mean, he knows that my Warrior has a shit ton of gear, and I did offer it, right? I did say Arms is something I'm willing to play. So he was like, yeah, you know, if you want to swap to Arms, that would be good. So... I may be playing Arms Warrior, we'll see. But the only thing is I might end up trying to join a higher prog guild. We'll see. It kind of depends, though. At the moment, I'm not in any rush, but if this guild isn't able to get up to Sylvanas by the time that Final Fantasy is coming out, I would like to finish this tier before Endwalker hits. I am not going to be playing Sanctum at all once Final Fantasy's new expansion is out. Like, I am just dropping this game completely for at least a few weeks when Endwalker comes out. So, ideally, I would like to actually have the raid tier finished by that point, so I don't need to worry about it. So, if I need to apply to a higher guild to actually get my cutting edge in a reasonable amount of time, I might do that. Because I would like to get cutting edge Sylvanas. It looks like a fun fight. You're here to see Poppy Harlton. Thank you. I would say, at least for Kill Jaden, it's doable DPS speaking, but still you need a brain for the singularities. Yeah, for sure. Admittedly, I will say, that darkness phase looks pretty fucking brutal. Because I honestly don't know how I would have been able to solo that. Realistically speaking, if I didn't have Charge and Heroic Leap and stuff like that. Like, I think I played that well, all things considered, by using the tools at my disposal. But if I wasn't able to just magically predict where it was, and I didn't have, you know, Charge and Heroic Leap, I would have been dead there at multiple points. So, for classes that don't have Charge and Heroic Leap, that Darkness phase is going to be really, really, really difficult to solo. A warrior killed KJ Mythic as Fury in 8.2 and 8.3. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, I was just saying earlier that I think that KJ, even in BFA, was absolutely 100% doable. I didn't solo it, but in BFA launch, in 8.0, I did it with a group of like 5-10 people. I forget exactly how many we had, but it was somewhere in the range of 5 to 10 people. So, the fact that by 8.3, with all of the buffs that people got by then, like Azerite Essences and Corruptions and whatnot, I'm not surprised in the slightest that somebody managed to solo it. So, yeah. The main problem on KJ is the mechanics. Like, the tuning doesn't seem too bad. It's just having the ability to get back from all those orb knocks is very difficult for some classes. Like, you know, I one-shot it there. Wasn't too bad. But if you don't have all those tools, I could see that actually being genuinely challenging. So, it's something to keep in mind. Fell Bombardment. Oh, that does, like, no damage now. Can I just, like, not soak any of these and Spell Reflect through it? Oh yeah, it does, like, no damage. Okay. I love how Fell Bombardment will, like, juggle you in the air. I always thought that was really fun. Current content, or you actually needed to decide which one of these you were going to pick, but now I don't really think it matters which one you kill. Let's see, how much will Luring Destruction deal to me? You get 242? Okay. Well, this boss is easy, so that's not a concern. You should, what they should do... Oh, I assume you know what they should do. Have the singularities miss you if you're level 60? Honestly, I don't think so, right? I don't think that old rage should be face roll easy. I actually like the idea of Kill Jaden still requiring you to do the mechanics. I think that's good. That may be an unpopular opinion, but I think that's fine. Now, every fight should be doable, right? the problem with a lot of these changes is like ENR was, I believe, impossible before they made these changes, and Coven of Shavara was definitely impossible because Coven of Shavara required you to have 2 people or the bosses took 99% reduced damage. Presumably that is what they fixed. Now, that is obviously a problem. If the fight isn't completable at all, then yeah, that you should change it. Everything should at least be soloable if it's old raids for transmog farming. But I have absolutely no problem with an old raid being kind of difficult. If it's challenging but still 100% doable, that's fine. Fair game. I mean, I clearly showed that it's 100% able to be completed. It just means that people will actually need to put some thought into doing the mechanic. And, you know, here's the thing. I think Kil'jaeden Mythic is fun as hell. Like I said, Kil'jaeden, probably my second favorite boss of all time behind Avatar of Sargeras, right? So, the fact that even now, I can go back and do Mythic Kil'jaeden and still have to do the mechanics while soloing it, I had a lot of fun. That was really fun for me. I was, like, laser focused during that, so, you know, I don't know if that, like, really came across, but if something makes me focus like that, and I really am having fun, like, challenging myself, having to do the mechanics, I'm having fun, honestly. So, that Kil'jaeden kill, I had a blast doing. And the fact that you can still do that, and you can still actually challenge yourself by doing that, I think is really good. And I don't think they should change anything. The only thing I could see them doing, and the only thing that I think that might be fair, is they should make it so the darkness effect doesn't apply. If anything, make it so the orbs can be seen through the darkness. I don't know how you would do that, how you would code that. But make it so you can always see where the orb is spawning. Because the problem with the darkness phase, right, is if you don't have a way to cancel the knockback, and you don't know where the orb is coming from, because you have to manually check every single corner, you're fucked. If you don't have anything. Like, if you're a priest, you're fucked. So, I think that if they still force you to find Illidan, and still forced you to actually do the orb knockback, but let you actually see where it was instead of just guessing, I think that would take some randomness out of the fight, and it wouldn't punish classes that don't have knockbacks as harshly. So, I think that would be good, but it definitely is doable for most. So, I think that's alright. You don't have to worry about it, you're gonna have like 6 months to get it, yeah. Some fights are straight up impossible, some are doable with only certain classes. Yeah, true, true. You don't care either. I think, I like a challenge when I see one, but I think lots of people are going to ask for nerfs like that, just like they had to nerf Torghast. Yeah, for sure. I see your point in that I think a lot of people will complain, but personally, I am on the fence about it. I think that, you know, no nerfs for that is fine. But I could see Blizzard caving and doing additional nerfs if people still think it's too hard. Do I have a date for the release of 0.5? I do not. Blizzard has not announced it, and I have no additional information, so I don't have any, like, contacts or anything like that. I know as much as everybody else does, so I don't know. Now, I can give speculation. If you've seen my video, my first 9.1.5 testing video, I did manage to notice on the calendar that they did say Legion Time Walking was coming out on the 5th of November, specifically. So, it's, you know, basically my speculation is that first week of November is when we're going to get 9.1.5. That is just pure speculation on my part. I think it's speculation that is backed up by some evidence, but I can't say whether or not it's absolutely the case that that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Nice. No mounts. I mean, it's PTR, so who cares, but... Depends on what they'll consider challenging. You'll either need the best gear just to not get one shot, or they have to tweak the mechanics. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the fact that I'm a tank with relatively good gear does make this a little bit easier, but I mean, that's always been the case for soloing old content, right? There are some specs that are really good at soloing stuff, like, you know, the aforementioned Fury Warrior has always been a good solo spec. Hunters have always been pretty good at soloing stuff. Like, that has always been something. Death Knights, I would say DPS DKs because of Deathstrike is always something that people have considered to be good. But one thing that has always been very good for soloing is tank specs. Any tank spec has always been really, really good. So that's just a staple, right? It obviously, you know, can suck for some people if they need to swap to tank to be able to clear things, but it's just a reality that has always existed for solo content. Tanks are just really good at it. Like, even in the example of Torghast, a lot of people have said they struggle to solo Torghast, and I'm going to be real, I've also struggled on my DPS specs. I've been able to solo Torghast very easily on every single tank spec. I've had no trouble with it. So, DPS specs for soloing Torghast, depending on the spec, can be a lot trickier, whereas tanks are literally just like face roll for most solo content. Not sure if they'd ever actually tune old raid mechanics to make it challenging and not impossible or face roll. Major difficulty with Mythic KJ was the damage during intermissions. Yeah, that's true. I did notice that the Armageddon rain damage was a bit lower than before, so that is definitely very fair. You hope they won't nerf Torghast? I mean, they already did nerf Torghast, right? I actually, honestly, would have been on board with Layer 12 Torghast nerfs. Layer 12 Torghast is 100% doable now, but on release, it was 100% overtuned. I think a lot of people can agree with that. If you didn't have Mythic Nathria gear going into the new patch, getting a flawless Layer 12 Torghast at the start of 9.1 was kind of rough. I did it, right? So I remember I mentioned this in my 9.1 video. I talked about it and I said, it's severely overtuned and it's really hard to solo. And a lot of people said, oh, just get good, huh? And it's like, no, those people don't get it. I soloed it. I did manage to get a flawless run. But I'm saying that if I struggled to get a flawless run, and I actually had to work really fucking hard to just barely get it, that means that for the average player, it's probably a bit too overtuned. Like, I wasn't saying at any point that it was impossible, but I do think that at 9.1's launch, they overtuned Torghast, and they did it intentionally. They were trying to throttle people's progression through the new content. If you weren't able to do Layer 12 on the first week, that meant an extra week of farming Torghast to get your Legendary, which, absolutely, that's why they did it, and it was kind of shitty. Scoring is annoying? Yeah, the scoring is the problem. Like, Layer 8 Torghast was 100% doable for literally everybody who had half a brain, because there was no timer on it. Even if you died a few times or took it super slow, you were fine. But because they also added the timing system and the new score bullshit with Layer 12, it suddenly became a real pain in the ass to do with low gear. Blizzard has removed jokes and flirts from the game on the PTR. Oh yeah, let's test that.
Hey, stranger.
I could barely hear that. Hold on. Let's turn it up. Sound. Okay, flirt. I know they nerfed some female Pandaren ones, so...
Don't touch the tail. Okay, now touch the tail.
Alright.
You want to talk about motion of the ocean? I was born on a turtle, baby.
I can barely hear this. Hold on. Okay, let's test out
What
these flirt.
happens in the hot springs stays in the hot springs.
Oh, I don't know, Blizzard. You might want to remove that one, too.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Go to your happy place. Your happy place or mine?
Wait, what?
quickly as you can, snatch the pebble from my hand. Great! Now, see if you can find where I hid the other pebble.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one, Blizzard. Oh, definitely gotta remove it. You know, it might have a bit of a sexual innuendo. Can't have any of that, huh?
Don't touch the tail. Okay, now touch the tail.
Okay, we've already heard that one. Okay, slash silly.
I'm doing great. Oh, I could stand to gain a few pounds, sure, but who doesn't?
Okay.
I am a leaf in the wind, but like a big, tough leaf, with swords and magic and stuff.
Okay.
So I was talking to this Tauren the other day. No, I mean a Worgen. No, wait, which one's a cow and which one's a dog? Oh, all these talking animals are stupid!
I don't know, Blizzard. That seems a little bit racist. You sure you want to keep that one in the game? I don't know.
If you shoot for the stars and hit the moon, do not be ashamed, for you have aspired to greatness. And the moon had it coming. All these new cultures are so confusing. Today, someone complimented me on my podongadonk. What? Elvish?
How is that it's still in the game and the other ones aren't? Are you joking? What? I mean, don't get me wrong, that's fucking hilarious, but like, why is that still here? But no, the other stuff was too bad. Can't have the rest of it. Fucking what? Alright. Sure, Blizzard. Sure. You know. Blizzard is anything if not consistent, right? Fuck me. Here, let me adjust my volume. I had it down to like around 10%. Fuck it, whatever. 9%. Not the end of the world. Torghast is okay now. Could be harder for certain setups, except Mortregar wings to fell with them. Yeah. There's a lot of Torghast wings that I hate. Personally, my least favorite is Cold Heart Interstitia. Okay, so apparently they nerfed this boss. I don't know how they nerfed it, though. Shock grenade. So if somebody who has done this before, or previously, like, I mean, not current content, right? But if somebody soloed this before and recognized that some of the mechanics were, like, really overtuned or something, please let me know if you notice something that's different, because so far, this seems just like the same fight as it was on live. This boss needed to be nerfed? Yeah, apparently. I'm trying to figure out what it was that was the problem. Maybe it was just like health and damage values? Welcome back, Nakasadu. And hello, Medias. I read your first comment, but I didn't read the second until just now, but good to have you here. Yeah, I'm definitely... Like, so, a lot of people have, like, said, why do people care about Blizzard removing the jokes? And, look, I'll basically, for anybody who doesn't understand why people are upset about Blizzard removing all of these, like, innuendos and jokes, it's not because, you know, me or anybody else is like, oh no, but I loved the innuendos, how dare they remove it? Like, that's not the problem. The problem is what removing them represents. Now, a lot of people have said, oh, well, it's entirely possible that the Blizzard team just really wanted these innuendos removed from the game. And, like, maybe, but some of these things were just so extremely harmless that the only way that anybody could logically interpret these changes is basically slacktivism, right? It's Blizzard trying to do, like, this fake half-hearted activism as a response to the lawsuit, which in many ways demonstrates that they haven't learned their lesson. Like, if they think that these changes were so egregious that they needed to be removed from the game immediately, it shows that they have no idea what counts as being over the line, and it shows that they don't really understand what they did wrong. So I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, everybody's complaining about these changes. Like, who really cares? Like, why does it matter that they're removing this stuff? And it's not that it matters. It's not that people care about these specific paintings. Like, nobody's going out there saying, oh, you removed the painting of the scantily clad woman? How dare you? I love that painting. Nobody's doing that. What people are doing is saying the fact that Blizzard is removing that painting and replacing it with fruit shows that they have no fucking idea what is past the line. And that's a problem. So that's something that I've seen, unfortunately, a lot of, and people just don't get what the issue with it is. And then especially it's inconsistent, right? Like, you know, I just went through the female Pandaren jokes, and there's one where she's literally saying people are complimenting my badonkadonk. So if Blizzard is removing all of these things because they're past the line and stuff like that, literally there is a female Pandaren's joke about people complimenting her ass. That is literally the definition of things that people should, in theory, get offended about. Like, so why is that not removed, but the rest are? It just shows that there is no consistency. They don't really understand what should be removed and what shouldn't be. They're just taking wild shots in the dark. If something pops up and they're like, yeah, that seems a bit too far above the line or whatever, yeah, let's just remove that, because they don't know where the line is. And they're just changing random shit in an attempt to save face. That is where the problem lies. Furry discrimination, yes. Maybe the big explosion of Sphyrax when they switched, that used to one-shot without shield, did it? Interesting. That's possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I could have survived it with shield wall and spell reflect either way. But I could understand that. Makes sense. It's virtue signaling? Yeah. Perfect word, Nakasadu. I've heard a lot of people say that, virtue signaling. Now, credit where it's due. Blizzard has backpedaled a little in the right ways, where now, instead of just outright removing things, they are now making it so some stuff is male and female. So whereas before it was like, you have female slutmog, now you have male slutmog and female slutmog. So that is better. Like, that's what people want, right? You know, it's not about remove the sexual woman stuff. It's equality. If there's sexual woman stuff, well then add sexual male stuff, right? Like, that's the entire point that people are trying to make. That is the real issue that Blizzard doesn't understand, or at least didn't understand. And I think they're starting to get that because some of their more recent changes have been to, okay, we're not going to remove this, we're just going to add a male variant. Like, instead of removing the concubines from Illidan's temple, there are now male concubines. Alright, that's fine, honestly. I can live with that. I have no issue with that. That is perfectly fine. Instead of removing slutmog, let's add male slutmog. Cool, totally. That's really cool. Have I seen the Coca-Cola ad with the WoW references? I mean, I saw the article on Wowhead, but I'm going to be real here. I never click on those things because Wowhead is so bad with clickbait. I just kind of ignore 90% of the things I see on there because I'm like, oh, this is just some dumb, like, unrelated bullshit that Wowhead's trying to say it's like a World of Warcraft reference so they can get me to click on it so they can get ad revenue out of me. I fucking hate that, honestly. There's so much bullshit clickbait things on Wowhead, it's insane. Like, one of the ones I've noticed a lot of recently, which, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, or maybe I'm just overreacting to this, but Wowhead has a really annoying trend lately where they write articles about, like, 12 years ago today, this patch released. And I'm just like, who the fuck cares? You know, obviously I don't click on it, so it's not like it's affecting me, but that I just look at that, I'm like, are they really so desperate to write articles to get clicks that they're like, hey, remember this patch? Yeah, it released like 12 years ago. And it's not even like, today is the 10th anniversary of this thing. Like, 5-year anniversary, 10-year anniversary, okay. I could see some people being like, wow, that was 10 years ago, but like, 12 years? That's just such an oddly specific amount of time to decide to write an article about it. So I just find that colossally stupid. And I don't know why Wowhead's been doing a lot of articles like that. So I did see the article about the Coca-Cola commercial, but I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it means, what it's about, whatever. Because I just figured, oh, this is Wowhead doing some dumb clickbaity bullshit again. But, I mean, if people think it's really interesting, I'll check it out. But it didn't jump out to me as something that I was like, oh yeah, this is a really interesting thing that I should look into. So presumably, if I go and do the portals, it's going to cause the boss to bug out. But I think I can just ignore the portals and tank through the damage. I don't think it really matters. One of the ones that bothers you is Wirt's third leg, since that's an ongoing joke from Diablo 1, 2, 3 with Wirt's leg. Yeah, exactly. No, that's a good one, Nakasato. I forgot about that. Like, I get that third leg is supposed to be an innuendo, but I absolutely do agree. Like, I understand the reference, right? I get that it's a Diablo 2 joke. So that's just people not understanding the source material and assuming it's an innuendo when it's really not. But, you know, what can you do, right? I'm just gonna soak this. It did, like, no damage. Admittedly, I had shield wall up, so, like, it's probably not gonna do a lot either way, but... Alright.
Without their portals, the Legion is cut off from reinforcements. Now is the time to press.
And now it's time to do ENR, which is, I think, what most people were looking forward to. This one I know is notorious for being really difficult to solo, or at least was before the changes. Hey, look, it's Magni. I forgot that he's here. Azeroth.
The Legion has breached my sanctuary, and my defenses will soon be overrun.
It would be cool if we got to, like, actually go to different planets. You know, I fucking hate the Shadowlands, right? One of the things I hate, and specifically, I'm not saying Shadowlands as an expansion. I hate Shadowlands as an expansion. But when I say I hate the Shadowlands, I hate the setting of the Shadowlands, because I don't understand why we're going to the Realm of Death when there are so many planets that we haven't seen yet. Like, okay, I get that BFA was supposed to be more grounded feel, and I get that there are places on Azeroth that we hadn't seen yet, like Zandalar and Kulturas, that we wanted to explore. Okay, that's fine, cool. But why the fuck are they gonna tease us with shit like this, with all these different planets, which I was super excited for? Like, I love this part about Legion. I loved all the different planets you get to go to with the Legion invasions and stuff. And there's fucking green dragons flying out there, man. Like, that's so cool. There's all these dragons flying. It's like this tropical planet. This is so fucking cool, and I was hyped. Like, I came out of Legion like, okay, I'm so ready for, like, the expansion after BFA where we get to go to different planets and shit, and then we explore the Realm of Death. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I want to go to planets, man. Like, I don't know, a lot of people are saying they don't want a Void Lords expansion. I don't want a Void Lords expansion if it's just, oh, we have to go to Void-infested planets and whatnot. But if there's a Void Lords expansion where it's like, we're just basically traveling around the fucking galaxy, going to, like, different exotic planets and stuff. And then, at the very end, like, the Void Lords try to attack the planets and corrupt it, and we need to, like, stop them or something. Fuck, I'd be down for that. I just want to explore, like, really crazy locations with, like, really cool scenery. Something like this is what I think of. Like, this is just awesome, man. This looks badass. I would absolutely be down for that. Hold on, let me catch up on chat before I start ENR, because I'm going to really need to focus on ENR, and I'm falling behind. Don't tell Blizzard about it, it's going to be gone in the next patch. I'm going to guess they haven't changed slot yet because 9.1.5 is close and they can't change the models that quickly. No, Cyrano, if you haven't heard, they are not changing slot. They have actually gone out and said they are not touching slot. And if they do touch slot, they're just going to make it available for male users and not change it for female people. So absolutely, they are not changing slot. That is something they promised, which is good. If they backtrack on that, there's going to be hell to pay, right? Wait, where did they say Medivh is by? I didn't see that. Wowhead is a boulevard newspaper? Yeah, Wowhead is like... If you don't know the skit, go look up John Mulaney New York Post, and that's basically Wowhead. That's like, I love that comedy skit. John Mulaney is like my favorite comedian, hands down. Like, a lot of people like John Mulaney. What can I say? I'm basic, right? But I've been listening to John Mulaney's stuff forever. And his skit on the New York Post is basically exactly how I think of Wowhead. So I always love that. And then one day I was like, yeah, you know what? This applies to Wowhead too. And then every time I describe Wowhead, I describe it as that. Good night, Daniel. Good to have you here. John Mulaney is peak comedy? Yeah. Absolutely love John Mulaney. Let me see. Really curious to see what they're going to do for Incubus, new skeleton models entirely, or if they'll use the Succubus model and tweak it. I do expect them to half-ass it, but I am also very curious to see what they're going to do. Should be pretty cool. Azeroth calls to ya, champion. They have set the expansion too crazy. How are they going to top the Realm of Death? Honestly, I think the planet hopping thing could work. I think the Realm of Death definitely was a bit too much of a leap in such a short period of time. But I'd be fine with just planet hopping, honestly. Why is Dungeon not under Legacy rule? Why do we one-shot mobs and three-shot bosses? Wasn't it 11 levels below your Legacy level? I mean, it doesn't die that quick. We don't one-shot bosses, or three-shot bosses. But, it's, like, I think, even back, like, think about it like this. When you were in Mists of Pandaria, you didn't, like, one-shot the Lich King still. I mean, scaling was kind of crazy back then, sure. But you still had to kind of do the fight. It wasn't until, like, Warlords of Draenor when the Lich King just kind of melted. So, Legion is still just 2 expansions ago. It definitely isn't as easy as some of the other stuff, but I still think it's still relatively well-tuned. They want to do the cosmology chart? Yeah. I'm worried they go a bit too much over the top with that. I want to go visit planets. Dude, how about visiting Koresh, the ethereal planet? Yeah. Dude, that would be sick. Honestly, if anything, Tazavesh has made me really hyped for more ethereal stuff. The best part about Shadowlands, by far, is Tazavesh. Tazavesh is awesome. I love that dungeon. Can't wait for it to be Mythic Plus. So, yeah, more ethereal stuff would be really, really sick. Obviously, I know Tazavesh is not ethereals. Tazavesh is brokers, right? But, I mean, brokers are basically ethereals. Like, they have the exact same vibe. So, I fully expect them to say, like, ethereals and brokers are just, like, 2 sides of the same coin. And they're both, like, similar beings that are, like, distant relatives and stuff like that. And then there's, like, one big broker/ethereal planet. Because the brokers kind of say that they're not, like, beings of the Shadowlands. They just kind of have bases of operation in the Shadowlands. So, I mean, they are very similar, though. Let's be real here. Legacy damage isn't one-shot instantly. It scales your damage further the higher level you get. Yeah. Male slutmogs, let's go. Hell yeah. Medivh is bi. Some headcanon someone is doing because Karazhan now has concubines, both male and female. Interesting. That does make sense, I guess, if they're doing that. I don't know. I can understand what people mean with the concubines and stuff, though. Your planet hopping idea reminds me of one of the D&D settings, Spelljammer, basically fantasy stuff in space with astral ships and eldritch horrors. Ooh. That sounds pretty cool. I haven't, like, ever really played D&D, but it's always been something I've been interested in hearing about. Like, people have told me their D&D stories, and it's always intriguing. But it's never been something I've played myself. The RP is so long, your 3-minute cooldowns nearly come back up? Yeah, true. Brokers are like ethereals, but of death. They aren't the same being, they're like a completely different thing, aka... If you die, you can't become a broker. They're their own species. That makes sense, yeah. They definitely... There has to be something where they're similar. They're too similar in design to ethereals to not be. But okay.
The forces of the Legion seek to capture my essence for their infernal master.
Alright. Spawns at the start. So the main change to Eonar is her life force thing comes back up faster. The end goal of this fight, for people who don't know it, is the Paraxis is that big spaceship. Every single time Eonar does her cast called Life Force, or Life Force specifically, it will damage the Paraxis for, I think, 25% of its health. And you need to do, or all of the Paraxis's health to kill it. Okay, so now I need to jump up here. Eonar's getting shrugged. Ah! Okay.
The invaders are charging their weapons. Quickly, use these portals to board their vessel. Stop their attack.
I'm gonna go ahead and... I think I just need to kill this guy. This definitely seems much harder. Hopefully I can manage this before Eonar gets blasted, but we'll see. No, I think Eonar's dead. Yeah, this might be a wipe. Yeah, she's dead. This is brutal. Okay, so this is still going to require a few attempts. I need to rememorize the timings. It's been a while. Let me get my buffs up again. So front door, then I need to get up to the ramp. Still in the same dungeon queue from the start of the stream? Yep. Nobody's on PTR right now, man. It is brutal. Hard to find a group, or I would say impossible. There was a guide somewhere. Yeah, I saw that it's doable. So I know that this is still possible. I'm going to just figure it out myself. You know, I learn more by doing, not by reading. So. Blocked by a structure above you. I guess you can't do that there. Alright. At least one person has soloed it since YouTube autoplayed to it. Yeah. No, I saw the video of somebody soloing it. I just got a second jump with that? That was weird. Huh. Okay. Okay, Felon Fuse Destroyer. Okay. I need to get up here before the thing spawns. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Then charge down here. There we go. So I triggered Life Force. That's what I think I fucked up. I needed to do that before doing anything else. Now I need to do this. Okay, so that's 2 ticks. Unfortunately, I went to the wrong side. I might be fucked here. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, man, the timer on this is brutally tight. What the fuck? That's actually insanely tight. So I need to do the other side first, or it's an instant wipe. So that was a mistake. I didn't realize you could only exit. So full disclosure, I've actually never done that mechanic before. You never do that as a tank. So when I killed this current content, I never got assigned to the Praxis because you just didn't do it. You didn't assign tanks to it. So I was not aware of the layout of that ship. Okay, this is tricky. I have a new idea, but this is going to be kind of weird. Wish we had more time walking raids you'd kill for Antorus time walking. I would kill for Tomb time walking. I'm going to be honest, I think Antorus was one of the weaker raids in Legion. It wasn't bad, but like... obviously Emerald Nightmare was the worst, sure. But out of the Legion raids, like the main ones, Nighthold and TOS were infinitely better than Antorus. Just objectively, they were really good fights. Or really good bosses, or raids. So I think Nighthold or Tomb time walking is much more likely.
Of the Legion seek to capture my essence for their infernal master.
You sold this on your Demon Hunter, jumping and gliding makes it possible. Yeah, I know it's possible, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is not possible. Not even slightly. I get that it is doable. I just need to figure out a way to get this done. I need to figure out a strat that works for me.
I need to get closer.
Nice.
I am out of range. I need to get closer. I need to target something first.
Okay.
This is too far away.
The invaders are charging their weapons. Quickly, use these portals to board their vessel. Stop their attack. Be gone, intruders. Back to your master.
Okay.
Feel the potency of life. Fear its power.
Come on, come on. Blink. Nice. Got it. Okay, one more. This is still going to be really tight. Where is it? Do I have to just get out? Oh, so I don't need to disable anything. I just need to click every single one of the crystals. Ah, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Jesus Christ, Blizzard, hello? Please? It bugged out. Ah. That was annoying. It's not supposed to do that. Gonna try to kill this purifier. Do we have another demolisher? Oh, fuck. Okay. I need to get a life force.
Invaders are charging their weapons. Quickly, minions of darkness. You will know the might of a titan.
Okay.
I need to get
Doable, doable, doable.
Victory is nigh, champion.
Wait, I won?
Dispatch their remaining
Wait, no, oh, shit! Well, I mean, I killed the boss, so that's what matters. Oops. Okay, that's not too bad. So honestly, once you get past that first part, it's much easier.
A blow has been struck against the denizens of the burning throne. Yet this battle is far from over.
Yeah, okay, so right after that, Toth said Nighthold time walking, yeah.
At this world's core.
Wouldn't they need to add time walking raids for Mop and Wad? I would absolutely love Mop and Wad time walking raids. For WoD, it would have to be Blackrock Foundry. Like, if they did time walking for WoD that wasn't BRF, everybody would throw a fucking fit. Because BRF was by far the best raid from WoD. And then... Mop time walking, it's hard. I honestly think that Throne of Thunder should probably be the time walking raid. But, I mean, Siege of Orgrimmar is really good too. But it would be one of those two. It would have to be. Cool. Whew. Have they applied any changes for this fight in the PTR? Yeah, so the change that they made on the PTR is the life force that ENR does generates way faster. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Because basically, you just get overwhelmed too quickly. So by making it so life force now charges extremely quickly, they made it so you can only just nuke a bunch of enemies, go deal with the Praxis, and then ENR kills all the enemies that are about to attack her while you're handling the Praxis. And each time you kill the mob in the Praxis, it triggers another life force. So they made it significantly easier.
The Legion's ranks are crumbling, but they still outnumber us. My forces will keep them engaged here. Beyond these blast doors lies the heart of the Legion's war.
You had to bring your friend for the Hunter boss. It stunned you to no end. Oh, this one?
Demon's arsenal.
Yeah. Iminar is what I would say. Iminar makes it into the top 10 favorite bosses of all time. Iminar, hands down, is my favorite fight in this entire raid.
You'll go no further, mortal scum.
Yeah.
There's a bounty on your heads.
Kingaroth is a good boss. Agrimar is a good boss. Argus are good bosses. Honestly, though, like, Iminar is, without a doubt, my favorite boss in this entire raid. I don't think he makes my top 5 favorite bosses of all time, but he is, like, I would probably put him at, like, 6 or 7. Iminar is a really fun fight, especially current content. I loved this boss. And the way you have to think about it, right, is, like, Agrimar and Argus are both really good bosses, but there have been much better end bosses compared to Argus, and there have been better second-to-last bosses than Agrimar. And, like, even Kingaroth is okay, but Kingaroth isn't, in my opinion, like, one of the top ones. But for his position in the raid, Iminar is, like, perfect, in my opinion, and he is a really, really good boss for this spot in the raid. Or at least he was, current content, is what I mean. A good example of that as well would be Painsmith Raznal. Painsmith, it's a bit too early for me to say, but I think I would probably also put Painsmith in my top 10 bosses of all time. He's a really, really, really good boss. And he reminds me a lot of Iminar in some ways, in terms of, like, there's just traps everywhere and stuff like that, and the floor is trying to kill you. So, it's very similar vibe, even though the rooms are kind of different. But I absolutely love Iminar. Really good boss. Really, really good boss. But yeah, Iminar can stun lock you, I think, if you don't kill him fast enough. So there is still a bit of a check on him. The bridge is just so good. This is by far the best part of the fight. This bridge mechanic, easily one of the coolest mechanics in any raid ever. I fucking love it so much. So, this makes Iminar a really good fight in my opinion. Fucking love this boss. And then he summons, like, the spaceships on the side. Ah, I love this. Like, it seems simple now, but when all of this came together, like, as a fight, it was so cool. Just the vibe of it. The vibe of, like, this Legion bounty hunter that's trying to kill you, and he's setting down all these, like, traps and summoning spaceships to, like, blast you from the side. It's really cool. And, like, this thing, the tripwires, normally the way that you would do this fight is just ignore all the mechanics. But, like, see, threading the needle there, it feels so good. God damn it! You know, win some, lose some, right? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, let's go! How am I threading these so precisely? Fuck yeah! That felt awesome. I'm gonna save my cooldowns for the next phase, because at this point I was holding on to them, but at this point, eh. Obviously, the fight gets progressively harder and harder as more traps get added. Now, the way that you did this on Mythic is you would have everybody stack up in a Spirit Link totem, and then one person would pop a speed potion and an immunity, and just suicide themselves through everything. It was kind of awesome. I've talked about this before, but my friend Lub, who is, he's my moderator, Dick Cheney. So, if you've seen him, that's who I'm talking about. He was always the person on our raid team who was assigned to do that mechanic, to do the suicide. And he absolutely loved it. It was his favorite part. Okay, that put a slow on me. That's problematic. Should still be good. As long as I don't hit the stun trap, I can charge in, interrupt. Nice. Okay, actually, change of plans. I'm going to save all my cooldowns for the final platform, just to be super duper extra safe, so I can burn him in execute phase. Especially because I can just spell reflect and tank this damage. Want to buy Iminar's polearm as transmog? Fuck yeah. I never even thought of that. I would love to have that model. Alright, thread the needle. Hit the shrapnel thing, whatever. Thread the needle. Nice. Dodged it. Nice. Don't hit the tripwire. Thread the needle. Nice. Obviously, I could just run through all of these. It technically doesn't matter. But what can I say? I'm having a lot of fun with this. This is enjoyable for me. So, I want to do this. Execute. I'll just do full rage. And okay, he's dead. Nice. Fun boss. Getting a lot of transmog that I'll never be able to use because, well, it's PTR. Isn't Dick Cheney my son? Yes. He's my son as his alias Craft Singles, specifically. So he's only my son when he's named Craft Singles on that specific warlock. Yeah, he loved Iminar because of that, because he got to just suicide himself. He was like, alright, I don't have to care about my parse in this fight, I am just dedicated to suiciding, and he would just blaze through that bridge. And he volunteered for it every single week. The guild offered him a chance to, like, you know, get a parse in that boss, and he was like, nah, nah, nah. You know, I am the suicide person, that is my job, and I'm sticking with it. So, you know, he had fun doing it.
I do not have a target.
Craft singles should make a guild called Mac and Cheese. Yes. That would be a good combination. I mean, he's made a lot of really strange guild names, so that would actually be pretty tame for him, come to think of it. Alright, Kingaroth. This fight's pretty easy. I'll get food buff and stuff just because it fell off. I forgot that I didn't refresh it. But it's not going to be too hard. Shouldn't have any trouble. Right, there we go. I'm assuming the damage isn't scaled to a point where it's just going to screw me over. Yeah, that doesn't hurt. Ruiner. This mechanic was something else. God. I literally started keeping track of how many times my guild leader back in Antorus would die to Ruiner. You know, she wasn't the worst player in the world, but when it came to mechanics, she was just an absolute fucking brain-dead monkey. Should be able to kill at least 2 of these. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will keep attempting to do that. That is the plan. Alright, can kill this guy. Presumably I can just not soak this. I'll pop Spell Reflect. Did it just not do anything? Huh. Oh, that time it did something. Not much, but it definitely had an effect. Is this Mythic Antorus? Yes, this is Mythic Antorus. I'm testing the changes that they've made to the bosses on 9.1.5. You know, seeing what the changes to solo stuff is. Alright. At least the achievement of Kingaroth now can't be screwed up if you do it solo. How is it screwed up if you did it solo? Just out of curiosity. Because the achievement was you need to dodge the balls, or you need to keep like 8 balls or something rolling. The irony of that achievement, though, is I got that achievement current content. Like, on our first Kingaroth kill, we had that. Because the strategy for Mythic Kingaroth was literally to not hit the balls. So basically, don't fuck up like I just did. Fuck. Ah, shit. Yay! The world revolves around me. Reminds me of the world revolving. Which is a really good Deltarune track, if you have not heard. Burning Throne. Seems they're going down pretty quick, even as a tank. I mean, admittedly, I do a decent amount of damage as a tank, so they're not... It's not like they're undertuned or anything. Definitely your results will vary. Like, I basically have almost near Biss, outside of, like, Mythic... I guess I'm missing, like, Mythic Salvaged Fusion, a Mythic Pair of Shoulders, and anything that drops off Mythic KT and Sylvanas I don't have. Other than that, I'm almost full Biss for Prot Warrior, and I have a decent amount of gear, and I do a truckload of damage as it. So, I am a tank, but it's not like I don't do anything. But I am curious, Lord Siegfried, if you could explain what used to happen with the achievement. But now we're getting to 3 bosses that were apparently changed. So, the 5 bosses that got changed for Antorus is the High Command, ENR, and then Varamothra's Coven and Agrimar. So, the next 3 were apparently changed. I love how people have spent so much time reading into this. This is apparently supposed to foreshadow Shadowlands or something. Alright, Varamothras, I'm tired of hearing you talk. Kill you, please. So, I know that there used to be a mechanic on Varamothras where if you're alone, it, like, does a bit of damage to you. So I'm guessing they changed that and they just removed it. Congrats on your new laptop, but one suggestion on your setup, your keyboard pounding is very loud. I mean, it was like that on my old laptop too, right? Not much I can really do about it. Only thing I can do is maybe move my mic to a different location, but I don't really know where else I could put it. Let's see. Okay, how is this? Is this any better? Like, I have always received comments that my keyboard tapping is loud, I guess. So, if you can't hear the keyboard tapping from here, but you can still hear me, like, just as well, then I guess this is a new good spot. It's the same. Is it worse, or is it the same? Because it definitely shouldn't be worse. I don't see any reason why it would be worse. Because it's further away. But if it's the same, then yeah, that's just kind of what I expect. My keyboard is loud. You can still hear the clicking, I guess, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like a lot of people say I hit my keyboard hard. I definitely do hit my keyboard hard-ish, but it really is just this keyboard. It's a very, very, very loud keyboard. Like, I have used other keyboards that make nowhere near this much noise. Like, it's just a very noisy keyboard. So, there's just not a whole lot I can do. Key presses just sound very loud. It's a noisy mechanical keyboard. Wait, really? Huh. So you can actually get the achievement too, just because they've removed that mechanic from Varamothras entirely. Okay, yeah, so Varamothras is a joke. You can still hear my voice just fine, right? That hasn't changed. I could maybe tweak some settings to, you know... It's okay now? Okay, cool. Yeah. Honestly, this should be better, hopefully. Voice is good? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, it's, the problem is, right, like, when my mic picks up, because the keys are noisy enough that they pick up, like, if I tried to suppress the noise of the keys, then it just wouldn't pick up at all. Or it wouldn't pick up, like, my voice when I'm talking softly or something like that. There's just no really good answer. The real answer, there's nothing I can really change with my mic positioning or my, you know, sound settings. The only thing I could fix is to get a keyboard that doesn't make so much goddamn noise, which I'm looking into, but I just got a new computer, right? So, I'll look into, like, getting a new mouse and a new keyboard eventually. For now, you know, this is what I've got, right? Let's test Coven. So, presumably, yeah, they just removed the debuff. So, now, if you tank them next to each other, it doesn't do anything. Pretty straightforward change. I think that's good. Maybe a padding under the keyboard, button clicking was not the issue. I don't know if that would be a good idea. I could try. I would have to see. There are things I can look into, but it is just a very noisy keyboard. The key clicking is still very noisy. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, oh, it just picks up on the mic. Like, IRL, people have told me my keyboard is very loud. Like, it's not just something with the mic. It absolutely is noisy IRL. Like, people in class have said, wow, you have a very noisy keyboard. And I'm like, yeah. Like, it is what it is. So, not a whole lot I can do about it. Hippiotech is a good YouTube channel for finding different keyboards. He definitely knows a lot about what he's doing. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't want to spend a lot of money on a keyboard, honestly. Like, I've never been really big on buying, like, tons of different things. Like, even people spend, like, hundreds of dollars on, like, fancy MMO mouses. And I've said before, I have, like, a $10, you know, store brand mouse. I don't know. I've never found that to be super important. I can check it out, but I know some people have, like, super fancy setups. Like, I have, like, $5 headphones, $10 mouse, and my keyboard is probably also, like, $10, like, Walmart keyboard or something. I don't know. It's not fancy. So, never really found a huge need to have, like, super fancy tools and stuff like that. I don't know if that's what the channel is, like, geared towards, but I know a lot of people do care a lot about their keyboards, and I've never really spent that much money on mine. Okay, so Coven of Shavara seems stupidly easy now, which is nice, I guess. Wait, Norganon doesn't even do any damage to you now? Wow, that's a big nerf. Okay, so they just gutted this fight to the bone. This isn't even remotely challenging. Cool. I got a legendary. Woo! I think this one was actually pretty good for arms. I didn't play my warrior a lot in Legion. I played warrior a little bit in Emerald Nightmare, and then I played prot like a decent amount during Antorus, but I only played, like, warrior for part of Emerald Nightmare and part of Antorus, so never got all of the legendaries for it. Never played it that much. Off to raid, good luck. By the way, Sylvanas down on Friday. Nice. That's awesome. You only care about headsets, the rest of the setup you don't care about pretty much? Yeah, I will say I can understand buying a good headset. That is one that I fully understand is important. In fact, I actually would like a better headset. Right now, the main thing I want to get is a better mouse. But honestly, I don't even want just a better mouse. I just want a mouse that isn't dog shit. Because out of all of, like, the, I guess, setup stuff that I have, like, you know, hardware, my mouse actually is the most broken in that sense. Like, the scroll wheel is really frustrating. The fact that I cannot use the scroll wheel, like, basically at all because it's just broken, that frustrates me just on the regular. So I don't even care if I get another $10 store mouse. I just need to replace this stupid thing. But I do agree that a good headset is like a better long-term investment than anything. Your headset mic is currently attached to your headphones via duct tape. That's awesome. Yeah. Like, literally, I have, like, my headphones are just some generic, like, they're the headphones that you get, like, when you buy, like, an, you know, iPhone or something. Like, the $5 cheapo headphones that you can get, like, replacements for or whatever. So they're super duper cheap. And then my microphone is admittedly a little bit fancier, but my microphone was because my stepmom, when she... my stepmom used to work for the government. She did, like... I guess, like, I can probably say this now because it's not, like, confidential or whatever, but she did, like, therapy for, like, you know, the government or whatever. Like, she would basically, teach people about, like, coming forth with, like, harassment stories. I don't know the exact details, right? But basically, therapist for the government, TLDR. And because of that, she had to, you know, work from home, and she had to take meetings and stuff, like, over Zoom. And she got, like, this super fancy microphone, but she didn't actually need it because she already had one. But they gave it to her, like, for free or whatever, as part of her work. But she didn't have to return it or anything, even though she no longer has that job. So when I started doing videos, she was just like, here, use this microphone. I was like, holy shit, this thing's crazy. So that's, like, the fanciest thing I have in terms of, like, hardware and stuff. Invest in something, invest in a dynamic microphone? Yeah, for sure. What PC did I get? I don't have a PC, I have a laptop. I really have never used a PC. I've sometimes, like, when I was a kid, had a PC every now and then. A laptop at this point in my life is just more convenient, right? You know, I'm going to college. It's way, way more convenient for me to use a laptop for everything. So, that's what I have. And, I mean, I didn't get anything super fancy. It wasn't like this, you know, top of the line, you know, super fancy, expensive laptop. It's good, though. Like, I'm not complaining. So far, it's been a solid laptop. But it's nothing super fancy. So, nothing to, you know, write home about that if I said, people would be like, oh, yeah, that thing is, like, really good. Like, yeah, nothing special. But it's definitely an improvement over my old computer. So, basically, my graphics quality is... it's kind of hard to notice for, like, World of Warcraft, for instance, because World of Warcraft, right, has never been, like, the most graphically advanced game, and my old computer could run World of Warcraft, like, pretty fine, but I was playing some other games on Steam that I normally have to set down to, really low settings, and I was playing them on, like... not, like, super high settings, but, like, normal settings, and it was running super smoothly. So I was like, oh, yeah, this is good. I like this. So, definitely a step up. What's the name? I think it's, like, Lenovo Legion, I think? I could be wrong. But if memory serves, that's the name. I don't know much about PC names. I was just looking at the specs and stuff, and it seemed good when I got it. So I was like, alright, you know, this seems pretty solid. Time to test Agrimar. So this one apparently got a nerf. Wake of Flame. Powered Flame Runs. Oh, yeah, that definitely got nerfed. Well, now I know what it is. Foe Breaker. Ah, yeah, it does no damage. Okay, so Flame Run doesn't yeet you off the platform anymore. So that is one major change that we can see. What do the Embers do? So I'm going to intentionally ignore the Embers and see what happens if I let all of them reach him at once. Does it still just destroy me? It's starting to hit decently hard. The dot is pretty nasty, honestly. But, actually, I just heal through it. if my passive leech is enough to out-heal the dot, it's actually not that bad, come to think of it. That's what you're looking into buying right now? Awesome, yeah. I mean, I've only had it for a day, but so far it seems like a good computer. So, yeah. I can't say if I would recommend it or not, because I would say it's probably too early for me to give like a definitive recommendation, but I can say so far it seems like a good laptop, right? You wonder if this would be soloable as a DPS? I cannot see this not being soloable. Have you seen my HP dip below like 80%? Not even close. I 100% think a DPS can solo this. And you'd be phasing him way faster than I am, so yeah. WoW still looks really good on low settings. Exactly, yeah. That's why it's kind of hard to, like, demonstrate that this is a better computer than what I used to have. Because even without the highest settings, WoW still looks fine, right? It's not really noticeable. Alright, 35%. Watch me get Tayshalak, though. I can absolutely see myself getting Tayshalak. I actually don't think I have it. I think that's one piece of transmog I've never gotten. Tay... Two-handed swords... What do I... Eh, whatever. I can check the journal. Do I have it? How do I... Tayshalak isn't showing up on the loot table. Weird. I don't know how to check it, but... whatever. Legion transmogs just hit different? Yeah. Some of my favorite transmogs are from Legion. I still use Legion transmogs on my Demon Hunter, my Monk, and my Druid. Some of my transmogs on my Warrior are from Legion. No, no Tayshalak.
He can stand beside his brethren once more. The Legion of victories.
I'm ready. Are you ready, Anji? I love the Magni noises. Magni is something else. You got First Satyr Spalders? Yeah, I love those. They're really cool. It doesn't show up like the Garrosh shoulders? Really? Huh. Yeah, I love the Xavier shoulders. They're really cool. You want to see me do it on a priest? I'll pass. There definitely is going to be a problem for some of these bosses doing it on a priest. Not to mention, I actually don't have a priest. So, yeah, not something I play, unfortunately. Tried farming the Plaguefall mount today on Heroic, and can't believe they fixed Plaguefall where you can't skip bosses anymore. That's unfortunate. Be a squishy and do this? I mean... It has nothing to do with being a squishy, right? Like, as a priest, if you can't do this just because of damage, then you're just bad, right? Like, priests who actually have gear would easily be able to heal through this damage. This is not that much. The only hard part about being a priest would be Kill Jaden. Kill Jaden is the only boss where I could see it being a problem, where because of the lack of any sort of anti-knockback, you might struggle. That one I could see. But if you can't meet these damage and healing checks, like as a Shadow Priest, that's strange, right? Like, I have no healing except for passive leech. So, if my passive leech is enough to just counteract any bit of damage that I take, then a priest spamming like flash healing themselves would be more than enough to get through this. So yeah, I don't know what that argument is. That's definitely a strange way to argue that priest would struggle with this. Alright, now Argus hasn't received any changes, so presumably it should still be doable. Nothing hard. I guess we'll see though. I still want to test it just to make sure. I forget what the mythic mechanics for a lot of these are, though. It's been a while since I did Mythic Argus Prog. And I did Argus a lot less than the other bosses in the raid, for obvious reasons, you know, final boss and stuff. But so far, this seems pretty easy. Like, as far as squishies go, right? Like, look at my health bar. I may be a tank, sure. But, you know, there's a difference between being a tank and just the mechanics doing no damage. Like, if I was getting down to 50% HP reliably, I could see the argument of, oh, this would be difficult on squishies, but I barely even see my health bar moving. There's nothing to do with being a tank. At that point, the mechanics just don't do any damage. Maybe they used to, but, I mean, the entire point is I'm testing to see what has changed. Only pain. And then he one-shots us.
To me, Unmaker, the one force that can bind your relentless fury.
This was a cool cinematic, I guess, for its time.
After all we have endured, it must not end this way.
Hope is not lost, Highfather. The spark of life still flickers within these mortals. Arise, champion.
Oh wait, yeah, I have to release Spirit.
Fight to save your world.
I always loved how you can just interrupt the end of all things by punching the boss. I don't know, it just seems strange that a spell called End of All Things, it's just like, yeah, it's not a big deal, just punch him. Was the transition like that when it was current? Like he's just standing and pop, he's gone? Yeah. As far as I know, it hasn't changed at all. Okay, I do need to kill this. Don't you have to, like, break or snap the chains or something? It says move away to break the chains. Oh, that broke it. Okay. I had to run really far. Alright. When we hit execute phase, I'm going to pop all of my cooldowns. Should be safe here. Okay, yeah, this is pretty easy. Nice. Nothing super fancy. Bonus roll just for shits and giggles. Alright. Well, that's it for Antorus. So nobody has queued. Do I still want people for Legion Mythic Plus? I mean, I don't know if we have enough to form a full group at this point. Like, it would just take way too long. I'll see if anybody's looking for a group here. I'll head back to Oribos and check, because, you know, that's usually where people look. But yeah, I haven't been able to find anybody for a group. So, what I said, Chori, is I probably should have figured things out before starting. Like, set up a pre-made group. I kind of didn't really realize that nobody would be testing PTR. Figured there'd be more people, like, testing it. But, it makes sense, I guess, now that I think about it. So there's, like, nobody on PTR servers. So, I tested the old raids. Now, I will say, they also included Helya and Gul'dan on this list of encounters that got adjusted, but let's be real here. Helya and Gul'dan were always very easily soloable before, so I don't really know what they changed, but definitely nothing that significant. So, I don't really think it's a big deal. Now, as far as other stuff goes, so, I'll copy my druid over and we can test 58 to 60 leveling. I'll do that. So, copy character. When it loads. Low. There we go. The only boss fight that was hard in a way was Odin. Yeah. I could see how Odin was kind of difficult. I mean, definitely nothing in... Where is it? 58. Am I blind? There it is. I don't really think any of the Trial of Valor bosses were super hard to solo, so I don't really know what it is that they nerfed about Helya. And Gul'dan, I mean... Mione soloed Gul'dan current content, right? Like, if you can solo Gul'dan when the fight literally was current content, or not current content, right? She did it in Antorus, so it was still Legion, but I mean, I think if you can solo Gul'dan while Legion is still the current expansion, then I'm pretty sure you're not going to have trouble soloing it now. It's not the easiest, right? But, you know, it can't be that hard. But I guess it was still a bit challenging, so Blizzard, you know, nerfed it a little bit. Alright, so let's head over to... Where can we go? Nighthold is super easy. Just recently you soloed it on Mythic as a 2020 item level, or 220 item level Havoc DH. Yeah, makes sense. I never really found it to be too challenging. Okay, so let's see. Have I already done all the Bastion bonus objectives? I have not. So these are all really easy ones in a line. Maldraxxus is way more spread out. Ardenweald has a nice line right here. So I'm going to start with Bastion. So here, what I'll do is I'll start the timer when I get into Bastion, or when I'm about to move in Bastion. This is effectively one level. So this is about the time it's going to take you to get your last level, so 59 to 60, in 9.1.5, assuming they don't change anything. So let me go ahead here. Fuck my keybinds. Right, found it to that. Okay. Sure. Aid the aspirants. This one I wanted to do just Moonfire everything. Doesn't help that I forgot to enable nameplates. In fact, I'm gonna do that really quick, because not having that is kind of making this a bit trickier. So interface names units. Don't know why that was disabled. Fuck, keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, these give a ton. It might honestly just be faster to pick these flowers as a druid. Fuck me, that gives so much completion. Especially just being able to do it while flight formed. Yeah, okay, that's actually the way to do it. Okay, done with that. Renown comes much faster now, too. So... Jesus Christ. That's really, really fucking broken. Honestly, I'm just gonna sit here. I'll pop Survival Instincts. Frenzied Regen. Wait for it. I'll Roar for all the good that'll do. And Bell. Jesus Christ! That does so much damage! It just one-shots everything. This is really fast. So if I can drag this up to the bell... Okay. It's about to respawn anyway, it doesn't matter. 98%. Ah! Come on. Get up here. Stand in the bell. I figure I might as well. This doesn't give a lot of experience, but it's like... I wasn't sure how fast it would be to do this. I honestly don't think the world quests are worth it. Like, this still takes way too long for the amount of experience it gives. This should either give, like, quadruple experience. Oh, you fuck this. So, way too long, World Quest. This needs to give, like, 4 times the amount of experience it does to be worth it. So, World Quests are still really, really inefficient, unfortunately. But, as we can see, bonus objectives, very, very good right now. The only problem with bonus objectives is you can't spam them. That's why this is not a viable option for, you know, full-on leveling right now. You still can't spam bonus objectives, so it's only good at the end of a run to close out the last few levels. This will shave, in my opinion, about 30 minutes off the timer, because it's going to make your last, like, 2 to 3 levels much faster. But it's not enough to really matter that much. Overpulled. We're still fine. I shouldn't have pulled this rare mob. This rare mob is really screwing me because it's doing way too much damage and it has way too much health. Okay. Yeah, that was the issue. It was definitely the rare mob. I should not have done that. I honestly didn't notice until I was halfway in there. And that's where I said, ah, fuck, yeah. That's the problem. I'm just gonna kind of ignore it and try to cleave it down. You were doing Nighthold at 210 and you farm it every week? Yeah. I've done Nighthold a few times because, like, personally I have the Mythic mount, but I don't have just the green Infernal. I'm not a mount farmer, but I've helped some friends who needed help with Gul'dan. So I have done that. The only thing that I could see where Gul'dan might be kind of tricky is maybe specifically on Mythic. Like, I could see how some people might still struggle with Mythic Gul'dan, because if you don't do the mechanics correctly, that thing can kick your teeth in. Specifically the Illidan phase. Illidan phase can be very, very, very rough. You need both mounts? Yeah. I got it during Legion. My guild did, like, it's the same reason I have the Jaina mount. Like, during Legion, my guild did a lot of, like, farming Nighthold, like, during Antorus and stuff. And even during Tomb of Sargeras, so. I got a lot of it done at that point. Now, I think there's stuff I can interact with, which gives me completion. I'm missing reagent. Eh. The mad key typing of a tank, yes. Alright. Forsworn, protect me. Holy shit, what is killing me? Something is just shredding me in that pack. That was through like 2 Frenzied Regens and Barkskin. Fuck me. The bugs no longer stun in the Illidan phase? Yeah, see, I could see that. That's the main thing that a lot of people really struggled with. I think it's the researchers. I think the researchers were spamming some cast that's just doing way too much damage. Is it Valiant Bolt? Or is it Steel Memories? Yeah, it's Steel Memories. Oh my god, that shreds. What the hell? Well, now at least I know what it is. I've never had issues with this because I've never done it at this level, and I think something with the way that that's being tuned up to level 58 is just fucking me. That really hurts. But if now that I know what it is, should be fine. Because when they do that, I can just do a shout. So I can just do H and then interrupt it. We're good. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Rip those memories of guild drama, yes. Nice one. That is the most important memory to keep. Can't have good speedrun stories if I don't talk about my guild drama, right? Past guild drama is just basically pure content, right? That's gonna hurt you more than me. Yeah.
You have all that you need.
And yeah, Nakasadu, I agree that the Demon Within phase was not hard, but I could see how some people would fuck up the bugs. In fact, every single friend who I helped do Mythic Gul'dan, it was entirely because of the Illidan phase with the bugs. Like, they would get there and they'd be like, yeah, this isn't too hard, and then they would just get chain stunned by the bugs and wouldn't know what the fuck they needed to do. So, it wasn't hard, but like, because I actually did Gul'dan, I would have to go in there and explain it to them and be like, this is how you do this mechanic. And they'd be like, oh, I see. So, that's the reason why I've actually done Mythic Gul'dan quite a bit, because a lot of my Mount Farmer friends would ask me for help on what the fuck they needed to do to beat that mechanic, so I would go over there and help them kill it. Okay, we still have 3 minutes on the wormhole generator. I honestly think the wormhole generator is going to be one of the main downsides to actually doing this. Because you need to do this so quickly that it's going to be hard to actually wormhole generator from point A to point B. Nice. This is really good for XP though. Like, in terms of time spent, it's very, very efficient. Anything that I can do... Now, that's going to take too long. That's a very quick world quest. Both of these are relatively quick. They don't give a lot of experience. Yeah, world quest XP needs to be quadrupled. Like, this should give around, if anything, like 30k for it to be worth it. Like, every single world quest needs to give 30k, bare minimum. But I think something in the realm of, like, 40 to 50k would make it better. Just because a lot of world quests take a pretty solid amount of time to actually do. Okay. Help me with something. Are you thirsty? Yeah, okay. You do this. I fix. Okay, you go over here.
Goodbye, my friend.
Where are the other stewards? Okay, here's one. This is the food guy.
Ooh, go in service.
This is the repair guy.
Hello. This place won't hide itself.
So I bring him over here.
Welcome, friend.
Can you help with this problem? Then I need to find the hungry one. Okay, where's the falling stewards? Over this way, right. Okay, so... Come on. I fix. And then the guy who's hungry is here? Yeah, okay. Come on.
Yoo-hoo. A steward's job is never done.
Nice. Now, I could, in theory, take the wormhole generator now, but I'm going to go ahead and do this world quest over here. Solo, the mechanic just stuns you and you need to kill the demon within in like 45 seconds? Yeah.
Allow me to help. My pleasure.
Okay, so pet battle, this is mechanical, so pet journal. Pet family is elemental. Honest flame and... Alright. Come on.
Is there work to be done?
So, this is like an insanely good team for dealing with mechanical pets, if you're interested in pet battling and all. The sheer length of them now sucks, yeah. I like how they advertised in Shadowlands that they were going to make each world quest take longer but be more rewarding. I forget exactly how they put it, but they said they're increasing the length of world quests because they want to make it so, like, you spend more time doing one world quest than doing a lot of different world quests, and yet I feel like we're still getting the exact same amount of world quests as we used to, and now they just take longer, and it's really fucking annoying. Yeah, World Quest 2.0. Yeah, that was how they worded it, right? And yes, I could use level 1 pets. I could do that. But why would I when this team is just really fucking busted for dealing with mechanicals? There's an argument to be made that this is actually faster than level 1 pets in some ways. It depends on exactly what the comp is, but... like, this just shreds. This is one pet that's already taken down, basically 2. It's gonna die here, but it's effectively killed 2. And this is dead. Now I do Scorched Earth and then Conflagrate. In the time it's okay, but I leveled these pets back in, like, Mists of Pandaria, so... you know, I spent time leveling those pets way back when. For me, it's like I've been using them for years now. Easy. Alright, wormhole generator. Next up, Revendreth. What did Elex say? For some reason, I can't see his message. I only see your messages, Nakasadu. That's weird. So... huh. Wait, Elex. So I saw Elex say true, LOL. But Nakasadu, so you said, for every good change, there's 10 more bad ones, in response to what Elex lol said. But I have no idea what he said, because for some reason it didn't show up for me. Live chat. I've never had that happen before. It has always showed me every message. So... Like, I see Lord Siegfried now. Buffing the system, you can buy level 25 stones. Yeah, that's true. You need 10 to 20 specific pets for doing all achievements and world quests? Yeah. I think it's just a bug on YouTube's part. I guess, yeah, Elax, if you want to repeat whatever you said, I guess for some reason YouTube didn't show it to me, which is really weird. Now that's making me wonder, like, has YouTube just randomly not been showing me messages from other people? Yeah, okay, I see it now. That's so strange. Hold on, now I want to scroll up, make sure... I'm like... I'm second guessing myself. Okay. Yeah, I think, hopefully that was just a one-off issue. But now I'm like, has that been something that's been happening for a while? Yeah, it's on live chat. I don't know. Definitely says live chat on the top. So, it's just weird. Huh. It's just YouTube being YouTube, I guess. I don't know what that was all about. Weird. And I guess because maybe it, like, blocked it because he said fuck? That's so weird. Okay, YouTube. I hope it hasn't been doing that to other messages. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I've seen those messages that Nakasadu has said. Like, I've seen a lot of people say fuck. And it hasn't blocked that. So that's why I'm just very confused as to why it would randomly not show me that one message. That's weird. Honestly, I think it might just be a bug, right? Where something bugged out when the message was, like, being delivered. And maybe for some reason it just didn't deliver to, like, my chat properly. I don't know. I hope that's not something that YouTube's been regularly doing. Because this is the first time that I've ever actually noticed, because in this case Nakasada responded to it. It was blocking it for you too? Interesting. Yeah, that's odd. YouTube's turning all the insults into fruits? Yes. The Blizzard approach. Are these still bugged? Yeah. Tab targeting, please. Yeah, either way. I see it now, though. But I do agree with that original statement, Elax. Okay. Come on. Nice. There's a salad emoji. That's awesome. Alright, so next one... I guess this one's pretty close. Could go do that. None of those give enough. I don't think it's worth doing the Soul Liberation. Yeah, like, at this point, it's kind of weird, because... So I could understand why, with the previous tuning, they had bonus objectives give double the experience of world quests, because before they reduced the time it took to make, or to do bonus objectives took a while. So, obviously, their tuning was way off, but I think in their minds, they're like, oh, you know, world quests are shorter than bonus objectives, so it makes sense for bonus objectives to give twice as much XP. But the problem with threads now is bonus objectives actually take like half the time that world quests do. So now they actually give XP that is properly tuned, but now world quests are what have fallen behind. World quests no longer give proper XP. So yeah, I do agree, Nakasado, Threads is looking much better in terms of the bonus objectives, but the problem is, this is only enough to get me like 2 to 3 levels tops, which is why Threads is still not a viable option for spamming. You're still not going to be able to spam Threads of Fate as a leveling method. It's basically just a supplement for the slower parts of the campaign. Huh? Ooh, thank you. My dad brought me coffee. Thank you. Yeah, so there's nowhere near enough bonus objectives to get from 50 to 60. Not even close. Like, if you could spam these, it would actually be a genuinely viable leveling method. But you can't. So... I'm going to be able to hit 59 to 60 with probably just like 1 or 2 in Ardenweald after I finish Revendreth, which is really good, don't get me wrong, but that just means that this is what you'll do for 59 to 60. Because the world record, or, I mean, the world record's kind of weird, right? Because 50 to 60 as a leveling run doesn't really have a defined world record. It's like, so here's the issue with measuring 50 to 60. There's no actual speedrun category for 10 to 50 and then breaking it up into 50 to 60. So if you wanted an accurate measure of what the 50 to 60 record is, you would have to check the top 10 to 60 times and then basically compare the times that they had after hitting 50 until they finished the run. Because that's the only real way to measure it. And the reason why you can't just look at 50 to 60 is because if somebody is like leveling in Shadowlands on a character that has tons of rested experience that's just been chilling there for a very long time, it's not an accurate measure. You know, in an actual 10 to 60 speedrun, you're not going to have any rested experience. The people who went in there with full Nyalotha gear are going to get much faster times. Like, technically speaking, my fastest time so far of 50 to 60 was Shadowlands launch. It was the first ever time I leveled through the content. But that's because I was playing a Havoc Demon Hunter that had full Mythic Nyalotha gear, so of course I'm going to have a really fast leveling experience. So, I actually think I've gotten better at doing the route since then, but because I don't have full Nyalotha gear, it's going to be slower. So, from what I've seen, a realistic world record time, even though nobody's really like calculated it yet, and not a lot of people are even doing 10 to 60 runs as is. It's like me and like 2 other people, and even then, nobody's done a serious run of it. It's been like more casual. We're looking at somewhere in the range of like 6 to 7 hours, which is the times that I've been putting up as well. So, if we're looking at a 6 to 7 hour time, then, I mean, 30 minutes to get a level isn't amazing. I can definitely optimize this process, sure, but this might be slightly faster than specifically 59 to 60 normally. It's hard to say, though, because the problem with Shadowlands leveling 2 is the levels are kind of all over the place. Like, especially once you get to Ardenweald, like, some of the Ardenweald levels actually happen faster than the earlier Maldraxxus levels, because Maldraxxus is just such a dogshit zone that the extremely good quest density in Ardenweald kind of makes up for the fact that you need more experience, just because the quests are really good. It's hard to say. I would need to get an entire run completed with this change to actually measure it. And here's the thing, if they don't make any additional changes, if this is literally the only thing that we're going to get for 9.1.5 leveling, I will still do a full run. I will do a full, probably not 10 to 60 run. What I'll probably do is, if I'm doing tests on this, right, obviously nothing is changing for 10 to 50. So I would probably do another, actually, no, wait, I wouldn't even need to do that, come to think of it. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. What I might do is I might do a 10 to 50 speedrun on retail, and then I would let that character sit at 50. And then what I would do is I would copy over that character repeatedly to do multiple tests from a baseline in basically Shadowlands. That would be a really easy way to get good testing done on the new content without having to sink a ton of time into rerunning 10 to 50 to get an accurate measure. So as long as I'm doing a character that is fresh out of a 10 to 50 speedrun and I get a benchmark for that, then I could just reuse that benchmark by keeping it on retail and copying it over and doing the rest of it on PTR. So that's probably what I'll do. And what that effectively will allow me to do is test over and over how efficient you can do 50 to 60 now. But what I would do is basically just test the moss skip, which I definitely think will be efficient. And then I would also test the changes to threads at the very end. But I honestly don't see this making that much of a significant difference. Even if I'm doing this like really min-maxy and stuff, I don't really think it'll change a whole lot. The main thing I would need to figure out is whether there's something I could spam while flying as a druid to speed it up, because that would obviously be the easiest way to complete any of these. But I don't know. Go faster? Thank you, love. Watch your words, maybe they're going to nerf bonus objectives instead of buffing world quests. I mean, they just buffed bonus objectives. It's literally the only thing they've buffed at all. If they nerfed bonus objectives, they'd be undoing the one actual change they've made to leveling, which would just be very baffling. But then again, it is Blizzard, so I guess, like, anything can happen. I'll do this world quest, why not? It would be a fun leveling method since killing masses of mobs is much more fun than doing the same quest 10 times. I agree. I really do think they're going to make changes, specifically because of Torghast leveling. Like, they added Torghast leveling as a brand new option. And if you haven't seen my video, just, you know, take my word on it, Torghast leveling is literally such a non-option, it's not even funny. They did not test it at all. Like, you can argue sometimes that Blizzard does the bare minimum level of testing to make sure something's working, but when they released Torghast leveling onto the PTR like a month ago, it was in such a bad state that I honestly think they just put a placeholder number, put it out there, and the fact that we still haven't seen any changes to it since then is kind of frustrating, because how am I supposed to give feedback on it when it's a placeholder number? Torghast leveling literally gives you nothing. Like, I honestly had to check to make sure that the bar even moved when I did a full clear of Torghast. It's so pathetic. Like, it does literally nothing. You could... honestly, you could grind mobs out in the world and get more experience than you could by doing Torghast. It just gives that little. So it's very, very obvious that they did absolutely no testing to see if it actually worked, which is frustrating because it's a brand new system that they added. You would think they would want to do at least the bare minimum to make sure that it's a viable leveling method, and they clearly haven't. So it needs to be buffed, but it's like... the pace that they've been doing changes at is just so slow on the PTR. I get that they've been more focused on like Legion time walking and stuff, and that's fine. But, you know, if you're gonna claim that 9.1.5 will fix a lot of the concerns that people have been having with leveling, then, like, actually do that. Actually follow through with that. It's annoying. Where's my Hearthstone? Aspirant's Rest. Okay, Arden Wields. So I guess leveling where you need to spend as much time leveling as you do for max level farming? Yeah. I mean, the main issue is just the XP values. Obviously, I think it should be a little bit faster, but it's just... Yeah, no, Chori, I was actually doing that. It's not 100% consistent. So if you noticed, I managed to get the double crates a few times, but sometimes it just doesn't work. I think it has to do with like server ticks or something, but it every once in a while just won't register the fact that you double clicked it. So I do know about that. In fact, I managed to pull it off once or twice, but unfortunately it's not consistent. It's ping dependent? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did manage to get it once or twice, so it's not impossible, but I could honestly understand if, like, having low, or really high ping, like, really shitty internet makes it easier, because there's just lag and stuff. But the most I could get was 2, and I only did that once or twice. Okay, let me see how much this gives. Oh, that gives a lot. Unfettered vision. Oh yeah, so this is the way to do this. Flying around, dispelling visions. Should be 2 more. It's hard to even get 2 with below a 50 MS. That makes sense, yeah. Interrupted. Okay, this should be good. Nice. Should be 1 more and then I can do the turn in. This also gives pretty good completion for the aid the, you know, XYZ thing. So this is the main reason why I think this is a viable method. It's because of the Bolstering Bastion, Rallying Maldraxxus, etc., etc. If you're doing the dungeons, right, you get retroactive credit by doing this, so you can do the dungeon quests and stuff. And I think the big chunk of XP you're going to get will make this viable at 57. So that's where I'm thinking about doing it. And also, you can avoid downtime by queuing for a dungeon while you do this stuff. Okay, I need to... 7. Oh wait, there's another item I can just interact with? Okay, well that's clearly going to be the method. Jeez, these things are just endlessly spawning. This is making it really hard. You farm full Nyalotha gear before doing a 50 to 60 speedrun? Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. There is no category for specifically 50 to 60 speedruns for that reason. Nobody wants to just farm Nyalotha gear and do the thing. In fact, the interesting thing is, so Final Fantasy speedrun categories are broken up by expansion. So the exact problem that I just described with Nyalotha, with like being able to just farm stuff before a 50 to 60 speedrun, that actually exists in Final Fantasy speedruns for expansions. You, in theory, could farm full best-in-slot raid gear before going into an expansion, because the rules don't prevent you from doing that. Fuck me, the interact range on these things is so low. Yeah, I don't think I could do this. I think I would have to kill the mobs. Whatever, I'll just heal up and then do another big pull. They don't play their own games, so next update you could get more selfie camera filters. True, yeah, you know, I think that's what everybody's been asking for, right? You know, the talk of, like, all the WoW social media stuff is we want more selfie camera filters. Really surprised Blizzard hasn't caught on to that yet. They should totally listen to their players. Selfie camera leveling. Oh my god. I don't have a kick for that. Okay, at least now that I've done this, I can break these totems. God, that gives so much. In terms of completion, that is. Alright, now I hearth, and we got it. Actually, you know what? I could... Like, okay, so I could turn in the Bastion quest. Whoops. But I actually want to just do more testing on these. I want to see how fast each one of these objectives are. Just because I think that's more important overall. I didn't end up testing each and every one before, so... You want in-game TikTok? God. Yeah, first we get Twitter integration, then we get TikTok integration. Oh dear lord. Okay, that's glowing, but I can't do anything with it. Weird. Now, is there anything that I can interact with here? Looks like I can just murder things. Oh, there's an anima cone. Okay, so there are some things. Okay, how much do anima cones give? 5%? Wait, anima cone... If it's an item that I have, can I hand it in somewhere? So that leads me to believe that there's someone I can click on to get another chunk. Wait, this Hungry Wild Seed can be clicked. Okay, that's weird. So the other ones couldn't be interacted with, but these can. Well, that's a lot. 10% per. Yeah, that's a big chunk. And now we'll fly up there. This world quest always bugs your character, rooting them in place once done. That's really strange. Huh. Can you use the 40 renown tokens on Threads of Fate characters? That is a good idea, Nakasadu. I'm gonna try that. Good question. I don't know. I'll test that after I, ding here in a second. okay, 44 minutes for like a little over a level. I mean, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world because it is literally the longest level. And I could have definitely sped that up. Like, that wasn't super efficient. And there was a decent amount of downtime. So I would say, you know, we're looking at more like 35 minutes if you're doing that in a speedrun without like all the testing and stuff that I did. So 35 minutes, I would say, is more than fair, considering you're also getting a lot of credit towards these things, support the court, reinforcing Revendreth, etc., etc. Definitely not bad at all. Yeah. So that is going to be a change that I'll make to the routes. I'll do a full test. I'll make sure that I know what we're going to be dealing with going into the speedrun. I'll maybe have to do more than one. But let me test your idea, Nakasado. So, you have a knife thing in the bonus objective. You can use that on the glowy shit. Interesting. Take photos of critters to level up in Pokemon. Interesting. Okay, so do I have any characters in threads? I think in the last PTR video, I tested threads on this character, right? If memory serves. So let's... Yeah, okay, I'm in threads. Perfect. So in threads right now... Ah. Move this. I'm at Renown 10 right now. Let me just get to Oribos just to see. Now, I'm not sure if I can buy Broker's Mark of Distinction. Why is my weapon unequipped? What is wrong with my bags right now? Absolute fucking mess. If you can, that'll make the Renown grind on alts a lot better. True, yeah. Well, actually, that'll do two things. So, one, it will make the Renown grind on alts better, but I actually think it'll also help for leveling, too. Now, I'm not sure, I don't think you can use companions and stuff like that while leveling. So you can't use soulbinds, I mean. What was it that I was thinking of, though? But yeah, something like this. Like, I guess stamina isn't the biggest deal, but being able to get, like, an additional... How much would it be? Anything interesting here? So that's 4%, I guess? Yeah, so that's 4% stamina, right? And 4% stamina is... It's not a lot, but that is still something where if I mailed that over to my character, boom, easy. That's just a flat 4% stamina, and it helps with Renown catch-up later on. And for doing some of those big pulls, I mean, 4% stamina is not a lot, but it can be the difference between life or death in some cases. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, where is the... I forget where the broker is that sells it. It was Toss-Up. Yeah. I think his name was Toss-Up. I actually never found the vendor on PTR. I was looking for it and I couldn't find it the first time. You can mail them from a high-level character. That I do remember. Oh, no, wait. Toss-Up is the Keystone Trader. Okay, let me check my main. So my warrior is 80 renown and multiple covenants because of PTR testing, right? Next to the flight point, it's in the middle. Well, so it might be in Oribos. You can technically buy it in from one of the Tarins. You're right about that, Nakasadu. I'm trying to find the actual vendor just so I know where it is going forward. Because let's say I were to use this in a speedrun, I would want to make sure it was like realistic and that this was something I could actually replicate on live. So I would want to know where the vendor is and whether I could actually buy it off the vendor and mail it to my alt if that was like a thing that I could genuinely do. So let me wow hit it real quick. Wowhead, PTR, Broker's Mark of Distinction. Okay, here we go. Broker Mark of Distinction. Okay. Someone's put a comment saying what they plan on doing with this. Well, I'm gonna use this and then do my campaign. It's like, great, that doesn't help me. Can be purchased after you hit 80 renown. It doesn't say where, though. Currently, this item can be purchased from a placeholder NPC near the flight path. Okay, so you can only buy it off the placeholder NPC. There's no other vendor, it looks like. So this is obviously renowned for free, but that's not the one that we're talking about here. Is it one of these, or is it specifically next to the flight path? I guess I'll check the... This is Rune Carvatar. Right, so flight path is this way. This guy.
May I tempt you with my wares?
Heirloom Broker. Requires achievement, the Renowned. Oh, I guess I can hit 80 renown. That's not a big deal. What? I didn't hear anything about this. You can buy Mythic Dungeon gear to mail to alts? Did Wowhead write an article about this? Wait, they lowered the golds! Oh shit! They actually did lower it. No shit! Good shit, Blizzard! That's actually... You know what? That is cool. They actually did lower the amount of gold that this costs. This used to be 18,000. They halved the price. Yo, that's actually sick. Did Wowhead write an article about the Valorous equipment cache? Shit. Valorous equipment cache? When... No, they haven't written any article about this. Huh. Wait, this is actually sick. Hold up. How is nobody... Somebody talked about it on the forums. Yeah, how has Wowhead not talked about this already? That is insane. Icy Veins even talked about it. Wow, Wowhead's slacking. Icy Veins and MMO Champ have articles about it, and Wowhead hasn't made one? Whew. No, I mean... I can't find any mention of it. A chest with... I'll check to see if it's, Let me copy-paste that quote, see if I can find it. This is new, right? This isn't something that has already existed. Correct? This can't be something that has always existed in 9.1, because if this has always existed, then I'm gonna feel like a real fucking idiot. This has to be PTR, right? Because I have never heard about this. It is new. Okay, thank God. Quick check for the selfie camera. Here, where's selfie camera? I'll check the selfie camera for you, Lub.
Appreciated.
Alright. Looks the same. There you go. Filters still work. Doesn't look like they've made any changes to the selfie camera, unfortunately. Gross as fuck. Yeah. Nakasaru, that's a good point. As for the other levels, though, I'll have to check. Well, I'm gonna buy a bunch of these and mail them over, see how it goes. Now, somebody said they're garbage. I think Chori said it's really random. And I noticed while Googling it that people were saying it's really bad. We'll see. Hopefully this doesn't just give Mythic Zero gear. But if this doesn't give Mythic Zero gear, then this is genuinely good. Because I'm not going to spend any of this Valor. I literally need nothing with Valor. Or I need nothing that I need to spend Valor on, right? So this is all Valor that I can genuinely spend. So this is how many? 8. I can buy 8 of these already. And that's just on my warrior. And I'll be able to do this on live, because what the fuck else am I going to do with Valor? Probably gives Mythic Zero gear. Yeah, I mean, we'll test it. I'm going to mail it over to... let's go with my monk. So, Larice... I hate this, where you have to do every single... Okay. Okay. Either M0 or +2? It's random between M0 or +2? That's odd. I mean, honestly, though, that's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's definitely not bad. It's literally just another Korthian armament thing. This just gives you more ways to boost an alt really, really quickly. It had a male icon next to your character. You don't remember that existing? I feel like I've seen that before. But I don't know what causes it to happen, but I've definitely seen that happen before. Maybe it's only certain types of mail? I don't know. If it's not M0, it would be +2. Gotcha. Okay, well, let's crack these bad boys open. So, I want to set it to not Brewmaster, a Windwalker. Okay, it's Mythic Zero. Fuck me, man. Could have done a little bit better than that, Blizzard. Mythic Zero gear is not amazing. I guess it can roll sockets. Did I really get the same item? Ironically, this is actually not bad. It's not going to be better than what I have on this character, but, like, this is a solid item. Alright. It lets you not do Korthia? Yeah. No, this is definitely better than Korthia, for sure. I mean, it's 20, or whatchamacallit, 10 item levels higher. And you could argue that some of the gear is going to be a lot better. Trinkets especially. With a few exceptions, like the Resonant Crowd Pummeler or whatever, there's not a lot of good trinkets from Korthia, and it's much, much, much harder to get a weapon or a trinket out of the Korthia boxes. Like, if you watched me bust open all of those Korthian armaments, I got, like, one weapon, and I got, I think, one trinket, and tons of armor. And there's a few slots, like, rings and necks that you can't, or no, you can get those. I think it's necks and, what's the other slot that Korthian armaments can't drop? I forget. But it doesn't cover everything. This would, in theory, cover everything if you had enough Valor. And it would give you really good trinkets. Like, you could get a Phial of Putrefaction. Now, sure, it would only be a 210 Phial of Putrefaction, but a 210 Phial of Putrefaction, like, even this trinket, if I got this on, like, a brand new tank, like, if this was a fresh Brewmaster that had no gear at all, and I got a 210 Decanter as a fresh level 60, that's a huge upgrade compared to whatever I would have had. Necks and rings, it definitely gives you rings. I think it was necks that Korthia didn't give. Rings it does give. I got a few rings, yeah, there definitely were a few. They're rarer, though. It's definitely, like, rings, trinkets, and weapons are rare, and then as far as I know, it can't roll necks. And there might be, like, something else that I'm forgetting. Trinkets are really, really rare. Especially getting more than one trinket is very hard. But either way, I mean, this isn't terrible. It's not amazing. But this is a solid way to catch up a new character. I could absolutely see myself buying a bunch of these and mailing it over. Not the worst. Definitely not the worst. Let's hop back over to my warrior. I want to check out the other heirloom prices. So, that's good. Well, this means I need to update my thumbnail for that original video, huh? Or maybe I'll just keep it. I mean, it technically was 18K. And I think, honestly, the fact that myself and other people raised a big fucking shitstorm about the fact that it was 18K for an heirloom upgrade, honestly, I think if I didn't do that, they may not have changed it. So, I'm glad I did that. I don't regret it. But thank you, Blizzard, right? Like, you know, in the off chance that this ever makes it into, like, a 9.1.5 video or something, and Blizzard sees it or something, thank you. I think I speak for everybody when I say that it's much appreciated. Definitely glad they listened to feedback on that, because 18,000 gold to upgrade an heirloom like that was too much. So, I mean, it's still pricey, right? It's very, very expensive to upgrade heirlooms, even still. But I would say 7,500 gold is more than fair. That is it's a pricey thing that isn't just over the top, like, go fuck yourself levels. And especially 5k for armor is very, very good. Okay, so they haven't nerfed the others, they've just kept it the same. So, it's capped out now at this price, which, fine, I guess. I honestly think this should still probably be lowered, but I'm, like, kind of fine with it. This should be 5,000, and this should be, like, 3,500, I think. Even 4,000. Like, if you wanted to make this 5,000 and this 4,000, that would be totally fine. But I would say something more realistic would be 5,000, 3,500, and then this is 5,000, this is 7,500. But I'm okay with this. The first three are perfectly fine, in my opinion. I don't really think any of these need to be changed. This, maybe lower it slightly, and then this, keep it exactly as it is. This is perfect. So, good change, Blizzard. Good change. The maps are still exorbitantly expensive, but these ones are definitely optional. Like, you don't need to buy any of these. I feel like it's just kind of like, why price it this much? Because if you want it to be an actual gold sink, like, almost nobody's going to spend the gold on this. I'm probably not even going to spend the gold on this, and I'm, like, one of the only people that this is targeted at. Like, I am literally the target audience of these map toys right here. And it's almost so expensive that I might not even buy this. And I'm considering buying it just because, once again, I am literally the target audience, because not only do I like leveling, but I love collecting toys. So it's like, I really want to get these things. But 10k per is just so much for how useless these are. There's just no reason, especially for these later ones, right? Like, by the time that you ever actually do stuff in Pandaria or Draenor or Broken Isles, you're going to have flying. You know, the reason that I did the routing the way it is because flying makes leveling in those zones much easier. Having flight paths isn't going to magically change the routing at all. Yeah, I don't know. You'll be buying them because 10k gold isn't bad? I mean, it's not the worst, right? But it's just, it does nothing. That's the thing. I could afford it. I could absolutely afford to buy each and every one of those maps. That said, I'm just thinking about it like, do I really want to spend gold on something that is effectively just a shiny little thing in my toy collection? So, even if I have the money, it's like, why spend it? Maybe if I hoard it, there'll be something that I really want to buy later on. I'm generally pretty frugal with my golds. The only thing that I ever really spend gold on is, like, any power increases. Like, if I can buy a BOE, I'll usually buy it, if it's BIS. I haven't gotten any BOEs this tier, only because, with the way that DOM sockets work, for all of the specs that I play, no BOE is actually an upgrade. Every single BOE in this tier is a downgrade for me, so I haven't spent any gold on it. But I can guarantee you that if a BOE is actually an upgrade and it's something I can afford, I will buy it. Absolutely. That is the kind of stuff I spend my gold on. Is Mage Tower on PTR? Unfortunately not, no. The moment that Mage Tower is on PTR, you can expect me to hop in, literally drop everything, hop onto PTR, I will test it and put out a video, like ASAP. That I will do. It is unfortunately not on PTR right now. I'm trying to think of what else I can really do right now. We've kind of tested everything. I haven't tested the Broker Mark of Distinction thing yet, so I'll go do that now. But outside of that, because there's no groups up for Legion time walking, yeah, not much I can do. What I will do is, next time I attempt this, I don't know if I'll do another stream of PTR stuff. I just kind of felt like doing some PTR stream stuff because I needed to do this at some point. And I figured people would enjoy watching it. And, you know, there's been a decent amount of people here today, so clearly people did. But, if I do this in the future, I would basically pre-set up a group. So I would ask in Discord, right? And if you're not in my Discord tag is Haraldin, #2316. Add me on Discord, just send me a friend request, and then say, I'd like a server invite. And if for whatever reason, I don't respond to your message, just bug me again, right? So, you know, sometimes it happens, right? Sometimes I get a notification, and for some reason, like, Discord counts it as read, and then I don't see it or something like that. If that happens, please, just annoy me again. Message me and say, hey, did you get my message about, like, a server invite? I've never intentionally ignored somebody. If I don't respond to your message, it's because Discord got fucky and just didn't ping me or something like that. So, I will always respond to messages, and if I don't, it's, you know, not intentional. So just do it again. Just clearing that up, because there have been a few times where it's taken me like a day or so to get back to people, and that's because Discord just doesn't ping me. I've realized it's been doing that, and there was, like, obviously a bad case where I don't know if Vetro's still watching, but Discord didn't ping me, and then, well, Vetro didn't mention it again, so I didn't get him a Discord invite for a year, which was unfortunate. So, apologies for that one, but, you know, happens, I guess. Discord's not perfect. Okay, renown for free, so just use this. 50k per heirloom was a bit ridiculous, or whatever it added up to. Yeah, it was a lot. They should cut off the 50 to 500/751 and drop the others down. Yeah, that's fair. I could see that. Okay. 80 renown. Nice. I guess they want a way to burn gold to prevent hyperinflation. So the problem, okay, here's the thing. There's a good way to make a gold sink, and then there's a terrible way to make a gold sink. The good way to make a gold sink is stuff like the Longboy. The Longboy is the definition of a prestige item. It really serves no practical purpose. Like, if you see people out there going, well, the reason that I bought a Longboy, see, the utility of it is really good because I can use my auction house on the go, and that saves me a lot of time because, it makes me save money over the long run because I don't need to run back to the auction house. Yeah, fuck off with that. The people who bought the Longboy just want something to flex on other people with, and that's fine. That's a perfectly valid reason to buy something, and that's what gold sinks should be. The Longboy is like the ultimate flex of I have a lot of golds, and cool. If you have that, definitely it's a cool thing to spend your gold on. That is fine. What you shouldn't make into gold sinks are catch-up mechanics. So the idea that you should have to use or sink a ton of gold into what is effectively a catch-up mechanic, because that's what heirlooms are, is really bad. And I know a lot of people have said, well, heirlooms are just supposed to be a quality of life thing to help level up ults faster. And it's like, yes and no, because here's the problem. Leveling is meant to be an important part of the game. You need to get up alts. You need to, if you want to have other characters to play, you need to do that. So making that more restrictive is just bad for the game, in my opinion. It's already really expensive. The prices before were just absurd. This is better, but definitely it's already a bit hard to get into, doing any sort of serious leveling because of the heirloom prices. So it's rough, right? But one of the other really egregious ones is, like Chori said, the legendaries. The legendaries are an absolutely terrible way to do gold sinks, because any sort of massive gold sink that is required for progression rating is a big no-no. That should not be a thing. You should not need to sink that much gold into getting a core item that is necessary for rating. It's a huge issue. I really, really hate the way legendaries are designed. So, yeah. They should add more prestige items, not more stuff that you absolutely need to get. Okay, so let's see if I can use Broker Mark of Distinction. It requires level 51. Let's go. All right. Well, there you go, Nakasadu. It works. So yeah, that actually really helps. While leveling a character, just mail one of those over. You get 4% stamina, and you can get really easy renown catch-up. That's actually kind of awesome. I guess you do need to hit 51 first, but yeah, that's actually really cool. Let me catch up on chat. Can easily make over 100k a day with minimal effort. I don't know if I would say minimal effort. You do need to put in some effort. And the thing that you have to consider is, even if I play the game a lot, I do a lot of activities in the game that don't allow me to make golds. The time that I'm spending doing Mythic Plus and raiding, I'm not making golds. So if I'm already spending a ton of time doing other stuff, I just don't have the time to commit to actively making gold. So I don't know if I would say it's easy. There are some things you can do to make really easy gold, like callings, for instance, but yeah. I wouldn't say that's 100k a day, unless you have an army of alts. Definitely doable, I suppose. What is this? Anima Bathed Blade. Huh. I guess, so crafting fair, but not everybody is leveled crafting. I can see that, but you have to invest a lot of gold into crafting first before it actually pays out. You can't just learn blacksmithing and then magically make golds, right? It doesn't work like that. Frankly, if anybody could do that, then nobody would make money. The easier something is to do, the less valuable it is, because then everybody would be doing it. Then it wouldn't be as, in demand, right? Anything auction house related, especially. Hey Haraldin, always been a quiet enjoyer of your stream, but I've been wondering, do you ever have any nervousness before tanking a pug? I can't shake the anxiety of tanking and became DPS. Sorry, Gurk, good question. So, yes and no. Yes in the past, no in the present. When I first started tanking, I absolutely did used to be super nervous before I would start tanking pugs. Because I would worry, like, you know, what if people say shit? What if people call me a bad tank, etc.? Nowadays, no, I'm not nervous at all. Why? Because if somebody says that I did something wrong, I tell them, you're fucking stupid. I know that I didn't do anything wrong. Shut the fuck up and just be quiet while I do my pulls correctly. Really, all it comes down to is confidence, right? Once you're confident enough in your tanking abilities, you don't really begin to internalize a lot of the stuff that people throw at you. Early on, as a new tank, when you're still learning, it's very easy to hear somebody say, you're shit at the game, you're a bad tank, and to take it really personally and go, oh, maybe they're right, maybe I am a bad tank. And then it really screws with your performance and makes you really anxious. I get that. That used to happen to me. But at this point, I've been tanking for such a long time that I know that what I'm doing is correct. When I'm doing pulls, I know if I fucked up or not. And if I have fucked up, I don't feel nervous because I'm like, I own it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I fucked up there, my bad, right? But if I'm doing completely normal pulls and I'm, you know, managing my mitigation properly, doing everything normally, getting interrupts, etc., and I know I haven't made any mistakes and somebody tries to blame something on me, I just tell them to fuck off, right? And I'm confident enough in my tanking ability to know that, yeah, I'm correct. I didn't make any mistakes. But it takes a while to get to that point. It is stressful tanking early on, but one of the most important parts about tanking is building up a thick skin. It's it's understanding the fact that, you know, you are going to make mistakes early on and you are going to feel kind of shit about it, but then eventually you're going to realize, you know, what you need to do to properly tank, and you're going to stop making mistakes, and then you're going to feel much more confident. Let's see here. So, you get Longboy because Longboy is Longboy, yeah. You'd buy the Longboy just to flex if you had gold during BFA? Fair. Your only gold sink was when you were lazy and paid for a carry instead of doing keys? Yeah. You don't know how to make the game drop BOEs. Yeah. Repost stuff when it falls off after 12 hours? Yeah. Lego Market, you need to spend a big amount per piece in the fight the cancel scans to make gold? Yeah. Crafter's Mark, Chained Isle stops people from doing that. If you know how to min-max crafting them, they're cheap as fuck. That's fair. Trying to work towards the legendary market, but dropping 2 mil gold for one legendary to rank 4 when the rank 6s sell for 50 to 60k. Exactly. Like, the people who have their legendaries already, like, maxed out, their crafting, that is, you can make bank off selling it on the auction house. But, yeah, if you don't already have that, it's gonna be rough. Tanking damage in-game, tanking psychological balance IRL. Yes, very true. That is basically exactly how that works. Okay, so honestly, I can do one more check, one final check to see if there's any groups up. But since I'm 99% sure there are, at this point there's really nothing else I could test on the PTR. So I'll basically push Legion time locking testing back to another day. I don't know when. I might do it off stream if I have time, but it would probably just be on like a future stream. Haven't decided what I'm going to do for next weekend stream, so who knows, maybe I'll do it then. What I'll be doing, obviously I'm not going to end the stream here. I mean, I just started streaming, or at least it feels like I just started streaming. It's been 4 hours, which is like technically a while, but you know. I've never done a 4-hour stream, and I don't plan to start now. Definitely going to keep going. I'll just have to change gears a bit. I'm still debating on what I want to do. I'm thinking right now, so like, what I'm debating is more TBC Classic or Survival Hunter stuff. And I'm honestly leaning towards Survival Hunter stuff because here's the thing. As much as I want to play TBC Classic, like, I really want to play TBC Classic. Frankly, the thing that I want to do the most right now is actually Hades. So one of the reasons why the stream started 30 minutes late is because I was playing Hades up until like 10 minutes before the stream was going to start. And then I logged in to do some setup and I realized, oh shit, I don't have my add-ons installed. But like I spent like a good 5 hours ever since I woke up just spamming Hades, which I've been having a lot of fun with it. So I'm definitely glad I got it on that stream before, because I've been playing the shit out of that. I now have 4 to 6 weapons cleared. I got a pretty standard fist build, which I won with. Nothing really special there. I mentioned that my first clear was Ares Doom Shield. Then this morning, I got 2 more weapons down. I got Bow, which I used Aspect of Chiron, and then I got just a very special heavy bow, where like the one where your special shoots more shots, and then something else, like I think it was like my special does bonus damage to armor. So that one I pretty much just ran around, fired a shot, and then spammed my special. And then I think I had some like cast modifiers. And then I got Spear as well, and I got Exploding Launcher, and I forget what the other one was. But Exploding Launcher plus some other really broken hammer for my special. And basically I just spammed Spear Throw and deleted everything. It was actually one of the stupidest builds I've gotten in Hades so far. So I've been having a shit ton of fun with that game. Honestly, if I could do anything right now, I'd be doing that. But, you know, that's not going to be super good for stream content, even if it is really, really fun. Especially because I'm still learning. You know, if I was maybe doing higher level Hades gameplay, I could see that being moderately interesting. But since I am still mostly just learning the ropes of it, it's kind of hard to make it really engaging, even if I'm having a lot of fun figuring things out. You can't even make bank anymore in large servers. They sell for so cheap. Yeah. You're down to try to join for a group? See, Nakasato, even if, like, I know you have said you're down to try, and Chori has said you're down to try, even if both of you hopped in the PTR right now, we would only have 3 people total. So honestly, what I'd rather do is just do it another day where we go in with a full pre-planned 5-stack and just do that ahead of time instead of waiting until the last second to try and put something together. I guess lesson learned on that, and I'll try to do something different. So yeah, I want to do BC Classic eventually, but I think I did a full BC Classic stream yesterday. I've been doing a lot of BC Classic streaming. I'm going to go ahead and do Survival Hunter stuff. So let me exit game here. I actually, real quick, going to check my Discord notifications. My sister messaged me, so I wanted to make sure. Oh, jeez. My sister's just memeing on my dad. My guild leader asked me if I'd be ready to DPS on Tuesday, and I'm like, maybe? I have gear, but the only thing that I'm not 100% sure about is if I'm not going to be rusty or anything. They're implementing loot restriction for new trials. I mean, I've already passed my trial, so I guess that doesn't apply to me. That's interesting. I generally don't like trials that have, or guilds that have loot restriction for trials. And oh, Vetro got an Ixion Drake. I just saw that post on my Discord. Blade's gonna be replaced with a bowl of fruit. Nice. I assume that was Squirby. I assume that's you in chat, Golden Squirby. So I like that, replacing the blade with a bowl of fruit. All right, let's hop on retail real quick. Can move my timer here. How's everybody doing? I'm doing good, Scott. Hope you're doing good as well. Have fun with your retail add-ons if you haven't finished that yet. I did actually install all my add-ons on retail. So I'm probably going to need to mess around with it to make sure that the add-on settings are done correctly, but I have installed all of them correctly. Let's just make sure. Okay. Looks good. That's you? Cool, cool. Alright, Hunter time. So I'll change the stream name as well. Survival Hunter stuff and 9.1.5 testing. Okay. There we go. That way people don't join and they're like, this isn't 9.1.5. The title says 9.1.5. Why are you not doing testing? Right. So now it's all fixed. There we go. Okay. So Leatrix Plus, automation. Where's Griffins? Hide Griffins. There we go. And then faster auto loot, faster movie skip. Okay. Why? No, it's not even that I'm playing on a toaster, Lub. So you probably haven't heard this, Lub, but I did actually just get a new computer. So this is literally a brand new computer, and it still has the "your graphics drivers are out of date" thing. I've had that error message on WoW for years, and I cannot get it to go away. I honestly have no idea why it's there. It's just, I think it's a bug that has been on my account forever, where that thing just will not go away. It's really annoying. What's the specs on it? I don't know. I don't know all the details on the specs and stuff. Renown 71. Okay. I think Simulation Craft is buried in there somewhere, actually, so I'd want to get that out. Yeah, this one. Put that over there. Okay, drag this down here. We're good to go. Cool. No such thing as bad press, get him reeled in and mad. I actually do disagree with that. I disagree that no publicity is bad publicity. I think there absolutely is such a thing as bad publicity, and it's been demonstrated multiple times. I know it's like used as a joke a lot, but there are people who genuinely believe that there's no such thing as bad publicity, and I don't think that's correct. Obviously, like, bad publicity can help to an extent, but I would say bad publicity is only really helpful if it's misguided bad publicity. So if somebody tries to, like, speak of you in a negative light, and it brings a lot of attention to you, but you honestly didn't do anything wrong, then it can be good publicity because anybody with a brain will realize, wait, this person didn't actually do anything bad. But if you genuinely do something really, really scummy to try and get attention, it's not going to help you. Like, let's be real here. You know, you look at some famous examples like Logan Paul in the Suicide Forest, right? Do you really think that helped him? Like, he got obviously a lot of attention from it, but I think Logan Paul, from what I know about, was way more popular back in the day, before all that shit happened. It definitely took a big hit on his career. And there's countless other examples. You're kidding. Yeah, I figured you're kidding, but, like, there are genuinely people who do believe that. That's the thing. Blizzard is the king of bad publicity. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. So, what do I want to do? There's a lot of things I could do. Oh, first things first. I actually did do Torghast off the record. I have enough to craft my legendary, so that's an easy first step. I'll go ahead and grab that. I didn't manage to sell the BOE I got, unfortunately. Does it have an iGPU, NVIDIA GPU? I think it's NVIDIA. I'm pretty sure it's... Actually, wait, I think the GPU is Intel and the graphics card is NVIDIA. I could be wrong in that. I might be incorrect.
You are welcome here.
Okay, I've already opened my box. Just making sure. Oh yeah, so obviously I recorded this. It's going to appear in the next Survival Hunter part. But my weekly vault was a heroic Titanic ocular gland. So, you know, there you go. Nothing amazing. There were other items it could have given me that would have been much better, but I guess, like, I already had a normal Titanic ocular glands. It was an upgrade, I suppose. It's not the worst thing in the world. I guess at the very least, I got something from my vault. I could have gotten nothing, which, you know, bright side, right? Let's see, though. So, I really need to replace this thing. Because I want to start upgrading my conduits. Especially, I need to get a 213 Harmony of the Tortollan. And any of these things. I need to get up to 213 because I want to upgrade empowered release. I really want to get this to at least 226. So, main thing I need to get is some Resilience of the Hunter. I've never seen a world quest with this thing, and I check pretty regularly. It just doesn't fucking spawn. So, if I can get a world quest that gives me a conduit upgrade, that would be nice. Your graphics card is the GPU, and the Intel one would be an iGPU? Gotcha. If you grab NVIDIA drivers from their website, it should fix that shitty error. I could do that, yeah. I mean, it honestly doesn't bother me that much. Because it's been there for such a long time, I've had that error there for a while. Okay, that's an upgrade to a conduit at the very least. It's not the one that I want, but any upgrade is something. I guess it's a marksmanship conduit, so it doesn't really matter. Ah, still nothing good. Which one is that? It was an Arden Wields, right? So that's... Our heart will go on. Yeah, I don't care, because any conduit upgrades that I get are going to ignore marksmanship conduits. So, I don't really care about that. I need to get the endurance ones fixed. Drivers usually do improve your performance. Okay, I'll check that out then. I mean, the one thing is, how can my drivers be out of date if it's a brand new computer? Maybe that's a stupid question, but I guess it just doesn't make sense to me. Unless a new set of drivers came out, you know, right before, or right after the computer was created or something like that. Are you manually checking every world quest? Is there an add-on that speeds it up, I guess? I don't check world quests a lot, so... if there's like a world quest add-on, I haven't really looked into it. Huln founded Mount Draxus. I could finish the campaign. Is there anything good that I can get for Renown? 2 Naja Soulbind upgrades. Oh, that's I actually kind of need that. Yeah. I should probably do that. I've been slacking on my Covenant campaign just because I haven't really cared that much. It's up to 74 now, right? I think this is the current cap, 74? I could be wrong. I guess I should do that. It's an add-on that has a list of them, so you just check it at a glance. Gotcha. I might get that add-on. I just never do world quests on my main, so it doesn't matter. No conduit upgrade is a bad conduit upgrade. True. But at the same time, I don't play marksman, so it doesn't really matter. 74 is the cap. Gotcha. Yeah, can you tell that I haven't hit the cap on my main because I've been lazy? You know. It doesn't help that I've been playing alts a lot, so I've been just doing constant renown catch-up. I haven't played my warrior in a hot minute, honestly. Speaking of which, let me see what my guild leader said in response. Maybe 100%. I could just stay tank. Easier. Like, my guild leader's like, are you 100% gonna stick with Arms Warrior? And I'm like, probably not. I am just trying things. All I know is I'm kind of getting bored with tanking right now, so I just want to throw shit at the wall, see what sticks. And right now, I'm gonna try out Arms Warrior. So, like, I even said, I'm like, hey, if you want me to just stay tank, if that's easier and you don't have to worry about me, like, swapping or something, let me know. But I don't want him to, like, pen me in as Arms Warrior and be like, okay, you're staying this for the rest of the tier. Like, fuck no. I have no idea what I want to do. What's a renown? Yeah, that's been my attitude with my main recently. You haven't hit it? 74 is no actual upgrade. Yeah. I mean, it definitely can be an upgrade. Like, for me right now, so my next 2 upgrades, it would upgrade this and it would upgrade this. So for me, for Naja, it would make Strength of the Pack go up by 1 level, which would be really, really good. After that, it wouldn't matter. Like, I don't give a shit if this Endurance Conduit gets upgraded, for instance. Which I think is the only other thing. It would be 1 more Naja upgrade, which I don't get till 78. But the next 2 Naja upgrades, or specifically it's like 2 from now, where I need to get it. So that is kind of important. Would I get renown from this? Or do I just need to finish my campaign? Yeah, I just need to finish this. I hate having to do the campaign, but fuck it, I guess.
The purpose reveals our way.
Might as well get it done. Gotta do it at some point. You had renown 0 when you stopped playing? God damn. 74 is the 3rd Soulbinds. Yeah, what does it give? I keep clicking on the wrong thing. It's renown. Yeah, so it's Draven. I don't know if Draven's good for anybody, but Nausea is best for Survival Hunter by like a mile. So. Yeah. Definitely going to be going with that. Okay, my guild leader responded. He said, I just want you to play what you want to play, assuming it actually fits, you know? And then he said, you're kind of tired of warrior tanks, so my personal suggestion, regardless of raid comp, would be to play Blood and Unholy DK. You're doing a good job as Blood, and you did say you liked it, and your DK's DPS is fat, so that way you can DPS on other bosses while somebody else plays tank, and then you can play Blood for Soul Render.
New recruits need to pay additional amounts. Only the bravest, or most foolish, are able to capture a wild flavor.
Okay. So, basically what I said is, I'm not a fan of Unholy. So, if I played DK DPS, I would be playing Frost. Nothing against Unholy. Unholy I know is very good, but I've just never really enjoyed the playstyle. I'm sure I could play it if I wanted to, but I've never really enjoyed the pet micromanagement. I played Unholy for a while back in WoD, then I tried it a bit in Legion, then I tried it again briefly in BFA. I've just never enjoyed Unholy DPS. No iteration of it has ever been fun for me, I guess. So, Frost is the only DPS DK spec that I've actually really had fun with, so I guess if I was playing DPS DK, that's what I would want to play. So, I don't know if my guild leader has, like, something against Frost DK, but if he wants me to stick on DK because we really need it, then I would only really do that if I was allowed to play Frost.
Acquire a target.
What is my pet doing?
First.
Another trap.
Don't have a target.
Frost over Unholy all day? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who enjoy both. A lot of people really like Frost, a lot of people really like Unholy. I'm gonna be completely real here, I'm not a huge fan of either. I don't dislike Frost or Unholy, I guess. I just don't love either one. It's never been something that I've played a ton. Like I've said, the specs that I've historically enjoyed are Arms Warrior and Windwalker Monk. Windwalker especially. Windwalker is my favorite melee DPS by far, and Survival Hunter, obviously. But unfortunately, for actually swapping my main, as much as I would love to main Survival Hunter, I can't right now. It's not an option for me. I need to finish this challenge. So,
I don't have a target.
I would love to be able to do Mythic raiding as Survival Hunter, but that would defeat the purpose of this challenge, so honestly, one of the main reasons I don't want to commit to Arms Warrior is because if I commit to Arms Warrior and I finish this challenge and then I want to swap to Survival, then I would actually want to be able to do that. But if I go ahead and tell my guild leader, oh yeah, just, you know, pen me in as Arms, then I wouldn't be able to do that, so who knows. Obviously, convincing him to let me bring my Survival Hunter would be a completely different thing entirely. But I'd like to think that I've been doing pretty well in my survival so far. And I don't even have, like, great gear. My gear is still kind of a hodgepodge of whatever. So if I actually was able to get regular heroic clears and mythic gear and stuff like that, then I think I could definitely put up good numbers as survival. Tried to force yourself to play Frost for a while and couldn't find yourself falling in love with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Frost plays right now. Frost was one of the first ever specs that I rated as, though, so I do know how to play it. Like, I mentioned before, but I mained Death Knight for years. So for all of MoP, and pretty much all of MoP, like, I played Hunter for the first patch of MoP. But for pretty much all of Mists, I played a Death Knight. And then I would say most of WoD, I played DK as well. Now, that said, are you shitting me? Okay, that's frustrating. Yeah, like, most of the time that I played Death Knight, I mained Blood. So I did say this, I loved Blood DK and MoP and WoD. Absolutely my favorite tank. One of my favorite tanks of all time was MoP and WoD Blood DK. Thought it was really fun. But there were times when I did have to DPS, and generally speaking, when I had to DPS as a Death Knight for MoP and WoD, I played Frost. That's mostly what I played. I did try Unholy a few times, like especially in Hellfire Citadel. So, you know, you guys know my friend Paul. Paul has appeared on stream a few times, or like only once or twice, but he's been here. You know, most people know him by now. So he really tried to push me to learn Unholy. So especially during Hellfire Citadel, I was raiding with Paul for a while, and he tried really hard to get me to play Unholy, and I just wasn't jiving with it. He even taught me how to play it. I was friends with one of the best Unholy DKs in the world at the time. Still probably would be one of the best in the world if he played it, but I think, well, right now he quit the game. But my friend Chris played Unholy for years, and he was one of the best Unholies in the world. And then he swapped to Shadow Priest in BFA and Nathria. So he was actually on my raid team. He was like always one of the top DPS with Shadow Priest. He likes the dot management and like those types of DPS specs. That's like his thing. But Unholy, he was like an absolute monster on. So he played Unholy and a few other specs for Paul's challenge mode team, which was the rank 1 world challenge mode team. So he taught me basically everything about Unholy. So I knew how to play it. I was literally being taught by the best, and I just still didn't like it. I'm sure it's changed quite a bit since then,
I require a target.
but I just never really got into it. I don't know.
Don't have a target.
Acids and poisons.
But yeah, Frost is normally what I enjoy, so I would definitely want to play that more than anything. The main issue right now is I don't know if I'd really want to gear up my DK, because I already said
Need to target something first.
one of the problems that I would have with playing DK is, I don't know, like, I would still have to relearn Frost, because I obviously haven't played Frost in years. So even if I think that I'm good at it, I would still need to learn it. You know, I'm not magic. I can't just pick up a spec and magically understand it. You need practice, right? So I would still need to do that. But even if I did practice it, I would also need more gear. I don't have enough gear for my Death Knight right now. So Arms Warrior may not be my favorite, but my Arms Warrior is like geared to the teeth, right? I don't have, obviously, a Mythic Jythus or anything like that. Or even, I think, a Heroic Jythus would technically be better than a 252. But it's something.
I must now make for Revendreth. Good hunting, Marwalker. Lady Khalid.
Meet me at the seat of the Primus.
Baroness Vosh, okay. You played Warrior the entire time you played WoW until Shadowlands, and then the game was just unfun, so you haven't played anything else besides leveling? Yeah. I feel that. Honestly, I've only really been experimenting with lots of different tanks since Legion. Like, I've played Death Knight and Monk for a very long time. Death Knight I've played since Cataclysm. Hunter, I guess, too. But Hunter I've stopped playing recently. Obviously, I'm playing it again now. What is going on with the... Maybe it's something just with my screen. I don't know if it's happening on stream, too. But I was getting these, like, random brightness flashes or something like that. Weird. But yeah, Hunter I definitely stopped playing, like, entirely for all of all of Legion, even WoD. I stopped playing it in WoD, Legion, and BFA. So I've, like, recently picked back up Hunter and started playing it again. Skybox issue? Yeah. But I played Hunter from Classic all the way to MOP. That was, like, basically all I played. Then I made my first alt, which was a Death Knight in Cataclysm. And I played Death Knight a little bit in Cataclysm, not a lot. And then, like, I think starting in, like, one of the first patches of MOP, I just hard swapped to Death Knight. And then I played pretty much only Death Knight for, like, the last 2/3 of MOP. And then I played mostly Death Knight for WoD, but I also played a ton of Brewmaster Monk. So, Brewmaster Monk I had a lot of fun with. I played the shit out of that. And... whatchamacallit? I also tested out some other tanks. So, I leveled a bunch of stuff in WoD, but I primarily played DK and Monk for all of that expansion. But I leveled a Druid, I played it very briefly. I leveled a Warrior, I played it a little bit, but I didn't play it a ton. Leveled a Paladin, played it a little bit. There were a bunch of classes that I tried out in WoD, but mostly still DK and Monk. And then Legion, I started playing a ton of different classes. Legion was the first time when I really started trying out every single tank class and trying to, you know, see what I really enjoyed. I played Bear for a lot in Legion. I stopped playing DK as much, but I played a decent amount of Paladin. I played a ton of Brewmaster Monk, ton of Demon Hunter, all that stuff. I've been playing Demon Hunter almost ever since it came out, a lot. In fact, I've only really stopped playing it just now, which is unfortunate. I wish I could play Demon Hunter more, but I'm just not having fun with it, so I'm not going to force it.
Stop this treachery!
I require a target.
What do you decide?
Nice. Okay, let me see what my guild leader said. At least with Frost and Blood, they're both supposed to be Venthyr?
That traitor. He deserves it.
Don't know about Frost, but Blood varies. Kyrian, single targets, Venthyr, AoE, Necrolord, both plus utility. Does anybody know what Frost DK actually plays in terms of Covenant? Because my guild leader said that it's Venthyr. I'm not sure if that's correct. Maybe it is. It's been a while. I mean, I did the research and updated my sheet, so unless something's changed, let me go Covenant. Oh, shit. All my bookmarks are gone now, so. Google Sheets, go to Google Sheets. Covenant abilities sorted by spec. Now, I have Necrolord marked as BIS for Frost DK. Yeah, okay. So, the research that I did a month ago showed that Necrolord was best for Frost. I would imagine that hasn't changed. Maybe he meant to say Necrolord instead of Venthyr, but he definitely did say Venthyr is best. You went Necro, so you could have Fleshcraft for PvP, but that was at the start of Season 1. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, Necrolord is still the go-to pick. But... yeah, I don't know. Here, maybe, you know what? I'll look it up. Warcraft logs. Warcraft logs. Let's go to statistics. For Mythic, 95th percentile. Right now I'm curious. So it looks like Frost is actually overperforming compared to Unholy. Is Frost actually the meta spec right now? Like, does anybody know? Because I don't know much about DPS DKs. I haven't really looked into it that much. I know they got significantly nerfed going from Nathria to Sanctum. But is Frost actually better? Because the numbers that I'm looking at seem to imply that. And if so, that's actually kind of crazy. Because when I told my guild leader that I wanted to play Frost, it was just under the pretense of, I don't want to learn Unholy. But, like, I mean, if Frost is unironically the better pick right now, then that would actually work even better for me. Because then he would have no reason to tell me that I couldn't play Frost. Frost is hard Venthyr? Staying tank would overall be easier, but if you wanted to start working on a DPS spec, like the Monk or Warrior or DK and DPS more often, I mean, Monk I could 100% slap on with little to no effort. Arms I would have to relearn, but I have gear. Frost would require gear and relearning. So he's definitely convinced that Frost is Venthyr. Yeah, I have to check that, because my previous research didn't imply that. I know that Venthyr was best for Breath of Sindragosa, but I was fairly certain that Breath of Sindragosa has fallen out of favor recently. So I have the Jailer, all classes, Death Knight. Frost is definitely ahead, at least on I. So let me search specifically by Frost. No, they're all Necrolord. They are. This is definitely showing them all as Necrolord. Then what if I go to the 9? Honestly, they're more Kyrian. There's a Kyrian and a Night Fae. So I don't know where he's getting this idea of... And this is with Breath of Sindragosa, actually. Huh. So even with Breath, no, they're all Necrolord. Maybe, was this like a Nathria thing and he's just like kind of misremembered it? Yeah, so he's definitely wrong on the Venthyr Frost thing. Don't know where he got that one. That is definitely a strange thing to say. Because basically the bare minimum research that I just did can easily prove that wrong. So, it's strange. But... Let's, I'm gonna focus up here so I can actually get this done. One problem is, I know that, like, now that I've volunteered to play, Blood DK for Soul Render, they're gonna want me as Blood DK for every single Soul Render rekill. Which... is like, yeah, it's fair, I guess. You know, it makes the fight a lot easier, but if I swap to anything else, that means I'm gonna have a much harder time doing, or getting gear that drops off Soul Render. Like, I know for Plate, for instance, on my Warrior, as I showed earlier, the main thing that I still need is, Plate's, what's it called? Dom Socket Shoulders. And that drops off Soul Render. But I need to play Blood DK, so... yeah. So it sounds like, you know, my guild leader wants me to play DPS DK, assuming because, like, they want the grip and stuff. But... I don't know. Nothing against DPS DK, it's just I don't want to spend all the time having to do the work. There's just other things that I would rather spend time doing, like Survival Hunter. I would rather just put more effort into finishing the Survival Hunter challenge than working on yet another new spec. So, not too keen on that. Windwalker I'm already very comfortable with. Hello, Porto. Good to have you here. I need 2 more clues. And then 2 more tokens of favor.
A truth I will not forget.
Okay, that's 1 token of favor. Icy Vein says Necro for Breath of Sindragosa or Kyrian for Obliteration is best for Frost. No, honestly, that seems accurate. Yeah. I'm actually seeing some people with Kyrian running Breath of Sindragosa and outperforming Necro. It's rare, but, like, for instance, the #1 Frost Parse on Remnant of Ner'zhul is Kyrian, and they're still running Breath of Sindragosa, so definitely, in terms of the 2 best Covenants, Icy Veins, it looks like, is correct on that, but I can't speak for the Obliteration thing. Yeah, Soul Render, Necrolord's best. I've literally seen, like, 1 Venthyr, and I've seen more Night Phase and Kyrians. Painsmith, Necrolord's best. Works out because I am already Necrolord on my Death Knight right now. Necrolord for Guardian. Necrolord for Fate Scribe. Venthyr for Kel'Thuzad, but most people are Necrolord. The #1 Parse is Venthyr, though, but, I mean, it's Kel'Thuzad. Who gives a shit? That's a pad fight. And then Necrolord again for Sylvanas. So, yeah, it looks like, overall, Frost wants to go Necrolord. Don't know where my guild leader got the Venthyr thing from. Hunter is OP? Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would say Hunter is OP. It's fun. But unfortunately, it's not the strongest right now. It's not bad, though. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Zelmani? Where's Zelmani? All the way down there. Alright. Min-maxing Covenants on each boss seems painful. Thankfully, it looks like Necrolord is the best pick for everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, like, you could min-max slightly. Like, it looks like somebody went Kyrian and probably did burst AoE on the ads if they're all stacked up. But it does seem like, I keep thinking Unholy. It does seem like Necrolord is the go-to pick for everything for Frost DK right now. According to logs, at least. And it looks like it performs pretty well, so... Unfortunately, I am still very far behind on Renown on my Death Knight. So even if I did, you know, swap to Frost, I wouldn't need to change Covenants, but I would need to do a lot of Renown catch-up, just because I've been slacking on that regardless. But it would make my life a little bit easier. And thankfully, if I swap to Arms on my Warrior, I wouldn't need to change Covenants, because Arms, I believe, still runs Night Fae, which is good.
You may speak. We will reconvene in Ardenweald, Mawwalker. Do not tarry.
Wait, what?
Now we contend with Kel'Thuzad's schemes.
Oh, I see.
What else has he set in motion?
I remember this quest now. Revendreth. Alright. Yeah. Blood DK is 100% an example of... Blood DK needs to swap Covenants a lot. For Blood DK, on some bosses Venthyr is best, on some bosses Kyrian is best, and on some bosses Necrolord is best. So, bit unfortunate there. But it is what it is. Most classes, I would say, don't really need to min-max their Covenant choice. One of the other things, specifically, is if I have to play DK, I don't know. I would still want to play Blood quite a bit, but I hate DPSing dungeons. I still really do like tanking dungeons, even if I am bored of tanking raids right now. So, I don't know. And if I'm being completely real here, one of the main reasons I am looking to swap to DPS, I'd be lying if I said this wasn't on my mind, is it's much easier to get onto a new team as a DPS than it is as a tank, for instance. So, you know, as much as I do like this guild, I obviously do still need to keep in mind, you know, what happens if I need to find a new guild? What happens if they really have issues with the progression and I need to move somewhere else? Well, if I'm super focused into tanking, it's really hard to find tank spots right now. But everyone and their mother is recruiting an Arms Warrior and a Windwalker Monk, right? So it's really, really easy for me to find spots if I manage to get those specs set up.
I are going to don some
So that would be a better long-term option for me, I suppose.
He's sure to stick out like a broken twig around here.
You just worry about them keen-eyed ones. They'll see through you right quick.
Lady Moonberry? Any day now.
What can I do for you?
Disguise obtained, okay.
So nice to see you.
There we go.
Watch out. That's one of them what can tell your disguise.
Right. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be...
No. We don't do that here.
Lady Moonberry's my favorite Shadowlands character by far.
Oh, maybe that one knows something.
Get on with it. You don't know, but we will slaughter any intruders on sight.
Oh, right, we will. Oh, yes, definitely.
One thing I don't understand,
Carry on then.
why do I need to sneak around here? I am literally part of the Venthyr Covenant, right?
I think we need to be a bit...
Shouldn't these guys be kind of chill with me? Because, like, Denathrius is already dead at this point in the story. We've literally gone to Dominant's Keep to meet the person that controls it. I guess, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense. But, you know, I know that saying Herder Shadowlands has plot holes is kind of a tired argument at this point, right? Like, who would have guessed? Hee hee. Could I just, like... I'm 99% sure I could just cancel my disguise, fly up here, and then talk to Lady Moonberry and reapply it, right? Oh, is that what the storyline is? You're trying to uncover a coup? Okay, fair enough. I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't really paying attention that much.
Hello, fellow Stonewall.
What is it?
Might we ask you a question?
No, you may not.
We really helping him escape?
Of course not. We're just gonna have a bit of fun.
Okay, that guy's just sitting on top of it. Motherfucker. Okay. That didn't work. Could be misremembering it. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I could see that being the case.
You're a special one, aren't you?
Lady Moonberry, sit still.
Use a little help, huh?
Okay. Come on. Ah, made it. Nice. Is this gonna... God damn it. Why are these hostile? Alright, whatever. Okay, where... Where's the last one here? Ah, I can't find any. I guess I could just try to grab that one again. I'll just have to be really quick about it. What's the counter for? Oh, that was for something earlier. I did leveling testing and on 9.1.5. I just haven't cleared it yet. It's still there either way to block chat, but
Just how easy it was to collect these.
okay. At least I got credit.
Oh, you're bloke. You think like the fangs, Miss Wings.
But yeah, so the timer was always there just to block chat, but I did use it earlier to record how long it took me to get from 59 to 60 on PTR. Also, good to see you, Slamfunk. Glad you could stop by. Ah, that was frustrating, though. Of course, it barely clipped me. Hey, Lady Moonberry. Oh, nice. We're good.
This had better be important. There was an incident on the wall, but the Stoneborn Honor Guard brought it to an end.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, me. Looks like he went and got himself nicked by the bigwigs.
Worthless fool.
Dominance Keep. Okay, can click this off. Oh, guild leader responded.
It's not my fault he can't
What do you
take a
say?
joke. So,
Wonder when they changed.
Up and inside, where the squeezers are taken for prostitute.
Why is my sound so much louder than normal? That's better than nothing.
You are late. We have anima in need of extraction.
Kill credit?
Occupied. Begin the process.
Question Stoneborn credit? Huh.
Right.
Small indie company. Hey Toth, good to have you back.
Got a gift for me? Watch the skies.
how exactly does this work?
Watching you. Well, you see the fangs make 'em face what put them in Reverend Breath.
Tell me about the bad stuff you did, or else.
Never!
Here for sweat or knuckles?
Or else?
Not quite. This
I
is
remember this one.
about wrath, eh? Anger.
Right. Sassy Spriggans, greedy grove-killing drust, scenery-chewing that makes much more sense.
Right. Let's give it another go.
You're a special one, aren't you so? Tell me about your mother.
She was my world, and she was slain in front of me.
Need to target first.
I love how Lady Moonberry does the basic therapist thing and it just kind of works.
Did you say the loss of your mother made you angry?
Grew up suffering. I don't know what else.
I don't
You know, I may complain about a lot of Blizzard's quest writing, but this one was really good. I remember this.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
And do you think losing her led you to a life of murder and rage?
Maybe. I just.
Might you have been responsible for quite a few dead mothers yourself?
Yes. I was.
Well, I think we had a breakthrough.
Soon. Impressive.
Alright, come on, give me quest credit. It's not working. Please tell me it's not bugs. I think it's bugs. Or do I need to... Oh, I need to get my disguise. Oh yeah, that's probably important.
Why do you want to know?
A therapist asking you that last question would be pretty weird. Yeah, true.
Then you will have no shortage of work. I have never seen the stone right so furious.
What can I do for you? No! We have to hurry!
Alright.
Well, you're pretty good at this gig, Miss Wings.
The dead mother trope is such lazy writing.
Yeah, between this and the play that you get when you do the Night Fae intro, God, I love Lady Moonberry's writing. Because, like, half of her, like, quotes are just her taking the piss out of the story writers, and I love it. It's great.
What is it? She threatened to throw him into the maw. Better him than me.
The maw? Oh, we better beat feet if we want to save this bloke. Come on.
Alright. At least the last part of the Sanctum campaign is like 2 seconds, so... I think we only have one more actual chapter after this.
Running out of realm.
Where is it? So it's like... I forget what a new path is. That was quick.
I have seen your name.
I will aid you, but
So nice to see you.
is not easily quelled.
Passed beyond the veil.
Explain.
I can just... Ah, what? Shit, I have to wait 1 minute. Alright, oh well. Is Frost Scythe actually run anymore? I should have... Why did I close Warcraft logs? I meant to keep checking. So, it looks like the go-to build for most stuff is Cold Heart. So that's the one, yeah, Chains of Ice does a lot of damage. Auto attacks generate runic power. Okay, Avalanche seems like just a passive talent. But okay, Breath of Sintragosa and Gathering Storm... I mean, I don't hate those talents. They're both good, but I don't want to relearn the playstyle for Frost with that. Just seems like way too much effort to do for just, like, swapping mains. I know how to play ARMS. I'll just play ARMS, I guess. I don't know what I want to do, honestly. I'd rather just they let me play Windwalker. But the raid leader seems to not want me to play Windwalker for some reason. I know we do already have one Windwalker, but like, whatever. New path is the Uther stuff? Oh yeah, right. I remember that. Arden Wields. Okay, so... What even are the meta Arms Warrior talents right now? Warcraft logs. Look at, let's look at Remnant. Remnant's a good single target fight.
Please accept this welcome gift from the court of night.
No need to trouble yourself.
Oh, silly me.
I will not
Here,
tolerate
this
war
one is
between my
much
children
better.
of stone. This will suffice. Let us proceed.
Okay, Remnant, Warrior Arms. I hate Rend so much. That's the only problem. Like, I would be completely fine playing Arms if Rend wasn't meta. The fact that Rend is meta is just yuck. How do I get on the fucking carriage? It says I need to bring the supply wagon there. Can I just run to the end? And it gives me credit? Okay, so people are running Warbreaker or collateral damage on stuff. Sudden Death I like, Avatar I like, Dreadnought I like. Bounding Stride is still viable, so that's good. Okay, yeah, it just gave me credit.
This is no place for them.
Why is this not working? And it looks like I need to run Enduring Blow. Oh god, I hate Enduring Blow. Wait, I don't want to play Arms Warrior. I actually just realized I kind of hate the current Arms Warrior setup. I hate how RNG it is. Yeah. Come to think of it. And then Windwalker, I'm pretty sure I know the meta Windwalker builds. It's, so most people are running hit combos. Some people are running Dance of Chi-Ji. I can play either one. I mean, hit combo's not hard. If you're playing Windwalker correctly, hit combo is just like, basically, you play Windwalker normally. Where is Incense? Where do I put this? Oh, over there. Okay. Then I already have Invoker's Delight. I just technically would need to recraft it on a new legendary slot. Problem is they're all Necrolord, which I don't really want to swap to. But there are solid Kyrian Windwalkers. I guess, okay, so Rend is fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Rend personally, so to me, I hate Rend. Like, I get that there's nothing wrong with it, I just don't enjoy the playstyle, right? Any Windwalkers, or anybody who knows Windwalker, do you know how good Kyrian is right now compared to Necro? I know Necro is the best, but how far behind is Kyrian, relatively speaking? It looks like all the talents I'm comfortable with. I've used Fist of the White Tiger a million times. Whirling Dragon Punch has been meta forever. Tiger's Lust, Chi Wave, Chi Burst, Eye of the Tiger, I'm fine with either. Looks like Chi Burst is what most people are using.
Lose yourself to anger.
My conduits are probably a bit out of date. But overall, I shouldn't have too much of a problem dealing with it. So it looks like on single target, people are running hit combo, and on any multiple targets, people are running Dance of Chi-Ji, which makes sense. Dance of Chi-Ji was always an AoE pick. But then people are running same thing, Chi Burst on anything that's multiple targets. So Soul Render, people are running Chi Burst, Dance of Chi-Ji, Whirling Dragon Punch, obviously. It looks like some people are running Ascension for AoE, which I guess makes some sense, but I've always personally enjoyed Fist of the White Tiger. Oh wait, shit's happening. Guess I need to beat up Tyrande. How much damage do I need to do to her? Fucking hell. Okay. What? My game's frozen. Oh. Good? Okay, cool. That was weird.
Is it you? I am myself again. What I have seen this day, I am bound to both the dream and the present for every moment.
Is Sarah? I guess I need to wait for the RP. Okay, upside of Kyrian is it's good for every monk spec. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the reason I'm Kyrian as my monk is because Brewmaster runs Kyrian. Like, it's still the best for them. So, The problem is, so here's the thing. I do know that Kyrian is good for Windwalker single target. Kyrian is very far behind, I'm well aware, on AoE. So that's the only issue. For something like Soul Render, it wouldn't be good. But the only reason why I'm not too concerned, right, is I actually wouldn't be playing Windwalker specifically on Soul Render. That's the one boss where I wouldn't have to worry about it. I think this quest is broken. Let me zone out of this area and zone back in. Maybe it does some little reset. But yeah, so they're going to make me play Blood DK for Soul Render no matter what. So the one boss where, you know, it doesn't really matter if I'm Necrolord, or where it matters if I am Necrolord, I don't need to be on Windwalker at all. So that does help. You fucking kidding me, man? It's bugged again. Oh, at least it stopped here. Okay, please tell me this works now. Speak with Ysera, please. I think it's broken. You had to go back to Ysera in the heart of the forest to turn it in? I think you're right. Okay, so this game's fucking stupid, and it's telling me to go to the wrong place, of course. It's literally showing that Ysera as being able to be a turn-in point, and it's just being dumb. See ya, Bretman, bruh. Yeah, okay, so the game is just dumb. Nice, Renown 72. Return to the Primus in Korthia. Ooh. New transmog. So I'm gonna Dalhearth and then just run back to Orvos. Yeah, that's just bad design on Blizzard's part. It is definitely a very Blizzard thing. That's true, Nakasada. So, Painsmith... Warcraft logs is bugging out. Okay, something broke on Warcraft logs. Yeah, the page just crashed. So I'm just gonna reopen it. Never seen that happen. Okay, Painsmith for Windwalker is what I'm curious about. Oh, wait, Windwalker is actually really good on Painsmith because of Necrolord. Ah, shit. Because of the ads. Fuck me, man. Ah. Okay, never mind. I'm trolling. I'm just going to stay tank. We considered it. Yeah, I think, honestly, out of all the specs that I could play DPS on, the only one that I would really want to play is Survival Hunter, and I can't do that right now. As much as I'd want to. I don't know. It sucks, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, so I have to go into Torghast and get Uther's soul. I forgot about that. The main thing is, like, if I were to actually play Windwalker well, I would need to go Necrolord, and the problem is, like, I don't want to refarm Renown again. The idea of having to refarm Renown right now is just making me want to vomit. So if I played Windwalker, I would have to swap, right? Ah, it's unfortunate. How about Unholy? No. Unholy is the same problem. Like, Frost I could play. Unholy I could also play. It's just either one, right? The issue with Death Knight, right? So here are my issues. Death Knight, I would need more gear on. And regardless of whether or not it's Frost or Unholy, I would still need to relearn the spec. It's been a few years since I've played either one. So I may be able to play Frost and Unholy DK. That's entirely possible. I just would need to spend a decent amount of time actually practicing it and learning it. I would need to recraft my Legendary because I don't have a Frost and Unholy Legendary, and that's just a lot of time, right? So it's just not something I'm really willing to do at the moment. I'm going to be completely real here. Any time that I spend right now working on an alt spec is just wasted for me. I don't know. It's just, I could in theory, right? I'm sure that, like, if my guild let me, which, as we can see, they were willing to let me do, but I thought about it, right? And I would have to spend a lot of time getting any of those specs, be it Frost, Unholy, Arms, etc., up to a point where I'm comfortable with. Arms, I just honestly don't know if I'd be able to perform super well on it. I really hate the current Arms build. Now that I look at it, I'm like, wait, I kind of really hate that Legendary and hate that build. So I just don't think it would mesh well with me. I could learn it, I could probably put out, like, solid numbers with it, but I don't think I'd be able to put out numbers that I'm comfortable with. And Windwalker, I'm absolutely confident that if I spent the time needed to get Necrolord caught up, to, like, get Renown farmed, I could easily play Necrolord Windwalker. It's just, I don't want to swap off Kyrian because I still play Brewmaster a lot, and I don't really have the time to grind 70 Renown on that. So if anything, what I would do is I would wait until 9.1.5 to swap to Windwalker, and then I would try out Necrolord then, because I could get the 40 Renown boost, and then I could be able to freely swap so I could still play Kyrian Brewmaster. But right now, it would just be really impractical for me. So that's the main detriment to Windwalker. And DK is a combination of both. DK, I still need to farm a lot of Renown. I still need to farm gear. So if I did DK, regardless of the spec, I would need to do a heroic clear. And in fact, honestly, DK might be the most viable option because if I'm staying tank, I would be staying Blood DK because it's what my guild needs the most. And I've been fine with Blood DK. But it would mean that I need to do a heroic clear. So worst case scenario, maybe I will do a heroic clear on DK, get myself something for that. And, you know, get a little bit more caught up, right? And then I would need to recraft my Legendary, which is the main deterrent. I still need to craft a new Blood Legendary, for instance, on Death Knight, because I need to get Super Strain. I still haven't gotten Super Strain. Admittedly, it's like, Super Strain is going to be my best for every boss that isn't Soul Render. I actually have found that Pheromones is really good for Soul Render, because the thing with that is it basically acts as like an Ancient Aftershock where it just stun locks the enemies when you drop down your Death and Decay, and that has been really good. Like, we've actually benefited a lot from having that. So I would probably still use Pheromones. Luckily, they're both on a necklace, so I wouldn't even need to change my gear. I could just craft a super strain necklace and then use that on other bosses. But that's a lot of effort that I need to do. And then I would need to do a heroic clear. And I'm still a bit behind on gear, but it's like, at this point, I would almost just be more whatever with doing that. I don't know. It's just... I don't really know what I want. I briefly considered playing a healer. Like, I even offered to my guild leader, I'm like, look, I'll play healer if you want me to. Oh, that was fast. Nice. I've historically not played healer, but I'd be willing to try it just for a change. I don't know. I'm just looking for something. I'm just so bored right now. Like, I've been having fun playing, like, BC Classic and stuff, but a lot of the things that I'm gonna have a lot of fun with in BC are gonna be max level things. Like, I don't hate leveling in BC, but I think nobody can really argue that BC leveling is actively exciting. Like, when I level in BC, it's not the worst thing. It's like mindless entertainment, where I can just kind of, like, half enjoy leveling while not focusing on it too much. And the overall experience is nice and all, but it's not revolutionary. It's nothing special. So, I don't know. But it's not really grabbing my attention as it stands, and... Nothing in retail right now I'm really having fun with. Like, the problem with this is this guild has been making such slow progress in terms of progression, which is fine. Like, I don't want to leave my guild just because they're being slow in prog, but it has made things a bit more boring, because I'll be completely honest, when I'm sitting there on Soul Render for, like, you know, the 30th pull, we've wiped to it almost 100 times now, but, you know, 30th pull of the night or whatever, it's just, it's such a drag, man. Like, Soul Render is such a boring fight to do as a tank over and over. So I'm just thinking, like, what could I do to make this more fun? What could I do to, like, enjoy myself more? Because right now, the only fun I'm having is really from other games. You know, even right now, like, the reason I'm having fun with this is because I'm streaming. But, I mean, it's not like this is super engaging gameplay. Even if I enjoy Survival Hunter, I don't enjoy doing all the busy work on Survival Hunter. This is stuff that I need to do. I need to get my Renown done so that I could get my second Naja upgrade. It's just an unfortunate reality. It's required content, right? Gotta do it at some point, might as well do it now. And, you know, as much as I might hate it, that's part of playing retail right now. There's a lot of chores that you don't necessarily want to do, but it's important if you want to do the other important content. And, you know, that's just why I'm trying to test anything, see what sticks. And like I said, another big reason is just in case I do need to leave this guild for whatever reason, I need to have some sort of backup plan, because unless lightning strikes and I manage to find a really good guild that needs a tank, I'm probably going to have to swap to DPS if I want to join a different guild for Sylvanas, which is just kind of how it goes, right? I guess my options are a bit better now because of cross-server stuff. So I've mostly been looking on Mal'Ganis. Maybe there are guilds on other servers that really need tanks and are, like, further progressed, so I can see, but I don't know. Looting in Torghast? The box of many things doesn't apply to this, I don't think. Because this is like the Uther scenario, so I'm still doing it because it's like, it's gold, you know? No reason not to. And maybe I can buy like a transmog piece with whatever Phantasma I get. Yelshir's Power Glove, sure. I do want to try to get Heroic Sylvanas down soon. So, I've said this before, but I'm pretty sure that Keystone Master is going to take me much longer than AOTC, when it comes to this challenge at least. Can I hit this through the wall? Nah. Oh well. Would I say Venthyr is the better Covenant for Survival Hunter? Absolutely. Look, like, we can look at the top logs. Like, if I check Warcraft logs right now, absolutely Venthyr is the top pick right now. This is a quest Torghast, so you can just run through it. You're kind of right, Nakasadu. I actually didn't really think about that. But okay, let's look at Eye of the Jailer, for instance. Eye of the Jailer is especially bad for Kyrian because you can't really get the eye reliably in your Resonant Arrow. And Venthyr is just really, really, really good for that. So, Survival. Wow, interesting. Kyrian has beaten it now. Okay, fair enough. Fair play. Kyrian has pulled ahead. That surprises me. It's still top in the 9. Let's see, Remnants. Kyrian's pulled ahead. Thymind is... Or Thymind still has the top parts, but that was actually a while ago. I think Thymind has swapped. Soulrender Kyrian has always been the best, and it still is. Painsmith, really? People stopped playing Venthyr, huh? Fuck. Well, I'm going to stick around with Venthyr, but actually, okay, I may retract my statement. It looks like a lot of people have swapped off Venthyr. I'm not sure why, because definitely Venthyr was ahead for quite a while there. But low-key, I kind of hate Survival Hunter without Venthyr, so I would definitely stay with it. I would recommend playing Venthyr Survival, right? I think that if you play it without it, you're just going to not have a lot of fun. Maybe that's just my opinion, but I think Survival Hunter with Kyrian is just kind of a boring playstyle. I don't think it's as fun, but once again, it's my preference, personal preference, right? Yeah. Kel'Thuzad's obviously a meme thing. What about Sylvanas? I assume some of them have killed Sylvanas. And they're mostly running Kyrian. Okay. Yeah. So, I guess Kyrian or Venthyr. There you go. Another night wiping on Soulrender. Best poll was 9%. Ah. I'm sorry to hear that. You'll get there, but know that I feel your pain on that one, man. Definitely have been frustrated with Soulrender. Even reclears. Soulrender people just are really stupid even when reclearing it. It seems to be. I really hate how my pet needs to be within range of the target for me to be able to use that. Like, why the fuck does my main damage CD require my pet to be in range of the target? It's just... It doesn't even do damage. It's a damage buff. And whatever. It didn't even give me any transmog, so that was pointless. Whatever. Guess I might as well buy some stuff since I got all that Phantasma. Sure. Alright. At this point, like, there is no chance that I'm swapping off Venthyr as Survival Hunter, because I've already farmed so much renown on this thing. Literally, what I'm doing right now is trying to farm renown, so the chances of me trying to do renown catch-up to play Venthyr Survival are, like, none. Fuck that. I have to wonder why Kyrian is suddenly better again. I get that Venthyr is like RNG, but... That's frustrating. Okay, so now I go to Bastion. Alright. And then I have to do all the Uther stuff. Kyrian's pissed because they have cute owls. Fair. You don't want to farm 70 renown again? Yeah, surprising, I know. Who would have thought? I mean, here's the thing though, like, by the time that I finish this challenge, 9.1.5 will probably be close to coming out. So I'm going to play Venthyr for the remainder of this challenge. If anything, the logs show that it's not bad still. It was considered BIS for a point in time, at least when I started playing it. And now Kyrian is pulled ahead again, so I guess that's good to know. But Venthyr is still very much a viable pick, and I'm going to be continuing as a Venthyr survival hunter until this challenge ends. Now, if this challenge ends and I feel like playing the survival hunter a bit more, maybe doing mythic with it, we'll see. Who knows? If 9.1.5 is out, maybe I go Kyrian. I can at least get up to 40 renown instantly, and then the renown grind should be a lot more palatable after that. Have to wonder, though. I feel like Venthyr is pretty good if you can't use Mongoose Bite. Like, one of the nice things about Resonant Arrow is that you can get a lot of, like, really good multipliers on your burst window. But if you're not able to benefit much from Coordinated Assault, and you can't use other stuff, makes me wonder. Makes me wonder. I don't know. I know that might seem like a random thing to think about, like, would it be better if I couldn't use Mongoose Bite? But I have something in mind. It's possible that they're so close they compete with a bit of RNG. I mean, if you look at logs, it does seem like Kyrian's a decent bit ahead. I'll be the first to admit that. So. Venthyr is definitely very close on some bosses, and it could also be argued that it looks like all of the top survival hunters have now swapped back to Kyrian. They're very fickle, because they did swap to Venthyr at a certain point. But they've now swapped back to Kyrian, and because there's so few survival hunters actually pushing the limits of their spec, it's really hard to get an accurate measure of it. And then you also have to wonder, right, like, one of the things about Sylvanas, for instance, is Sylvanas you can get a lot of burst AoE pad damage on the ads in Phase 2. Or off the chains. Now, that's not to say that damage doesn't matter at all, but it could definitely be argued that it doesn't matter as much as consistent Sylvanas single target. So I would imagine that Kyrian would probably be able to pull ahead of Venthyr by padding on that stuff on Sylvanas, but then it's like where the damage really counts, you would imagine that Venthyr would just be pretty good, too. Log Andy's over here. I mean, if Log Andy is a thing, I am absolutely a Log Andy, because, like, let's be real here. I mean, I look at logs, right? But I will say logs are very good for, you know, evaluating stuff, but I'm not going to look at... This is exactly what I'm trying to do, right? If I looked at logs and said, oh, yep, you know, Kyrian is better 100%, yeah, that would be a bad way to look at it, but I see that the top parsers are now playing Kyrian. So now what I'm doing is wondering, why are the top parsers playing Kyrian? What is it about Kyrian now that is making those people play it? And then perhaps is Venthyr actually good in realistic settings, and it's just for specifically those parses, Kyrian is pulling ahead. Like, you have to wonder, okay, so for Painsmith, how much is the damage actually helping for those ads? And is it better maybe to play Kyrian for more consistent Painsmith boss damage, and to let your Windwalker Monk take care of the ads and something, and to not worry about them as a survival hunter, right? There's a lot of things to consider. It's no surefire answer, but data is data. You know, it's good to look at the data and at least understand what you're dealing with, but obviously interpreting the data and understanding how to best use it is a completely different story. Yeah, I agree with you, Nakasado. I'm not a fan of these Uther quests. I didn't like them the first time I did it. And I'm not a fan of it now. But, you know, it is what it is, right? use logs to work out how well you're doing versus other players playing the spec? Yeah, for sure. But then even then, right, you know, there are cases where you could argue that maybe somebody is padding, right? You know, for instance, I actually gave a really good example earlier where I had in Tomb of Sargeras, I had the rank 1 parse on Goroth for a while. And then somebody beat me, and I had the rank 2 parse. Well, why did I have the rank 2 parse? It's because somebody found a strategy where, by dropping their tank debuff on the raid with one of the legendaries, they would be able to get a bit of damage that for some reason was included on logs. That is very clearly padding, and obviously I wasn't doing anything wrong, but, you know, it did result in me getting a lower parse. So there is an argument to be made there. That maybe logs aren't everything, but they are important as a baseline. I think the people that completely neglect looking at logs and don't use it at all, that is not a good way to approach the game, but the inverse is true, right? The people who think that logs are everything and that, like, getting the biggest number is the most important thing, those are the people that, you know, you have to look at with, like, a bit of an eye and, like, eh. And I know that may seem ironic coming from me. I'm like, you know, I always try to min-max my parses, but that's not what I'm talking about. I like to min-max my parses for fun, but I can sit here and objectively say that, yes, I did pad on a lot of those parses. Like, I did not get those parses by playing 100%, like, you know, safely and stuff like that. I had to take unnecessary risks as a tank to get those parses. So I will be the first to admit that my parses don't necessarily make me a better tank than somebody else. I do that because that's how I enjoy playing my tanks, and I think it's fun, but that isn't like the end-all be-all. So I'm not going to judge somebody else for not having perfect parses. But there is definitely a world of difference between somebody who's getting, like, rank 15 parses. And I mean, like, a 15 parse, like a gray parse, right? The difference between a gray parse and a purple parse is huge. So that you can absolutely judge somebody by, right? Obviously not in a mean way, right? You know, don't be a dick, but, you know, if you're recruiting for your guild and somebody only has gray parses, then yeah, maybe don't invite that person to your raid team, right? But if you're judging between somebody who has, like, all 90 parses or something like that and somebody who has, you know, mostly 99s, you know, yeah, you know, technically speaking, statistics would say that the person with 99s is better, but maybe do some more research. Maybe the person who has 90 parses always volunteered to do mechanics. Maybe they were really good at that. Maybe the person who has 99 parses just padded like crazy and took a shit ton of damage and would overall be a worse player on your raid team, that kind of thing. So there is a lot of stuff that you just need to look into. A lot of parsing comes down to luck, depending on your spec, yeah. There are some specs where you can reliably parse very consistently if you're good. But there are some specs that do have a lot of RNG. But yeah, it does definitely depend. Everyone fights over getting 100 parses. Normalize fighting over 0 parses. Ooh. I mean, honestly, fighting over 0 parses is hard. You have to really try to get a 0 parse. It may seem easy, right? But there are people, like, I don't know. Some fights, finding a way to die super early can be kind of difficult. And then also, sometimes you may not even get a 0 parse, because if somebody already got 0 damage, then they basically defined the 0 parse. So if you want to get a 0 parse, you need to, like, speedrun it, kind of. Which is, I guess, even more difficult. Like, speedrunning all 0 parses. Or maybe you can make, like, a category, right? Like, once again, going with the idea of, like, speedrun categories. Like, you could basically be, like, Sanctum of Domination, all 0 parses, no deaths. Ooh, that would be cool. Imagine trying to get a 0 parse on every boss without actually dying. Then you would have to go out of your way to go the entire boss fight, doing no damage without actually killing yourself. So you would have to basically survive but not press any of your buttons. I mean, as a DPS, I guess, like, if you were just getting carried, that would be easy. But imagine if you did that as a tank. Oh, I don't know if that would be possible as a tank. Because, like, a lot of tanks actually have to do resource generation, right? Like, as a Death Knight, if you Death Strike, you're already going to be doing damage, and you need it. But maybe, like, as a Brewmaster Monk, if you basically just used your Stagger or something like that, and you only used, like, Purifying Brew and Celestial Brew or something like that, and then you just relied on healers. Yeah. Man, if even Nakasadu is saying that sounds painful, you know it's bad. That's like super masochism. I feel bad for whatever raid team you're in trying to do that. Parsing on your Moonkin and TBC is a joke. If you get 0 crits, great parse. If you only crit, 100 parse. TBC parses are way more RNG. I will give you that. Parsing on retail is far more consistent, in general. But TBC parses, and even Classic, I remember, parses were like way over the place. Because just crit chance is such a massive way to like boost your damage. It's way more normalized in retail to the point where crits will very rarely actually change your parse unless your class is super dependent on crits. Like, if you don't have anything in your kit that actually synergizes with critical hits, like on retail, it generally won't matter because it'll normalize over the course of an encounter. Usually. There's obviously a minor wiggle room. Like, you could argue that getting a 99 versus a 100 could be determined by crits, but generally speaking, it won't actually make that much of a difference. But if you look at something like Fire Mage, which gets an actual benefit out of critting, and not getting a crit at the right time could severely impact the way that you sequence your spells, then yeah, it could be argued that crits are very RNG, which is why I said that some classes can be very RNG based when it comes to parsing in retail. But I would say a lot of classes are pretty standard. Any class that isn't like super proc based usually won't have too much randomness when it comes to their parses. And then it's just a matter of how you pilot the spec. And even classes with procs, I would say even if you have some procs, as long as the procs are more just a minor change to how you play, and it doesn't really amount to a vast majority of your damage, then it won't really matter too much. Alright. I think I can just let Arthas kill me. You're just playing Rep Paladin? Yeah, true.
We may never know. I intend to live.
Weren't you also padding on that by sitting in the middle area? Like with the ad? Yeah, true. To be fair, I didn't do that a lot. I did that like once. So there were a lot of different fights where I kind of padded. To be fair though, Nakasadu, on that fight, the one I was talking about, you actually did still need a tank to hold aggro on that ad. So it wasn't entirely pad. Like, I wasn't going in there with the express purpose of padding, but I would, like, pop all of my cooldowns on it, where, in theory, what you were supposed to do was tank it and then save your cooldowns for when you got back up, so that you could do damage to the bosses. But I basically would just pop all of my cooldowns on that little ad in the cage, because by doing that, I would be able to get my cooldowns to benefit completely from whatchamacallit, the Synodaria the Symbiote stuff. So that was the main thing that was pad. It was specifically by pumping more damage into that. Whereas you still needed to tank it, there was no downside to doing damage to it, but I was actively doing damage to it and putting cooldowns into it to get a better parse. Whereas all I theoretically could have done is just held aggro and I would have been doing my job. So that was the only parsey bit about it. So it was kind of parsey, but honestly not kind of padding, I guess, but not really. The reason why Warcraft logs didn't filter it out on that boss is because tanks still had to tank that ad. So it wasn't pad. If you're ever required to tank an ad, Warcraft logs will include any damage you do to that because they don't want tanks to actively avoid doing their job in order to get a better parse. So it's weird, right?
You all see. What troubles you? Not only must we reclaim the temple, but
Why do I need to fly all over the place? I fly to Elysian Hold, then immediately get sent across the zone. You gotta heal the boss. Ironically, I had, so I've talked about before the hunter who, fucks his stepsister, who I used to raid with. So, that same hunter, if you look into the quotes that I posted on my Discord, it's kind of hard to realize it without the context, but I have some quotes in there about, he's basically saying that he did the most damage to Drestagath without the buff. So, Drestagath, if you're unfamiliar with it, let me bring up the dungeon journal. Drestagath was a fight in Nyalotha where you basically needed to kill, well, let me see here, so, Aberrant Regeneration. Drestagath regenerates health extremely fast, healing for a big chunk every 5 seconds. Damage caused by players afflicted by Void-infused Ichor cannot be healed. So the entire way that Drestagath worked is he would basically constantly heal himself for a large amount. Basically, you couldn't burn through it. And any damage that you did while afflicted by a debuff, and you would get that debuff by killing the ads, he wouldn't be able to heal back. So the idea is you need to kill the ads, you needed to get the debuff, and then you would burn him with the debuff. So, this hunter on my raid team basically he had this misconception where he thought that he did so much damage that he could out DPS the heal on Drestagath, even though that is not at all how that mechanic works. So there's a set of quotes there's a set of quotes on the document where he's basically saying that he was the top DPS on our raid team of damage done to Drestagath without the debuff. And he was trying to argue that it was okay because he did more damage and he DPS'd the boss faster than it could heal back. And basically everybody at the time in Discord, it's hard to understand the context because like you don't see the part of the conversation where everybody was telling him he was a fucking moron. But he was arguing with people and trying to tell them that no, it's okay because he was basically out DPSing the self-heal from Drestagath, which no, he wasn't. So, in that case, I actually did once raid with a hunter who did actually do such little damage that he ended up healing the boss by DPSing it. Quite literally. So I know you said that as a joke, but some people are just so stupid that they actually do manage to do that poorly. And it was a 0 parse for the record. This hunter actually did manage to get a 0 parse on Drestagath, which is why people were making fun of him for it. Because he got a 0 parse, and then he tried to justify his 0 parse by saying that it was damage done without the debuff, and he was still out DPSing the heal, which is not how that works at all, which is why it was recorded as a 0 parse. But this guy was so stupid that he did not understand that. He could not comprehend the fact that he just fucked up that badly. He does sound like a fucking idiot. He was a fucking idiot. Like, that's the thing. I've already given so many different examples of dumb shit that he's done. It's hard to believe that all of these really stupid things came from the exact same person, but believe me, they did. He was just something else, that guy. That dude's quotes are great, but that makes it even better. Yeah. There were other things, like, I remember one of them I put on there, and I almost didn't put on there because I'm like, how do I even explain this? Like, it was, I think I wrote it as, words can't describe this, but he basically forgot that demon hunters were a class and got mad at everybody. And the way that that went is basically somebody was just one day saying that they were gearing up their demon hunter, and he basically threw a massive temper tantrum in Discord, basically saying that everybody had collectively gathered and decided to troll him by pretending that the hunter class in WoW was called Demon Hunter. And people kept trying to explain to him that they were talking about Demon Hunter as in like the Illidan type of Demon Hunter, not the Diablo 3 Demon Hunter. And for some reason his brain just broke that day, and he just kept screaming and yelling in Discord about how everybody was trolling him and that they were just trying to call Hunter Demon Hunter. It was just surreal, man. Like, there were things like that where he did shit that I couldn't even comprehend how anybody could be that stupid. And, like, I struggled to actually translate that whole event into words. That's, like, it's basically, it's a footnote on the document, but forget exactly how I worded it, but I remember being like, I need to document this because this was just so insane and incomprehensible that I need to record that it happened. But I didn't even know what to say. It's like, how do you explain this? Like, it's just so dumb on another level that it almost goes beyond explaining. It was trippy, man. That hunter was something else. Anywho.
I require a target.
You could use that one Pandaria item you mentioned to kill yourself. I think it has a level cap. Like, I think it doesn't work past a certain level. Why did my pet just... What? Hello? It just randomly said, fuck that automated defender in particular. We tried. No, trust me, Scott. In this case, we were all, like, this was over a Discord call, right? And we were all trying so hard to... well, the problem was, at first, of course, everybody thought he was trolling us, right? Like, at first, everybody was just like, haha, very funny. You know, it's just an elaborate joke. And eventually, it just got to the point where everybody was like, wait, is he actually serious about this? Like, he's actually not trolling? I think once it reached, like, 30 minutes of him, and he started getting really mad. And... like, we've heard him trolling before, and, like, this guy was not a very good actor. Like, he could not play a role well. So, the moment that he started getting really mad and being really convincing about it, we're like, oh, wait, he's serious. He would never be able to fake it this well. He's actually this stupid. So, at that point, we, like, I think genuinely started doing exactly what you're describing, and then eventually he was like, wait, I'm retarded. Oh, shit. And then, basically, like, the main reason why I actually, in retrospect, believe it happened is because whenever somebody brought it up later on, he would get really mad about it, and he would get all defensive and try to justify it, and try to give us reasons why he made the mistake. So, he clearly realized it was really stupid. And, you know, if it was a troll, I'm pretty sure he would have been smart enough to play it off as a troll and be like, yeah, haha, guys, I was just joking. But he basically was super defensive over it and was like, shut up, that never happened, that kind of thing. So, I think he was legit, man. It's hard to believe, but at the same time, half the shit that happened in that guild is really hard to believe. I still struggle to believe that any of that shit happened and it wasn't just a giant, like, drug-induced hallucination. Because, fuck me, my guild in Nyalotha was just fucking wild. You can't put turnips in instances? Yeah. Unfortunately, no fun allowed. There's a lot of toys that aren't allowed to be used in instances. And yeah, that's the thing, Nakasato. He didn't even try to play it off as a joke. You've never seen this quest before? This is the Sanctum of Domination campaign thing. Some people are so stupid they can actually deal that little damage. Sounds like something I would do. Teeden, I don't know how much damage you can do, but I'm like 99% sure that you could do more damage than some of the people I've met, that hunter included. No, there is like, some of these people that I've played with before, I honestly just don't know how they function. Like, I don't know how they're able to tie their shoes, right? It's just, playing World of Warcraft will really make you question some things, and just some people that you've met. It's, you really see everything playing this game, right? This affirms my belief that some people shouldn't be allowed to vote or breed. Yeah, that hunter definitely, man, if there were little versions of him running around this world, we'd all be fucking screwed. But, who knows? Ugh. Warlock Doomguard summon. Yeah. Hello, lick my Juan Ball. Good to have you here. Sorry I missed that message until now. Just trying to catch up. Some of the people sound worse than the people in LFR. Oh yeah. Your average LFR player, like, at least they're trying. You know, they may not be very good, but bless their hearts, they're trying. But there are some people that you'll meet, and they're just bad. They're really bad. Little demon hunters running around just like Pa. Yeah. Oh god. That would be awful.
I would have you speak.
Where's Clea?
Change is coming.
Renown, please. Well, I just want my renown, man. Just give me renown. I want to be done. I want to move on to anything else except doing this stupid campaign. What do you mean demon hunters don't exist? Yeah, right? Nakasadu gets it. The world would end minutes after that happens, yeah. Some people can't even kill LFR Sylvanas. I don't know. LFR Sylvanas, like, she's really hard for people with, like, you know, less than 2 brain cells, right? Which is like half the WoW player base. Thank you. There we go. I should be good. I don't need to change anything. Alright. What do I do next? Huntard makes sense in this case, yeah. I will say it, LFR Sylvanas can be brutal, especially if you have like a bunch of randos. I might as well do the final campaign thing. It's gonna take all of 2 seconds, right? It's like a little RP thing, and then I get the last renown point.
We tried to stop her, to stop them both.
I mean, Nakasadu, I did LFR Sylvanas on stream once, and I was like one of the top DPS on a 200 item level prop pally. The average LFR player is really, really bad. It's something. So, yeah. There's an old movie called Idiocracy. Smart people had one child, but idiots have multiple. In the future, stupid people eventually overrun others. Yeah, that makes sense. Come on. Nope, skip the cinematic, please. Heard about Anduin's compass. Ah.
A compass.
And your friend threw himself off the bridge. Okay, to be fair, that was on normal Sylvanas. So,
Before we fought
yeah.
the Legion on the broken shore,
Little different.
Anduin dropped it by accident.
Oh shit, I've never upgraded my Stygian, or my, stuff. Yikes, that's bad. Should have done that. What's my recommended... Let me check Blood Mallet. Blood Mallet, Survival, Domination Shards. So Unholy's slightly better for single target, and Unholy's still better for AoE. Huh. What does the Unholy bonus do? Chaos Bane rips soul fragments from enemies, increasing your primary stat and dealing damage to them. Interesting. Well, I mean, I have all my Dom shards now, so...
No, and we won't lose you. I swear it.
Okay, come on.
The hour of battle is upon us.
There's so much RP in this. Let's see, where is my chisel?
We stand united in purpose, and together we shall claim victory. Covenants of the Shadowlands, step
Here.
forward.
And, I mean, that's fine, I can keep that. In fact, I probably could have kept my, my frost thing socketed. So yeah, I could do this. Shard of Core, and then... Can put Shard of D's nuts over here. Wait, no, I need to upgrade this. What am I doing? Then Shard of Rev and Shard of Jas go over there. And then these three I need to upgrade. Okay. Where are the sigils? Okay. There they are.
The Winter Queen sends to you the steadfastness of Arden.
My Highness, we offer you the might of
To our
Maldred.
cause, I present the devotion
Reverend
Bastion.
humbly offers
Our
unity.
enemy is relentless.
More RP. You saw that LFR Sylvanas, both you and the other tank were top 5? Yeah. The bridge does more damage than normal than an LFR. You have done that as a Demon Hunter because you wanted to be fast? I could see that. Yeah, I've seen Demon Hunters eat shit because they get way too cocky. Oh, thank God I'm done. Fucking done with this stupid Covenant campaign. I'm so happy.
Once, Zoval stood among us as the Arbiter. Yet, he defied the will of the First Ones and sought to unmake the balance of the cosmos.
I would literally bet money that Mal'Ganis is going to be a boss in the next raid. 100% this is foreshadowing.
Prescribe the rules of domination.
Shards are fucking busted. 900 primary stats? Jesus. Okay, yeah, it makes sense why Unholy is really good then.
One that would be dispassionate, just. It is the last.
You love getting 1000 DPS from putting on 3 shards, one of which is literally plus speed. Yeah,
To their
true.
What will his next move be?
Zoval pursues
Very, very
what is
true.
locked within the sepulchre. Should he find the knowledge he seeks, all that you know will be undone. 4 sigils represent the renewed hope of the Covenants.
Okay.
To forge a key. Though I must find something to replace the Arbiter's sigil. Keep pressing the attack against the Jailer's forces. The key is ready. I will call for you. Death comes for the soul of your world, mortal.
Soldiers need
But
good
together,
blades.
we may yet see.
Okay, so I can't get a rank 3 or rank 4 yet. But I can get this thing. I guess speed would be better because this is like literally useless, right? Fuck it, whatever. I'll get this just on the off chance it actually does anything. And then upgrade Shard of D's. Okay. We can socket all of this. And there we go. Unholy bonus. Nice. And now I need to get my legendary. Bonus scales off your lowest shards. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Toth. So I was only able to upgrade 2 out of 3 of those. So that's what I meant when I said I can't get the rank 4 of the set bonus. To be fair, it would be really broken if it scaled off your highest shard, because then you would just basically pump the damage shard up to max, and, you know, that's the only thing that matters. So everybody would just do that. I think Shards of Domination are a shit system, but it does make logical sense to make it so you need to upgrade all of them. Otherwise, yeah, you would just pump all of your embers into a single shard. Mal'Ganis as a quest giver? I mean, honestly, I would be down to have Mal'Ganis be like an ally, but they're clearly trying to set him up as an antagonist. I think it would have been cool to have, like, an actual Nathrazim, like, friendly dude. Like, make it so he's, like, betraying Denathrius and joining our side. I mean, Mal'Ganis is my server name, right? I think I would be sick. But no, he's gotta be a boss, because fucking of course he is. Okay, so I need pants, right? So it's, male, legs... What? No, it would be item level. There we go. That's actually not too bad. I'm gonna be like dead broke after this, but I have gold on my alt that I can mail over. What's the other mail BOE? It's a belt? Oh yeah, and that doesn't matter. So I can't even use a BOE on this hunter if I wanted to, because I need to have my legendary on pants, and then the other is a dom socket, so it's like, who cares, right? Then I think, yeah, I don't need to buy the missives if I'm just upgrading it. So we're good. Bone Shatter Greaves, yeah. Zed does similar damage to Shadow Core Oil over the course of a fight. Does it? Huh. Interesting. It's a minus. Yeah, that's why I prioritized it, because I'm like, fuck it. You know, at least maybe it'll do some. It's better than nothing. 3k shadow damage? Holy shit, that's insane. Yeah, so right now it only gives me 600 primary stat, but that's still pretty good. Cool. It's so hard to pick a server if you want to re-roll nowadays because there's so few active servers. I mean, on Horde NA, there's a decent amount, right? Like, you can't go wrong with, like, Zul'jin, Illidan, Mal'Ganis, Tichondrius, Area 52. Every one of the ones I just listed off is very, very good right now. Like, I might even transfer to one at some point if I need to find a guild. I'd like to upgrade my legendary. Nice. Well, I got 2 overall item level from that, so nice. Cool. On EU, you go to Draenor or Terran Mill for Horde and Silvermoon for Alliance. Gotcha. Gladiator's badge gives you 150. Yeah. True. Yeah, definitely. Definitely is a step up for sure. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do normal. I want to do heroic at some point, but I'm not feeling like doing heroic right now. Because the problem with heroic is, like, I actually need to focus and stuff. And I'm going to be real, I'm kind of tired right now. So I still need to get more shit done for my survival hunter, but, you know, I don't feel like I'm in the mindset to actually try and do heroic. And I don't want to be carried, so let's see if I can find a group. The normal sanctum. At the same time, I don't want to gamble and join a group that's going to wipe on a normal boss. Maybe I will just form my own group. It might be easier. Ah, but that takes effort. And time. Okay, so what do I need? Actually, let me figure that out first. Are there any normal bosses that I just don't need at all? Don't need that neck. Don't need this. Okay, so I don't need Terragru. This would be a potentially a side grade. I honestly don't really think I need to replace it. Like, obviously, it would be an upgrade, but having high haste is really good for survival, so, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, I'm good there. Remnants would be a downgrade. Nope. Nope.
Our enemies amass outside Helgard.
No.
Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
Nah, actually, probably a downgrade. Decanter would be a, like, solid side grade, right? Don't really need that. Guardian. I guess Guardian is the first one I need, because I would take a normal fusion amplifier over my PvP trinket. Rest is garbage, though. Nothing off Fate Scribe. Then KT... This would be an upgrade. This would be a pretty nice upgrade, honestly. Then Sylvanas, I mean, all memes aside, I would take a bow, right? The back would be an upgrade. The shoulders I already have, and the ring would not. So basically, I just need maybe Guardian, KT, and Sylvanas on normal. So I'd rather just join into a group on those. Just solo it? Yeah, oh, totally. But that takes effort, me, when playing the game. Yeah, I feel that. Do I have trinkets I could farm? I don't think Quantum Device is good for me. Let me check. So, survival trinkets. Titanic Ocular Gland is my bis. So, Heroic Titanic Ocular Gland is literally better than any other trinket for Survival Hunter. Like, actually. I guess you could argue that on single target it falls off a little bit compared to some mythic level trinkets, but considering the moment you get to multi-target, it becomes really good. Like, I already have this trinket slot locked down. I'm never going to replace this until the end of this challenge. The only thing that I could get, which would be better, is, like, Tormented Rack Fragment isn't terrible. It's actually surprisingly solid for survival, now that I look at it. But Phial of Putrefaction would be the big one. If I could get that, that would obviously be really big. That is my second best trinket. Salvage Fusion Amplifier is pretty good as well. It's like, it's one of those things where... Wow, where does it... It's actually really bad for AoE? What the hell? That has to be a miss... Yeah, it has to be a mistake in the sim. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I actually, come to think of it, I don't know. Even if it's not a mistake, I just... I'll just try to get a Phial of Putrefaction at some point. I don't care that much about Fusion Amplifier. Even if it's not a mistake, it's probably still not the best trinket for me. I definitely want KT and Sylvanas, though. So I'm going to try to get into a group for one of those. Let's see, normal Sylvanas. Main's progress. Yeah, I guess. Wait. Okay, I'll try. I mean, maybe... I don't think they'll invite, but on the off chance that they do. Sylvanas. For the clear, I'll queue up. Probably not going to get invited. Normal Sylvanas. Wait, I actually got invited. Oh, shit. I guess I do actually have a decent amount of gear at this point. I keep forgetting that, like, I'm queuing for normal at 235 item level. Actually not the worst thing in the world. Armor build and slay the Spire? Yeah. Stacking on tons of armor, especially as the Ironclad, and then just getting body slam is really fun. I've definitely enjoyed playing that. What's it called? Barricade? So you can, in Slay the Spire, you can go like Barricade, and then, what's the other one? Metallicize, right? So I love doing, yeah, Barricade, Metallicize, and then just basically building up tons of armor every single turn, and then it doesn't fall off, and you just do body slam and truck an enemy for a massive amount of damage. Definitely very, very fun. Alright, well, I'm on a KT group. Hopefully it goes well. This is the first time I've actually gotten invited to a group, so that's cool. Making my way up in the world. Maybe they won't notice I'm survival. Shit's super fun, yeah. I've cleared Ascension 20 with Ironclad. My favorite Ironclad build is Whirlwind. I really like going with, like, Akabeko and lots of, like, strength multipliers, and then just getting a bunch of energy and popping off a massive Whirlwind. It's not the strongest build, but it's very fun seeing, like, the massive hits on, like, all targets. The best build for Ironclad, if you haven't tried it yet, is Dead Branch Corruption. So Dead Branch is a relic, and it's whenever you exhaust a card, you add a new random card to your hand, and Corruption is a power that makes it so all of your skills cost 0. So what you can effectively do, or no, all of your skills cost 0, and then they exhaust when you play them. So you basically exhaust all of your skills, but they're free, and then you get a random card added to your hand again, which, if it's a skill, is once again free. You play that, it exhausts, you get another random card, and you could basically fire off like 50 cards in a single turn for free. It's crazy powerful. It's a hard combo to set up because Corruption is a rare power and Dead Branch is a rare relic, so managing to get both of those is not super common, but when it happens, oh baby, it's fun. You just pop the fuck off. It's great. But Ironclad, even though I've played it a lot, it's not my favorite, I would say. Defect, when you get it going, is really fun. It's just Defect is, generally speaking, a bit harder to make work. There are fewer builds that actually really work on High Ascension, and I mean, Silent is also really good, but Silent, I think, is, like, not my favorite playstyle, but it is very powerful. I really like Watcher because some of the crazy shit you can do on Watcher is just really fun. Especially, like, builds where you're constantly stance dancing are really, really cool. I played one of those on that stream where I played Slay the Spire, and honestly, I ate shit playing it, because if you play a bit too aggressively and you don't get the cards to support you, you can really fuck up hard and make a mistake, and then you're just done. You're dead. And that's what happened to me. But every now and then, you get that perfect stance dance build as Watcher, and it's just really fun. Okay, I got all my consumables. They're taking a very long time to pull. The little hunter gremlin in my brain it's scratching. It's telling me to fire off a shot and start this pull. But, you know, I already got a bit lucky actually getting invited to this group. I don't want to fuck it up by pulling early. That's an easy way to get kicked from the first group I've actually been invited to. Don't really want to do that. Oh, thank God. Oh, it was getting so hard to resist. Nice. Should at least get, no, I just want 6 people on there. There we go. Cool. So I assume I'm going down into the phylactery. This guy popped Wild Spirits, right? Yeah, of course he did. That guy popped all his cooldowns as well. So I did all that without any cooldowns, so you know what? I'm proud of it. If I had popped Coordinated Assault and Flayed Shot, I easily could have beaten at least the Warrior and the Demon Hunter. I don't know if I could have beaten Wild Spirits, but could have gotten close. Steel Trap, good or bad? Depends. For Venthyr, no. So if you're playing Venthyr, this is pretty much the only build that you need. Birds of Prey, single target, Wildfire Infusion, AoE. This is your Venthyr build. Basically, these two it depends, but every other talent here, I mean, obviously this is personal preference, this is personal preference, but Mongoose Fight, Bloodseeker, Guerrilla Tactics, Alpha Predator, that is the only thing you're going to run as Venthyr. Now, Steel Trap, if you are not Venthyr, if you are Kyrian or Night Fae, and you're running, whatchamacallit, the Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus, so this thing right here, which, assuming you're not Venthyr, is going to be the trap or the legendary you're gonna want to run for single target. In that case, you run Steel Trap. It's really good. Now, even then, it's like almost as good as Bloodseeker, right? But Bloodseeker with Alpha Predator is just better. Like, these two talents, Alpha Predator plus Bloodseeker, is the better play overall. it's the stronger pick, and especially on multiple targets, even Kyrian. So even on multiple targets, Kyrian still runs Alpha Predator Bloodseeker. And then in that case, if you're Kyrian, you run Wildfire Cluster. So AoE Kyrian / Night Fae, Alpha Predator Bloodseeker, Wildfire Cluster, single target Kyrian, Viper's Venom, Steel Trap, Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus. But the main reason why you do that is because none of the other legendaries actually compete on single target. Venthyr is nice in that our legendary Pouch of Razor Fragments is BIS for single target and AoE, and it's a very good single target effect. But for Kyrian and Night Fae, none of the other legendaries just perform well at all. So the only one that even performs slightly well is Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus, specifically with Steel Trap. That pushes Steel Trap to the forefront. And then because you're no longer running Bloodseeker, Alpha Predator obviously goes down in value because now these two synergize pretty well with each other. So you're losing Alpha Predator, or you're losing Bloodseeker, which makes Alpha Predator weaker, and then it falls behind Viper's Venom. So it's kind of complicated. If you're Kyrian, yeah. So if you're Kyrian, then single target, Viper's Venom, Steel Trap, Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus. That's going to be your go-to. But yeah, it's a bit of a hard play style to work with, right? Because Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus, like if you read it, whenever a trap is triggered, you gain focus and then you increase all focus gained. So Nesingwary's Trapping Apparatus relies heavily around Mongoose Bite. You're basically just pumping a ton of Mongoose Bites out there because what you can do is just during your Mongoose Bite window, you are constantly just pumping out focus. You know, you have to use, right, like your other traps in there. So you have Tar Trap, you have Freezing Trap, right? You pop that, you get a chunk of focus and increases your focus generation. So chunk of focus, kill command, you're back to full focus, Mongoose Bite, Mongoose Bite, Mongoose Bite. Steel Trap is obviously top priority because it actually does damage. You throw that out there, deals damage, generates a chunk of focus, kill command, Mongoose Bite, Mongoose Bite, Mongoose Bite, Mongoose Bite, right? So it's a bit of a difficult playstyle to get used to because you have to weave traps into your rotation, which can be kind of confusing. But definitely, if you're running this, what you should do is make a target at cursor macro. So, you know, I don't have it yet, but if I do end up swapping to Kyrian, I'm going to make it so my macro is wherever my cursor is, I click this, and then it would fire off my trap at that cursor location. That reduces the amount of time it takes to get your traps out there, and that's going to make it so your single target rotation will be a lot stronger. God, this group is taking forever. What the fuck? At this point, I might just go make more coffee. I never allowed this much downtime to happen, like, especially because we have enough people, right? Like, 2, 3, 12, I mean, we could use another healer, but we do not need 4 healers to kill this boss. It's normal, for Christ's sake. I'm gonna fall asleep here. Here, let me... Fuck. Just make sure this is correct. There we go. Stupid OBS being a bit janky. We all had lock candies, we'd be set. Now it's 2-3-11. It's even easier, right? Like, fuck. I'm going to die of old age before this group pulls. Holy shit. Like, I don't want to get myself kicked. I did say we should probably just pull with 3 healers. We're fine. Oh, thank God. But I was almost tempted to message the leader and be like, dude, come on. Pull the boss, right? Like, it's just taking way too long. We're good. Whew. Now, let me make sure my loot spec is correct for this. So, Raid, Sanctum, Kel'Thuzad. I don't think it matters. Yeah, so literally could set it to whatever. I'll set it to BM just in case I forget to change it for Sylvanas.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Why is this blocking? It's annoying. This guy should turtle it. Oh, no, he's retarded. Okay. Really?
I can't attack that target. Acquire a target.
No, that's unfortunate. Okay, going in. Almost close. I almost fucked up there. Should be getting out anytime soon. How is the healer almost dead? How did he— the healer died, man! What the fuck? What is going on? How do you die as a healer in that phase? You're literally the one responsible for keeping yourself alive. Oh my god, it's— dude, I think I might actually just form my own group here. These people are just actually really dumb. Why are pugs so bad? Holy shit. Nice group, yeah. I mean, you know it's bad when a healer lets himself die. Like, he's the healer assigned to the downstairs phase, and he's the only person who died in the downstairs phase. Like, he's literally the one responsible for his own survivability. They said one more healer. One more healer is not going to stop the existing healers from not being dumb. Yikes. Okay, just fuck it. I'm gonna hope that somebody who queues up has the skip. Okay, I'll look for another group. If I find another group that's like really good, then I'll join for it. And there's nobody. Fuck me. Maybe I'll do Fresh Heroic and I'll just do normal later. Definitely not getting into a Sylvanas group. That's for sure. Whenever I see a group that just says fast and it has an Azralon lead, I'm like, fuck no. That's a huge red flag. Why is that one group blue? Oh, that's because somebody on my friends list is leading it. So, Breadpool? Who's Breadpool? Oh. So I don't know who Breadpool is, but they are...
The Necrolords march on the altar of domination. Join us and lead the charge.
Who is this?
Our enemies
I don't know who this person is.
Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the chance to strike.
Okay. How did people die up there? The tanks died because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing with taunt swaps. Like, the tank who had the Soul Fracture debuff on him was tanking the ads. Like, obviously don't do that. For some reason they didn't realize that they shouldn't be. It's just... I mean, I'll queue up to this group. They're not going to invite me, but it's like... Fuck it. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, I can't believe I'm actually genuinely considering joining an Azerlon group that just has fast. That's not going to end well. No, I shouldn't be even considering that. What am I thinking? Okay, let me look again. Kel'Thuzad. They're probably only recruiting healers. That was the group I just left. I might need to do a skip, but it's just, it's gonna be so hard to find a group, man. This is fucking rough. I hate pugging. Like, on one hand, I know that if I actually want to get this done, I'm gonna need to form my own group. But on the other hand, like, God, I don't want to right now. I so don't want to right now. Fate, KT, oh no, I'm not gonna join that. I need tank. Nope. On Fate, Sanctum of Domination, normal. I mean, okay, if they're about to get to KT, it says they were created 1 hour ago. Presumably they started fresh and have cleared up to this. The guy's 5 out of 10 mythic. So, there's that. Should sign up for the advertisement groups? Yeah. Buying a boost on my Survival Hunter. New video title. I'll apply to this group in the off chance, but they already have 14 DPS, so there's no way. It's heroic. Fate, normal, easy, one-shot. Somehow, I'm skeptical. I can feel like every last ounce of enjoyment just draining from my body as I sift through Group Finder. Like, this is the shit that I fucking hate. And trying to make a skip group is going to be difficult. The 9 heroic. Are they looking for a warlock? Pain? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I don't even know what else I could even do to kill the time. Maybe I should just form a heroic group, because at the very least, if I do a heroic group, like, you know, I get some loot that way. I gotta do it at some point. But heroic's gonna take a while. And, I mean, like, I am still gonna be streaming for a bit. But I don't know if I want to stream for another, like, 3 hours, which is what heroic might take me. So that's tricky. Big brain group. They only have 2 people. M+, I suppose I could do M+. Like, if I can't find anything else, the only problem with, like, Mythic Plus rating, right, is any dungeon that I do now, I am going to have to do again on a higher difficulty because of the way that M+ score works. So, it's just kind of redundant, right? I will do M+ at some point, but what I want to try to do, the reason why I'm prioritizing Sanctum first, is if I get good gear off clearing Sanctum, then I get the gear off clearing Sanctum, I get to a point where I'm like 240 item level and stuff like that, maybe a bit above, right? And then I've killed Heroic Sylvanas at that point. I can start getting into groups that are actually like plus 15s and start chipping away at Keystone Master. But that's going to take time. So no matter how I slice it, it is going to take me a lot of time to get Keystone Master done. And it's going to take more time than this. So the only point in me actually doing... the only point in me doing keys right now would be if I needed gear off keys. Good night, owner. Good to have you here. So I don't really need anything. The only thing I could really use off keys would be like... I don't need Fate Scribe. Fate Scribe sounds just so awful. I fucking hate Fate Scribe so much. I don't think I want to queue up for a Mythic Sanctum group. Ugh. Ugh. Fuck. Good luck with loot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I might need to join a group on Fate Scribe just so I can actually get a reliable kill. I hate Fate Scribe so much. I don't want to have to do it. But I know I probably need to. Fate normal. Fine, I'll queue for this group. They need DPS. Maybe they'll take me. I don't want to do it, but... Need DPS? Fate Scribe have summons. Sure. Alright. This is normal, by the way? Why did this guy say this is normal? Did somebody think it was heroic? Either way. Alright, Fate Scribe it is. Fucking hate this boss. One second. Okay, well, it looks like we're good, right? This is 239. Hopefully we're pulling with this. What are we waiting for? I'm wondering the same thing, Mr. Alakalak. Alright. I guess I should probably do rotations, huh? I think, on normal, is it assigned yet? I think it might be every man for himself on normal. I always forget. Either way. I hope we're eating the ads, though. Because if we're actually kiting on normal, I'm just... Yes! This group isn't dog shit. Thank God. I should stand in healing rain, though. Yo, I'm top DPS? Let's go. That's kind of cool. Okay. I'm actually doing surprisingly well right now. This is nice. Okay, Serpent Sting, Bomb, this, Flayed Shot. Can't fucking stand the RNG on this one? Yeah. The beams can be pretty frustrating, I feel that. better do this, because I'm not fucking moving. This is my one chance to actually be top DPS as a survival hunter, and I'm fucking taking it, baby. Let's fucking go. Wait, how did I accidentally trigger my Mongoose Fury window? Whoops. Okay. Stacks fall off because I'm bad. Okay, people are doing that correctly. Nice. Nice, we got it. Whew. Fuck yeah. I think that is actually the first boss I've gotten top DPS on. Here's the thing, though. That's not a good sign. I don't want to be top DPS. Like, it makes me feel good. But it means that I am the best player in this group. And if the 235 Survival Hunter is the best player in the group, there is a problem. So, yeah. Not looking very good, huh? I'll try it. I'll see how they do on KT and Sylvanas. 2 Embers. To be fair, I needed absolutely no gear off KT or Fate Scribe anyway. It's just can't really find a group for anything else. I guess the rest of the DPS weren't bad. You know, they just weren't amazing. Unfortunately, I think despite the fact that I did a lot of damage there, I don't really think I got a good parse because a lot of Fate Scribe parses are padding on ads. And one of the nice things about that group, or about this group, I guess, is that they did the tank soak strat instead of actually killing the ads, which I think is good. It's the way you want to do it. Okay. Well, we lost 2 people, so now we have 228. Yeah, ideally we'd want another healer. Oh, nice. One of them got a BOE. We do have a Warlock, though, so that helps a little bit. None of these look great. This guy says he needs the shoulders. Okay. Well, I mean, it drops, right? There's a chance that we could probably just do this with 2 healers. Have I gotten the personal achievement? What do you mean? Have I gotten, like, AOTC on my hunter? Is that what you mean? Sorry, not sure what you mean, Chori. Hope we're not going to sit in queue for an eternity again, because it really sucks to have to sit in queue for a very long time, only to have the group just fucking die. Not even... Oh, that's the druid! It's that guy! This was the one that let himself die on the fucking phylactery phase. Ah, no. Oh, god damn it. I left the other group to escape this guy. Jesus Christ. This hunter said, I can see why people like to buy loot stack boosts. I haven't gotten any gear. I played on my alt for 5 to 6 hours, and I only gained 3 or 4 item levels. And the warlock said, that's cause you're bad. Like, damn! Hunter's just sitting here complaining about not getting a lot of gear, and the warlock just fucking goes through for the throat, like... Wow. Okay, so... Did you buy it? Like, the hunter says he can't even get into groups after linking Keystone Master. So, justifiably, I'm like... Did you buy it? Okay. Okay, he said this is his alt, so he got it on his main, week 1 or something, but... I'm like, well, if you bought Keystone Master and you're still under geared... But I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't invite somebody to my group even if they had Keystone Master if they were on a shit item level character. It's just how that works. Hopefully that druid's fuck-up was a one-time thing. Fingers crossed, but, it was a pretty bad fuck-up, right? You know, no offense to this guy, but, you know, your only job as a healer is to keep people alive. If you can't even do that for yourself, well, you know, probably not good. Okay, closet for the rogue. We just, not gonna summon this guy? Hello? Say please? This warlock, man. What is... I said, are we gonna get a closet for the rogue? And the warlock said, say please, daddy. Jesus, what? I'm not even asking for myself. I'm just like, can we get this show on the road, please? Like, he has to sit here and wait, too. The raid leader said, please, daddy, though. Fuck me, man. What is this group? Oh, I'm not reading that. The raid leader said something that would get me demonetized. The guy in the warlock said, please kick him. Yeah, well, he's the raid leader. Can't do that. One oopsie is acceptable? Yeah, fair. It's the perfect warlock stereotype. Sounds like the harder daddy weak around Anathrius, yeah. Chori, what did you mean by the personal achievement, though? I still don't really understand what you were talking about for that. Okay, so this guy, Laundry, just said, rate his T-Mog. He said he's going for a Tanan jungle look. This Boomkin said F. Green is ugly. So, the people in the group don't seem to like it. I feel like the aesthetic is just kind of all over the place. Like, the boots are just really jarring. Maybe I'm wrong in this, but it looks like he has multiple different recolors of this set combined into one. If not, then it's just he chose the bad set. And his bow does not work at all, in my opinion. His bow is like nature-themed and the rest is fell-themed. You meant the personal achievement on Fate, not getting hit by any avoidable ability? I have that. I don't know if I have that on this character. So, yeah, Flawless Fate. Okay, I have that on my Hunter. So, there you go. I knew I got it on my Warrior at the very least, but I wasn't sure if I had it on Hunter. But there you go. Have it on Hunter. You don't think the weapon matches? Yeah, I agree. The weapon is definitely off. It's definitely like a nature type of weapon. Like, what is it? It's, Heartstalker's Longbow. This looks like a Night Fae weapon, I think. Could be wrong in that. But if I had to guess, this is a Heroic Nathria... Or wait, it's Mogged. Okay. That is definitely the Night Fae weapon, but he has it mogged to something else. Either way, yeah, if he intentionally chose that, that is a strange pick. Okay. Accidentally carried that over. Okay, shrapnel bomb. Zoltnos. Oh, this is gonna be close. Never mind, a few people got in last second. Wasn't too bad. I'm rooted though, which kind of sucks. Getting that soul fracture is unfortunate. I need to go down though. Definitely gonna need my damage down here. Okay. Fresh Serpent Sting. Shrapnel bomb. Kill shot. This. Druid's doing it again, man. How is he almost dead? Oh, he almost ate that freezing blast to the face. I think this Druid just doesn't really know what the fuck he's doing. At least he didn't die this time. Or maybe should I have not spoken so soon? Oh, but somebody else is dead. Tank dead, man! How did you die? How are people so bad, dude? That's a wipe, just fucking suicide. This is so tilting. I hate pugging so much. Die. Oh, fuck me. I don't even understand. How do you not know how to do the taunt swap correctly? It's such an easy taunt swap. You just press taunt. It's that simple. What? He said don't focus his souls? How do you... Oh my god, I want to fucking kill myself, man. This is such a terrible challenge. I will say, if I had to go back in time, I never would have done this. I don't know why I fucking said I was going to do this. Pugging is such a fucking miserable experience. Okay, I'm gonna stop whining. This is just fucking stupid, though. So it looks like what happened is the Demon Hunter tank just didn't grab his souls. So apparently he doesn't understand how the Kel'Thuzad soul mechanic works. So he didn't grab his souls, which meant he still had the debuff, so when he taunted, he died. And then, obviously, the Brewmaster died because, you know. People are trying to explain to him how the mechanic works in Spanish. Which stage of grief are we at right now? Acceptance, I guess. I just want to kill this. Problem is, how is this Demon Hunter gonna tank Sylvanas? The group leader said, Prequila, do you know what you're doing? And he said, uff. Just UFF. And then the Warlock said, I think he barked. And the Raylene said, sure did. Did he really? So, okay, the raid leader asks him, do you know how to do this boss? And his response is to say, UFF. And then he gets kicked, because obviously he didn't answer the fucking question, and then he rage pulls the boss. Oh shit, I should have pet him. At this point it would be a bit too much. Oh, we lost the Warlock. Fuck me, man. It's gonna be a pain in the ass at this point. Apparently he linked the raid leader his AOTC. As if to be like, oh, you know, you made a mistake, which obviously means nothing. Like, if you don't know how to tank normal Kel'Thuzad, and you're linking somebody AOTC, you clearly bought a boost, right? Yeah, it's not a hard fight. Especially on normal. Oof, dog emoji. Man. Another person left? At least at this point we just need DPS, right? So if two good DPS queue up, it's like, whatever. Priest is... 5 out of 10 Mythic Priest? Oh, nice. One of these days, I'll actually be able to fucking clear this. I will say, I'm not even gonna risk it with pugs. I'm gonna just form my own group for Heroic. Obviously, I mean, it'll still be a pug, but I trust myself to make a pug. I don't trust random people to form a good pug. Like, I never would have invited that tank. Absolutely never. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of good people in queue. gonna take them all forever to get here, though. Fuck. Oh, the druid summoning? That's awesome. You could pug your way to AOTC even right now? I mean, I could. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with my gear at the moment. I would be kind of fine with killing Sylvanas at this stage, because I have my full Dom socket set. So before, when I did Heroic, I didn't have a full Dom socket thing. I think I had Blood set, but it wasn't upgraded, and I didn't have like all my other shards. I also was missing a lot of gear. I didn't have the heroic weapon until like right at the very end. So I was missing a lot of stuff, and I didn't really feel comfortable trying to pug straight to Sylvanas because, I mean, I don't really think I deserved it, right? Gotta work your way up there. So at this stage where my gear's at now, you know, 235, I would say this is solid enough to the point where I would be fine pugging my way to Sylvanas, but I would still like to have a bit more gear. You know? I guess what could I get off this? Again, I'm trying to remember. Like, replacing this belt I think would be really, really big. You know, 220 kind of sucks. Replacing the cape would be nice, but I'm not going to be able to do that here. I mean, actually, Sylvanas cape, right? So, Sylvanas cape would be big. That would be really nice. It doesn't actually work for me here, but, you know, whatever. I guess KT belt and Sylvanas cape is what I'm going for here. Resilience of the Hunter would be fucking nice because I really want to replace that. What is it? I have a really garbage conduit for that. It's like 140 item level or something. Yeah, 145. I really need to replace this. So if I get that off Sylvanas, that'll make this all worth it. But yeah, this would be really, really sick. It looks cool too. I mean, that's a sick model. And this I just want to replace the stupid 220. Now, also getting the bow would be pretty nice. Gotta get full mythic gear before doing heroic Sylvanas? Yeah, true. So my dad asked pizza, and I hope you don't need your school bag. So he sent me a picture of my cat sitting on top of my school bag, so thankfully I don't actually need my school bag right now. Presuming she moves by tomorrow morning, I should be good. But yeah, pizza. Pizza sounds good. So thank you. Okay. Apparently he only just now set up groups. This guy says he'd rather go down because his DPS sucks. Am I the only survival hunter? Yeah, I'm the only survival hunter. Bring my cat to school with me? Yeah, just bring Lexi to school and have her gouge the eyes out of every single person on campus. Any day now. Looks like the shaman's AFK. Nice thing about doing this on stream, though, is honestly, this is what I was going to do after stream ended. So it kind of works out well because I was planning on doing, you know, a bunch of PTR stuff, and then after stream I was going to have to get Survival Hunter stuff done because I didn't manage to do this last night as I said I was planning on doing. But now, well, my schedule's suddenly clear, which means I'm probably just gonna play more Hades. Okay, kill shot. Jesus, this Shadow Priest is doing really good damage. Okay, shrapnel bomb. I should have saved my flayed shot for the downstairs phase. God, what am I doing? Whatever. I fucked that up pretty badly, but... We didn't get the tank ads going into intermission, so that's actually very, very good. Okay. Reset. Kel'Thuzad. I should have helped him soak. That's my bad. Only myself to blame for that. I'm just being a fucking padding asshole right now. I'll be fully honest about that. Oh, shit. Okay, bomb, kill command, kill command. Kill shot, blade shot. Shot. Bomb. Oh no. That was close. Alright. Shit, I clicked the wrong button. My bad. Not playing super hot today. Jesus, double kill shot procs, that was nice. Okay, bomb. 1, 2, 3. Come on, stack him. I don't know why he was running away from me. Okay. Definitely don't want to kill that other glacial spike, though. That might be a bit too much. people are just face tanking theirs. God damn. Nobody's actually doing that mechanic properly. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm actually catching up on the Shadow Priest. Nice, got that refresh. 1, 2. Nice. Need to make sure we're out of range of that. Okay, bomb. Reset. Reset. Tank still hasn't collected their souls. Oh, this is gonna be tight. I think we're safe. Yeah, that tank fucked up. I don't know why he didn't get his souls. Okay. This guy's gonna die so fast, I'm not even gonna waste my time using Flayed Shot on him. I'm just gonna save that for Lust. Come on. Okay. Okay, come on, Hunter. It's the final phase. You should be doing that with Turtle. It's like trolling to not Turtle that in phase 3 or phase 4, whatever phase this is. Oh, this guy's not doing it either. Okay. Nice. Okay. Didn't get the belts, but whatever. Second DPS. Nice. Dude's actually running Tree of Life to survive the phase. Yeah, that druid, he's doing his best. He's trying. A for effort by that druid. He managed to survive. It took all of his cooldowns to survive it, but hey. He kept eating circles, though. It's not even like it's a ton of healing. He just fucking sucked. That felt pretty good, though. Especially because I did mostly boss damage. Like, pretty much all of my damage was either Kel'Thuzad or Remnant, so that was pretty solid. Shadow Priest did a lot of multi-target cleave. Yeah, that one I will check. How did I do for it? Hopefully someone's logging, because I sure as shit am not logging. Oh, yeah, somebody's logging. That was a 78. Well, Sylvanas is the only boss that I don't have at least a purple for on normal, so... Fingers crossed.
Azeroth's champions, you've arrived at last. Despite witnessing the broken cycle of life and death with your own eyes, still,
Despite witnessing the broken cycle of death, blah blah blah.
system. What a pity.
We lost third best DPS. How are people actually doing? Okay, this is a good opportunity for me to check the logs and see how people actually performed.
For the last time.
So...
The archer does not mourn the loss of their arrows, High Lord.
What the fuck?
A shame you won't survive to witness.
Are you friends with the leader?
But if it's an ending you seek, then come and meet it.
He has to be friends with this guy. I'm honestly gonna ask him. Kyros, friend. Tanks are doing fine. How are the healers doing? Oh my god, this druid is... He's trying so hard, and he's... like, okay. Yeah, the druid definitely doesn't really know what resto is. Yeah, he's really low. I mean, this guy said that for his item level... Oh, no. The guy's like, oh, for his item level, yeah, he's definitely not performing. Like, the man is getting a 17 parse overall. Yeah, his item level, even then, he's doing really shit. So, I think it's just not good. I don't know about just for his item level. Either way, he said, we'll try it and see what happens. This is the problem with pugs, right? This guy has the mentality of like, yeah, sure, you know, this one hunter is terrible, but we'll just keep him, right? You know, we'll see what happens. Like, it doesn't work that way. You don't just do 3 pulls and see what happens and then start replacing. If somebody's consistently underperforming, you just kick them. That's how pugs work. How's the hunter? The hunter's good, freaks. I am kind of owning on damage right now. Too long have I endured the Maker's flawed design. I swear the story is a cry out for help. Yeah, fair. Who's getting a 17? This guy. This hunter right here. So I basically was like, this guy's getting a 17 parse, and he's one of the higher item levels in the group. So we should probably drop him. And the lead said, yeah, he is low for his item level. Haha. But, you know, we'll pull. Should kill it. See what happens. And I'm like, why? Why see what happens? Like, obviously DPS aren't going to queue because we're 239. Like, 250 Demon Hunter! Please take him. Like, take DH, drop Hunter. Easy. Come on. Like, you're really gonna pass on a 250 Demon Hunter when you have a marksman parsing 17? Please. I haven't even... They're already inside. Who gives a shit? Inside and parsing 17 versus a 250 DH. No brainer. Like, so the hunter's already in the raid. Demon Hunter delisted. Yep. Hunter's already in the raid, so we gotta keep him. Because he's already inside, right? Almost sure that Hunter deals more damage than me, then again, I'm undergeared. I mean, maybe, but like, for a Hunter that's, you know, relatively geared, not like geared to the teeth, right? I have more gear than him. But he has like close to as much gear as I do, and he's an MM Hunter. Does he have Dom sockets? Okay, so he doesn't have any Dom shards. I guess that's gonna hurt his damage, but still, you know, then you just shouldn't be in a Sylvanas group. You know? Where's this guy? Did he get lost? There's a portal at the entrance. Where is he? He fucking... You took the wrong portal, you fucking dipshit. Ah. It's like a thriller watching you try to convince them to drop the hunter in time before the TH leaves. Yeah. Okay, the hunter found his way here. Very complicated, I know, but... Alright. That reminds you to get shards? Yeah, shards are pretty important. What? Fuck is this surprisingly palatable feast garbage? I have a feast of gluttonous hedonism. I'm not gonna replace it with that shit. Alright. Time to watch people die. I'm dead. I'm alive. That scared the shit out of me, man. Jesus Christ. Boss just basically said, nope, fuck you. I don't know what the tanks were doing. They took a really long time to establish threat. At least the Shadow Priest and the BM Hunter are doing a lot of damage. So they're helping out a lot. Thank you. And it's not heroic, so we don't need to worry about dispels as much, because no Banshee's Fury, but still gotta worry at least a little bit, I guess. Intermission. Now we just need to make sure people don't die to Rive. Them keyboard key presses are meaty. I'm loving it. Dude, when I am stressed, my keyboard gets a beating, alright? That's how it goes. Please no deaths to Rive. Please no deaths to Rive. No! It's the Druid again, man! Come on! You have one job! Oh!
Beware.
Alright, we're gonna get the cutscene. Yeah, cutscene! Woo! Everybody's favorite part. I'm not watching it. Fuck this. I'm just sitting here. I will eat this stun. This guy said yikes, as if he's surprised that we got a cutscene. How can you be surprised that we got a cutscene when this is the group that we've been getting so far? Like, come on. Alright, take your bets, everybody. How many people are going to fall off the platform in this phase? I'm thinking at least 2. But saying at least 2 isn't fair, so I'm going to go with 2. So I'm putting in my bet. I think 2 people are going to fall off the platform. I'm locking it in now. So lock in your bet in chat. What do you think? How many people will eat shit and fall off? Or do you think that I'm going to eat shit and fall off? Now, you know, there. Personally, I don't think I will, but anything can happen, I suppose. Why do they interrupt so early, man? Your throne. Now I'll break you. Yield, Sylvanas.
hear the sounds of suffering.
With me, champions, Jaina needs our strength.
Beware.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
Stop Sylvanas! Soul Judge. One thing I love is that Thrall says their forces are numberless, but he's literally the one who says in this the intro that we've faced endless armies before. So, like, why is Thrall freaking out over the fact that their forces are numberless, huh? I thought we faced endless armies before, right, Thrall? It should be no big deal, huh? Yo, are we actually gonna have no people fall off? I will... How many times is that hunter? It's the exact same fucking hunter that I said. Nice. No deaths. Wow. The believers win this round. Yes, they do. Yeah, the first two people are mythic geared, so it's no surprise that they're beating me. I'm surprised that I am this far ahead of the rest of everybody, though. That is, like, you know, that shouldn't be happening. Because I'm not that much more geared than the rest of this group. But I definitely am way farther than even number 4. Nice. Good RNG. Shots. Kill shot. Shrapnel bomb. 1, 2, refresh. 3. Please don't fuck up arrows. Ah, he fucked up arrows! Come on, come on, come on. Kill shot. Bomb. shot. Go to the corner. Barely dodged that one. Okay. First Serpent Sting. Good shot. Bomb. Kill shot. Daggers. Kill shot. Watch, it's gonna finally give me arrow when we get to the fucking lust window. And then I'm gonna have to lose out on my big burst. Shit, come on! Why does this guy not understand how to do this mechanic? It's frustrating. It's really frustrating, but whatever. Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Lust. Nice, that's lucky. Kill shot. This, 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 this. Yes, I didn't get arrow. Okay, one arrow down. Nice! I don't even care that they died. It doesn't even fucking matter. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Kill shot, refresh. Get into the corner, get into the corner. Nice. Kill shot. Bomb. Go. Go. 1, 2, 3. Bomb. Refresh. Refresh. 1, 2. Refresh. 1, 2. Blade shot. 1. Yeah! I can't believe that was a one-shot. Actually really surprised right now. Now, the real question is, do I get the bow? You know? I mean, who knows? Maybe. I do have, yeah, loot spec set to BM. Oh, that guy got the bow! Ooh. Oh, fuck me. Well, maybe next week. And he got the conduit, man! I am salt. Oh. Fuck my life. How'd I do parse-wise? Yeah, that's a massive kick in the balls. That's definitely true. Okay, let me read chat. Can't wait for 9.2 when they fucking drop shards. Yeah. Wonder what happens if a DK presses Icebound Fortitude before the cutscene. I don't think it would work. Yeah, so technically, you know, Scott won. Technically, you know, the bet was how many people would fall off, so Scott did win. Your prize is, nothing. Except, congratulations, you predicted it. That keyboard do be clicking? Yes, it does. Let me check my parse. Graph logs. I thought that would take longer. Arlbin. Normal. 86. You know, I'll take it. 86 ain't bad. Could be better, could be worse. Nice. Yeah, that other hunter was insane. The priest... Okay, so I got that damage with 235 item level, right? the priest above me, this guy, has 250 item level, and this person has 247 item level. So, you know, I think I did pretty good, all things considered. I'd say that's not too bad. How many fell off? 0. Nobody fell off. The only death was that, well, a few people died because they fucked up in the final phase, but the only early death was that one druid. Same druid who died to Phylactery, died to Rive in phase 1. Always wanted validation from the streamer, OMG. Yeah. Yeah, so here's the problem. It's like, I could technically stream more, but the next thing that I would realistically do is I would probably go into Heroic. And I'm just not feeling like doing Heroic right now. It would take way too long. Because I would only have another hour and a half to stream, and I just don't have stuff to fill the time with. I mean, honestly, the 7.5 hours is pretty good. I got normal Sylvanas down, got some shit done on my Hunter. Definitely making good progress. I think if I can get, ideally, up to Guardian killed again, that last run was a real fluke. I'm amazed that I managed to get as good of a run last time as I did. So, very, very, very impressed with that one. Ideally, maybe tomorrow I can set up a Heroic group that does pretty well, but I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, so I'm going to call it here. Don't really have anything else. Next time, I'll try to do more Legion dungeons on PTR. So I guess whenever I do Legion Mythic Plus again, if you potentially want to join me on that, on the PTR, I'll be talking about it in my Discord, you know, whenever I decide to do that in the future. So if you aren't already in my Discord, you can add me, Harlden, #2316. Just shoot me a message, ask for an invite, and I will, you know, send you one. So there you go. But yeah, that's it for today. So thank you all for coming, and I will catch you next week. And thanks for the stream. This was great. No problem. Thank you for coming, Scott. Same applies to everybody else. Thank you all for coming. I will see you next weekend.